Chapter 4055. Gwazian smiled. She is not in Star City. Master, you also know what the situation in Star City is like. Every day, there are flashes of light and swords and endless battles. This lowly one also licks the blood off his blade, so this lowly one may have implicated her one day. Her mother died young, so this lowly one has already sent her to a place to cultivate. Yang Kai nodded. This could be considered a narrow escape. If he had really stayed with Gwazian in Star City, he would have likely been swept into the great cosmological realm. If that had happened, it was hard to say whether he would have died or not. When we leave the great cosmological realm in the future, bring her here. I will give her whatever she needs. Gwazian excitedly said, "This lowly one, thanks, Master. Take these heaven-opening pills, too. You will need them for your cultivation." Yang Kai threw out a space ring. Gwazian caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, "Master, this is too much." There were at least 10 million heaven-opening pills piled up like a small mountain inside. "Just take them. If you can't use them, just give them to your subordinates." Yang Kai got up and walked towards the inner room. "I will be in retreat for a while. If you need to find Yueha, she will naturally inform me." Looking at Yang Kai's departing figure, Gwazian shed tears of gratitude and couldn't help feeling like he was willing to die for his friend. Cupping his fists, he quickly said, "This lowly one understands." When Yang Kai returned to his room, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the mountains. Over the past 10 days, while Gwazian and the others were checking the space rings, Yang Kai had not been idle. Everyone thought he was in his mansion, but in fact, he had already run out. Since he knew that the great cosmological realm was not as simple as he thought, and that even divine spirits could be found, Yang Kai naturally had some plans. Over the past 10 days, he had run to several places and left several escape routes, just in case something happened one day so that he could retreat calmly. He had left the space spirit bead in the most secluded places. As long as he wasn't locked down, no one would be able to restrict his movements. The place they were at now was Crouching Dragon Mountain, the place where Yang Kai had obtained the Earth Dragon Ball. Back then, there was a scarlet flood dragon coiled around this place. Its ferocious aura permeated the air, and no strange beasts dared to approach. After the scarlet flood dragon was taken away by Yang Kai, this place became barren. Yang Kai didn't come here to look for some kind of precious treasure. Instead, it was for the sake of cultivation. During the battle with Mantis Head that day, his opponent's exquisite saber skills had shocked Yang Kai greatly and allowed him to see his own shortcomings. The black dragon spear was a heaven-shaking artifact in his hands, and he really couldn't exert much of its power. What he relied on was the sharpness of the black dragon spear and his own power. He didn't have much attainments in the Tao of the spear. Last time, he had used a trick to kill Mantis Head by luck. If Mantis Head had been on guard against him, Yang Kai might not have been able to succeed. Although it was urgent to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without suitable materials, Yang Kai was not willing to easily condense power, lest he regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had a great helper like Qi Xing, Yang Kai believed that if materials above the 7th grade appeared in the great cosmological realm, he would definitely know about it, so there was no need for him to personally search for anything. While waiting, Yang Kai could naturally do other things. What Gwazian and the others found in the tens of thousands of space rings was not only a huge amount of wealth, but also many secret techniques and secret manuals, many of which were related to the Tao of the spear. Yang Kai sorted them out and prepared to study them carefully and systematically cultivate them. The Black Dragon Spear was his greatest reliance now. If he wanted to fully display the power of the Black Dragon Spear in the future, these cultivation methods were essential. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to cultivate his spear skills. Instead, He stood on top of a mountain, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended the Tao seal. A faint scorching heat spread out from Yang Kai's body, distorting the air around him and causing the space around him to fluctuate. Golden Crow casting sun. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a great sun suddenly floated behind him. The sun was as scorching as fire, as if there really was a round sun hanging in the sky, and within that round sun, there were three-legged golden crows flying around playfully. Powerful power poured out from his body continuously. When this divine technique aspect was revealed, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn, and there was an indescribable wonder. Now, he also knew that this was a divine ability Dharma idol. It was Yu-He who took the time to tell him. Yang Kai could still remember the complicated expression on Yu-He's face when she told him this. Only those with strength of the 7th level and above could condense the divine technique aspect. Throughout history, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect at the level of the Emperor realm and possess the divine technique aspect were all top-notch geniuses. These people were all the overlords of the blessed and heavenly enclaves today, dominating their own territories. Yang Kai did not know how he could do this. Previously, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he wanted to use the life and death battle to stimulate his potential, the result was beyond his expectations. At that time, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and the golden crow primordial fire in his Tao seal boiled, making him feel as if he saw the scene of the golden crow casting the great sun unknowingly. He activated the divine technique aspect. It was natural, and there was not the slightest bit of obscurity. Yu-He said that once the divine technique aspect was activated, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that Yang Kai had condensed the 7th level golden crow, primordial fire. This was something that could not be hidden at all. Yang Kai did not want to hide anything. If he was exposed, then so be it. In any case, in the great cosmological realm, no one could do anything to him. When he left the great cosmological realm, who knew if he would advance to split the heavens? At that time, in this vast world, who would he have to fear? Silently feeling the power of the divine technique aspect, Yang Kai's momentum rose steadily. He felt that his current strength was bursting. Even if there was a 1st or 2nd level split the heavens in front of him, he could still blow them up. Someone at the lower level split the heavens could not kill him in a one-on-one battle. However, the consumption was really astonishing. As soon as the golden crow casting the sun aspect appeared, Yang Kai felt the power in his body flowing away rapidly, like a flood that had opened the floodgates. At this speed, he was afraid that in less than half an hour, the aspect would not be able to be maintained. During the battle with the sword pavilion that day, even if the aspect had not been dispersed, Yang Kai would have had to disperse himself. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Once it was used, he had to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would suffer a calamity. Letting out a light breath, Yang Kai withdrew the aspect, and the constantly flowing power finally stopped. With a thought, dragon shields hovered around him. Each of these dragon shields was a giant dragon connected head to tail, spiraling endlessly, forming the shape of a shield. They were densely covered in dragon scales, and their claws and fangs were clearly visible. At a glance, one could tell that they were incomparably sturdy. This was just the divine technique, not the aspect. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had comprehended the divine technique from the dragon pearl, so he suddenly had the idea to comprehend the power of wood and fire. He wanted to see if he could comprehend something from the power of wood and fire. In the end, he really did it. The dragon shield secret technique was the divine technique of the giant dragon when it was alive, and it was preserved in the dragon pearl. Yang Kai had the origin of the dragon race and the bloodline of the dragon race, so he could easily comprehend it. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. However, This dragon shield was the secret technique of the giant dragon when it was alive. Now that Yong Kai was activating it, strictly speaking, it was because he had comprehended it and used it himself. The Golden Crow True Fire allowed him to comprehend the divine technique, Golden Crow Casting Sun. But what about the Earthen Dragon Pearl? What about the Immortal Tree? Would he be able to comprehend something else from it? Yong Kai's heart was restless, and he could not wait to immerse his mind into the Tao Seal. However, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Being able to comprehend the Golden Crow Casting Sun was a stroke of luck and opportunity. If he continued, he might not have such good luck. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his heart, Yong Kai turned his head to look around and began busying himself. An hour later, a simple wooden house sat on top of the mountain. This wooden house was not so much a wooden house as a small pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides, and only the top floor was sheltered. Yong Kai took out a cushion from his space ring, sat down cross-legged, and took out a large pile of jade slips, placing them in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of these jade slips, all of which were related to spear techniques and spear Tao. Since he wanted to systematically cultivate his spear techniques, a lot of reading was naturally necessary. Some of the information in these jade slips may be worthless, but as long as he could get rid of the impurities and keep the essences, Yong Kai believed that he would be able to gain something. Casually picking up a jade slip, Yong Kai began examining it. Yong Kai pondered for a moment and began silently deducing in his heart. Recorded in this jade slip was a secret technique that could kill 10 people with one spear. It required an extremely strong burst of power. Each spear strike was faster than the last, and after 10 spears, the power would multiply. Yong Kai did not know which unlucky bastard this jade slip belonged to, but in Yong Kai's opinion, this 10-spear kill was a bit flashy. In a life-or-death battle, who would gather enough strength to fire 10 spears in a row? Once the combo was broken, this spear technique would become useless. After a while, Yong Kai threw the jade slip aside and picked up another one to examine. Days passed, and the sun and moon did not rise or fall in the great cosmological realm. Without knowing the passage of time, the number of jade slips that Yong Kai threw aside gradually increased. He was completely immersed in the mysteries recorded in these jade slips, deducing one secret technique after another in his heart. There were not many powerhouses among these tens of thousands of people, so the secret techniques they possessed would naturally not be of a high grade. However, it was suitable for a novice spear Tao like Yong Kai. If he was given something extremely profound, he might not be able to comprehend it. After all, he had never dabbled in these before. However, on the path of martial Tao, one could master all of them. It could be difficult or simple, and everything depended on one's own perception. A month later, Yong Kai threw down the last jade slip. When he raised his eyes, there was not the slightest exhaustion, but instead, he was in high spirits. Although he was sitting there, there was a mysterious aura lingering around him, as if he was a long spear. The spear intent had been formed, and Yong Kai had been deducing the things recorded in the thousands of jade slips during this time. Although he had not really made a move, the spear Tao had been branded in his mind. Chapter 4056. Slowly getting up, Yong Kai raised his hand and gripped the air, summoning the black dragon spear. Holding the spear in his hand, his aura suddenly changed, and he felt a little different. In the past, when he held the black dragon spear, he only felt like he was holding a powerful killing weapon, but now that he was holding this spear, there was a strange feeling of harmony, as if the black dragon spear was a part of his body. Spear flowers flashed as Yong Kai thrust out his spear. 1 spear, 10 kills. Dong, 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 dong. 10 spear flowers bloomed in an instant, one on top of the other, each spear faster than the last, layer upon layer. When the last spear pierced out, its power was indeed several times stronger than the first spear. Although it was his first time cultivating a spear-related secret technique, after a month of studying and studying, in addition to his own solid foundation, it was enough for him to smoothly display this one spear 10 kills. The spear did not stop, and he did not stop dancing. Yong Kai's aura changed, and the black dragon spear suddenly shook, as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. Lightning spear execution. This move required someone who had cultivated a lightning attribute secret technique to be able to display it completely. When cultivated to the peak, when the spear was thrust out, it could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to strike the enemy. Yong Kai had not cultivated anything related to lightning, so this spear could only move, but not the rhythm. This was something that could not be forced. Yong Kai could not cultivate another lightning attribute secret technique just to cultivate this lightning spear execution. He came here mainly to refine his own spear path so that the black dragon spear could display more power in his hands. The spear turned again, filling the sky with spear images, turning into an iron wall, protecting him. Spear dragon wall. Surprisingly, this was a rare defensive spear technique. The spear was the king of weapons, and all spear users pursued the path of strength and fierceness. They strived to kill the enemy with the fastest speed, and basically didn't consider the matter of defense, because once they had such thoughts, they would weaken their momentum and would be at a disadvantage in the battle. However, this spear dragon's wall was a pretty good defensive technique. Moreover, it had the ability to attack while defending. Yong Kai brandished the black dragon spear, and throughout the heaven and earth break, spear techniques bloomed in Yong Kai's hands, and the secret techniques recorded in the jade slips were displayed by Yong Kai smoothly. In an instant on the mountaintop, the sound of the air being torn apart and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yong Kai gradually forgot the passage of time and everything around him. He was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Yong Kai had obtained over 1,000 jade slips related to spear arts. In other words, over 1,000 spear arts were recorded in those jade slips. After a month of meditation, Yong Kai had memorized these spear arts. Even if it was the first time he used them, they weren't difficult to understand. Basically, he was able to use them completely. As for how powerful they were, it was hard to say. By the time Yong Kai had displayed all of these thousands of spear techniques, 6 days had already passed. Without stopping, Yong Kai once again stabbed out with one spear, starting from the beginning. No one taught him how to cultivate spear arts, so he could only rely on himself. Thus, he would use this stupid method. When the day came when he had a long spear in his hand, his spear arts would naturally flow, and he would succeed. Time flew by, and another month had passed. After the last stab, Yong Kai withdrew his spear and stood upright. In this 1 month, Yong Kai had displayed the thousands of spear arts at least 5 times. As he continued to display them, he realized that he hadn't comprehended them enough at that time. Although some of these spear arts weren't very high level, there were many places where there were some wonderful ideas that made his eyes light up. Moreover, the more he displayed them, the more he was able to dig out some things from these spear arts. After calming his roiling blood, Yong Kai put away the black dragon spear and tidied his clothes. His figure flashed, and he returned to Star City. With the space spirit beats positioning, he could come and go as he pleased. Although Yueha hadn't contacted him recently, so there shouldn't be anything major happening in Star City, he still had to show his face from time to time. Otherwise, how could he bear to interrupt his cultivation? Coming out from the side room, Yong Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and found Guizian's location. He transmitted a message and asked Guizian to come and see him. A moment later, in the courtyard pavilion, Yong Kai saw Guizian. After the previous incident, Guizian was obviously more respectful to Yong Kai. Perhaps it was because of his daughter, or perhaps it was because he saw that Yong Kai was a man of his word. After greeting him, Yang Kai asked, "Is there anything going on recently?" Guzian smiled and said, "Thanks to Master's blessings, it's been peaceful recently." After exchanging a few words, Yang Kai also found out about his recent absence. First, the dozens of people under him were basically all cultivating. Those who were rewarded by Yang Kai were naturally refining the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Those who hadn't condensed a Tao seal were strengthening their foundation under Guzian's supervision and guidance. They were working hard to make the Tao seal they condensed in the future stronger, so that it could bear the power of a higher grade. Then there was Star City and Crimson Star. Crimson Star had spread the news that Yang Kai had become a consecrator and wantonly promoted it. Crimson Star's reputation, which had fallen to rock bottom, skyrocketed. Currently, Crimson Star could be said to be the most powerful force in the entire great cosmological realm. Just recently, they had recruited as many as 5,000 people. The entire Star City had also been expanded several times. Whether it was the area or the cultivator gathered here, it was more than 3 to 4 times more than before. Yuhi had been on Crimson Star's side all this time because she had to monitor Crimson Star's income to prevent those guys from doing anything. After all, 70% of the income came from Yang Kai. She hadn't returned for the past 2 months. The 3 disciples of Great Moon Province, led by Meng Hong, were also cultivating in seclusion. Even Chen Yu was condensing the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Guzian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm the only one who's free now. If Master has anything to say, just tell me, and I'll do it for you." His 2nd grade heaven-opening realm had already been fixed. Apart from taking the heaven-opening pill to slowly improve his grade, he didn't have much hope. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The improvement of the heaven-opening realm's grade was the accumulation of years and months. It couldn't be done overnight. How could Yang Kai have anything to tell him? The current situation was the best for him. He could cultivate in peace and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He could only wait for materials of 7th grade and above to appear and take a look. If he could completely condense the yin and yang and 5 elements before the great cosmological realm closed, that would be perfect. Just as he waved his hand to dismiss Guzian and was preparing to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said speechlessly, "These 2 guys." Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Guzian's expression changed. He pulled out his saber and blocked in front of Yang Kai. His aura surged like a cheetah about to hunt as he vigilantly stared at the ground. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. "It's my 2 spirit beasts. They probably sense my aura and came to ask for food." With a crashing sound, a large crater appeared in the ground. From the crater, a wriggling mouthpiece stretched out. Then, a slippery, pitch-black creature rushed into the courtyard and swept away the rockery and pavilion. This disgusting guy was none other than the Earth Dragon. After the Earth Dragon, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also rushed out. Both of them were several dozen feet long, and although the courtyard wasn't small, it was immediately filled with their movements. Guzian staggered backwards, but there wasn't even a place to stand. He had no choice but to fly up into the air and look down with a speechless expression. The Earth Dragon lingered around Yang Kai, its mouth part squirming endlessly, opening from time to time for him to see. Its meaning could not be more obvious. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not do so, it had been cruising around Yang Kai, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When he first met these 2 guys, they were both about 300 feet long, but now they had both grown to 400 to 500 feet. It could be said that they had grown tremendously. For vicious beasts like them, the larger their bodies, the stronger they would be. This should be the effect of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai had collected dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. The grade was extremely high, so the dragon blood pills refined from them were naturally extraordinary. Recently, when he was cultivating his spear arts, he did not forget to take them. It had clearly improved him. If even he was like this, then there was no need to mention the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. The amount of dragon blood pills refined last time was not small. Moreover, that place was the Scarlet Flood Dragon's territory. Yong Kai had robbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and now that they came to ask for food, how could Yong Kai not give them to them? If he gave them to the Scarlet Flood Dragon, how could the Earth Dragon be left behind? Fortunately, their needs were not too high. Occasionally taking one was enough to satisfy them, and it was enough for them to digest for a long time. If their needs were too high, Yong Kai would not be willing to part with them. 2 dragon blood pills were thrown out, and the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon happily swallowed them. The Earth Dragon shook its tail and plunged back into the cave, disappearing. However, the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not leave. Instead, it sent a message to Yong Kai with its divine sense. With the consumption of dragon blood pills, their intelligence had increased, and it was not difficult for them to send some simple messages. Yong Kai frowned, puzzled. Why is she here? The Scarlet Flood Dragon's divine sense surged again. A moment later, Yong Kai nodded and said, "I know, don't be afraid. I'll go take a look." After the Scarlet Flood Dragon left through the cave, Yong Kai said to Guizian, "I'm going out for a while." Guizian quickly said, "Then this subordinate will accompany you." "No need, I'm going to see an old friend." When the words fell, Yong Kai had already disappeared, leaving Guizian puzzled, not knowing who that old friend was. 100 miles away from Star City, on top of a small mountain, there was a wooden house. In front of the house, a graceful woman was gazing at Star City, motionless like a reef. It was as if a strong wind was brushing past her face, causing her long hair to flutter. The woman instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as she was feeling suspicious, a voice came from behind her. "Are you looking for me for revenge?" The woman was shocked and quickly turned around, but after seeing the person's face, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yong Kai looked at her strangely and shook his head. No murderous intent, no resentment. "If you aren't looking for me for revenge, then why are you staring at my movements?" This woman was Sword Pavilion's Lu Shui. Yong Kai didn't know why she would appear here. Chapter 4057. That day in Sword Pavilion Star City, Yong Kai fought with Head Mantis. Head Mantis died, and Yong Kai didn't have a good time either. He was heavily injured and left with Lu Shui supporting each other. She took them to a hidden place to heal. Yong Kai's recovery was amazing, and he was fine after 3 to 5 days. He didn't even say goodbye to her before he left. After all, in Yong Kai's opinion, they were enemies. He was surprised that Lu Shui didn't take the opportunity to plot against him. So why would she say goodbye to him before she left? He thought it would be difficult to meet her in the great cosmological realm, but who knew that he would receive a message from the Red Flood Dragon today and know that she was outside the Star City? The Scarlet Flood Dragon had been slashed in the neck by Lu Shui at the Origin Magnet Mountain, and his head had almost been chopped off. He naturally hated her to the bone and remembered her aura, so it wasn't strange for him to discover her tracks. Because of the enmity of that day, the Red Flood Dragon repeatedly came here to find trouble with Lu Shui, wanting to take revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Shui had been avoiding it. Whenever the Red Flood Dragon came, she would run far away and wait for the Red Flood Dragon to leave before coming back. After repeating this several times, the Red Flood Dragon couldn't do anything to her. After seeing Yong Kai this time, it told Yong Kai this news, probably wanting Yong Kai to stand up for it. Otherwise, why would Yong Kai specially come here? More than 2 months had passed since the last time they parted. Lu Shui's injuries were much better, but her aura was still a little unstable, and her face was slightly pale. She probably hadn't fully recovered. After all, she was injured by the Golden Crow True Fire, and it would take a year or so of cultivation to fully recover. Is there something you need from me? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. This woman didn't have any killing intent, and there was no resentment in her eyes. She probably wasn't here for revenge. Lu Shui nodded gently. What is it? Speak. Lu Shui opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after holding back for a while, she couldn't say anything. Yang Kai was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, and didn't want to waste time with this woman. He flicked his sleeves and said, Then we'll talk after you've thought it through. He turned and was about to leave. Behind him came Lu Shui's anxious voice. This concubine wants to follow master. She was afraid that Yang Kai would really leave just like that, so she shouted a little louder. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her in surprise. What did you say? He suspected that he had misheard. Otherwise, why would there be such a ridiculous request? Lu Shui stared at him, her face slightly red. She lowered her head and said, I want to follow master. Please allow me to do so. This time, Yang Kai heard it clearly, but he still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, Lu Shui's actions in the Sword Pavilion Star Market were already incomprehensible to him, and now she was making such an even more incomprehensible request. She had been tormented by the Golden Crow primordial fire to the point that she wished she was dead and had almost lost her life. How could she not have any resentment towards Yang Kai? He had killed hundreds of people from Sword Pavilion. Even a leader like Zhong Fanxiang and Qin Yun had died at the hands of Yang Kai. If it had been anyone else, they would have found an opportunity to take revenge. However, in the Sword Pavilion Star Market, she had taken the seriously injured Yang Kai to a remote place to recuperate. Even if she was magnanimous and could let go of this hatred, at most, she would mind her own business with Yang Kai. Why would she ask to follow him? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had ulterior motives. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to follow you. The great cosmological realm is dangerous, and I want to leave alive. Lu Shui looked up and explained softly. If she hadn't seen the huge change in the Sword Pavilion Star Market with her own eyes, Lu Shui might not have thought of this. However, even the Sword Pavilion Master, who was a 6th grade heaven-opening cultivator, had been killed, and there were traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. She was all alone, and she really didn't feel safe. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was safer to follow Yang Kai. At the very least, he was the strongest in the great cosmological realm. If a great tribulation really came, Yang Kai had the greatest chance of leaving safely. The reason why she was hiding here was because of her identity. After all, she was the leader of Sword Pavilion. If she really went to the Red Star Star Market, she would definitely be caught. She was looking at the Star Market from here to see when Yang Kai would come out. However, instead of Yang Kai, Qi Jiao had come several times. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes, his gaze deep, as if he could see into the depths of her heart and see through her hidden thoughts. Lu Shui was calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. After a while, Yang Kai grinned. Do you really have such intentions? Lu Shui nodded seriously. Not a word of falsehood. Don't you feel wronged? Miss Yuhi is also following master, and she is even more powerful than me. Does she feel wronged? If there was no precedent like you, she really wouldn't have made this request. Clever and eloquent. Haha. Yang Kai slowly shook his head with his hands behind his back. Lu Shui blushed slightly. Master, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will recover and kill you when you are unprepared? She was already a little ashamed to make this request, but Yang Kai kept asking questions, making it even more difficult for her to control herself, and a little angry. Afraid my ass. Yang Kai snorted. A fourth stage heaven splitter really didn't pose much of a threat to him in the great cosmological realm, so he decisively said, "Since you have delivered yourself to my door, this king will not refuse." He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Instead of guessing her purpose, it was better to keep her by his side. If she really had ulterior motives, she would be exposed sooner or later, and he could just kill her. Striding towards Lu Shui, Yang Kai arrived in front of her in a few steps, stretched out his hand, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms, shouting in a low voice, "Don't resist!" Lu Shui's eyes widened, and her mouth and nose were instantly filled with a vigorous aura. Her mind was suddenly in a mess, and she almost slapped him. What did he want to do? Did he misunderstand something? She just said that she wanted to follow him, and she didn't mean anything else. Lu Shui wanted to cry, but had no tears. She wanted to resist, but with Yang Kai's terrifying strength, how could she resist in her current state? In a flash, a phrase popped up in Lu Shui's mind, "a sheep in the tiger's den." While her thoughts were running wild, she suddenly felt the space around her distort, and she fell into darkness. The darkness swallowed all her perception, making her feel great fear. In just a moment, her vision blurred, and she recovered. Yang Kai let go of her, raised his hand to grab the blue dragon spear, and walked forward, saying, "Your injuries haven't healed yet, so heal yourself. Don't bother me if there is nothing." Arriving 1,000 feet away, he practiced his spear arts and soon immersed himself in it. Lu Shui stared at him blankly, and it took a long time for her to recover. She turned her head and looked around. This was not the mountain peak she was on just now, but another place, and she didn't know how far it was. Spatial teleportation. Lu Shui's expression turned serious. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood just now. Yang Kai wasn't hugging her to take advantage of her, but rather to take her with him through the void. Telling her not to resist was for her own good. While traveling through the void, if she made any sudden movements, she might be swallowed by the void and never be able to find her way back. Her pale face was slightly red, and she stood there quietly, watching Yang Kai's spear dance, sweeping through the void. Soon, she found some clues. Yang Kai displayed countless spear arts, one move after another, bold and powerful, sometimes wide open, sometimes as fine as rain. It seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, and an ordinary cultivator would not be able to receive a single spear attack from him. Even if she, a fourth-rank cultivator, opened the sky, she would not be able to hold on for long before being defeated. But there was always a trace of incongruity. Lu Shui frowned slightly, not knowing what this trace of incongruity was. After a few days, Yang Kai was actually able to perform those spear techniques again. After a few days, it was the same again. Lu Shui silently counted. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had used a total of 1,134 different spear Dao secret techniques, each one different from the last. What's more, every time he used them again, he seemed to be more proficient. That's right. Lu Shui finally understood what the incongruity she saw at the beginning was. That was immaturity. Although Yang Kai's moves were extraordinarily powerful, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, fumbling forward on the spear path, each step more stable and solid than the last. Time flew, and a month later, Yang Kai put away his spear, frowning in contemplation. Through this period of cultivation, he had indeed gained a lot, but when he recalled the mantis head saber arts, he could still feel the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent's saber arts were natural, and each saber attack was like a hanging antelope's horn, untraceable, impossible to guard against, and extremely powerful. Could it be that his cultivation method was wrong? As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a voice, "Master, are you cultivating spear arts?" Turning his head, he saw that Lu Shui had walked over. Yang Kai nodded and grunted. If she hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about her. Lu Shui said, Master is practicing 1,000 types of spear arts. Are you trying to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? I have this idea, but I don't feel that the gains are much. Yang Kai was a little depressed. Compared to the beginning, he had indeed grown a lot on the path of spear arts, but it was much smaller than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had enough time to cultivate. Lu Shui said slowly, "Master's method is very similar to an old friend of mine." Oh, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Your old friend also cultivated like this?" Lu Shui nodded and said softly, "Yes, but he didn't collect as many spear arts as Master, only 100 to 200. Yang Kai was able to obtain so many spear arts from the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if Lu Shui's old friend was at the heaven-opening realm, he probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Being able to collect 100 to 200 was already a great effort. How did his cultivation go in the end?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "He succeeded," Lu Shui said slowly. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. "He spent several dozen years gathering the strengths of 100 schools, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to cultivate a sure-kill spear. That spear was his strongest attack, and I once sparred with him. Heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same realm would find it difficult to resist." A sure-kill spear. Yang Kai couldn't help but look fascinated, but when he heard Lu Shui say that this person had spent several dozen years, he was speechless. If gathering the strengths of 100 schools took several dozen years, then how many years would it take for him to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? Chapter 4058. Fortunately, in the great cosmological realm, there was a lot of time for Yang Kai to squander. Before finding suitable treasures, he could not condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have the time to cultivate these. "Can you tell me about your old friend's specific cultivation path?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Lu Shui said, "His approach is exactly the same as Master's. He collected more than 100 spear techniques and practiced them every day. I remember that when he was cultivating, he once said that when he forgot all the 100 spear techniques and only had 1 spear left, then he would be done. When I saw him again after a few decades, he had already succeeded. Forget the 100 spear techniques and only have 1 spear left." Yang Kai seemed to understand the man's intention. However, this was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? For spear techniques, the more one performed them, the more skilled they became. At the very least, Yang Kai had been like this for the past 2 to 3 months. Once he performed it many times and comprehended the essence, it would become a brand of memory in his body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forget such things. However, this sentence opened a new door for him. His eyes lit up. "Your old friend is amazing, amazing." Lu Shui smiled slightly. "Master, maybe you can give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "He has his path, and I have mine. His path may not be suitable for me, but it is indeed worth learning from. You may leave first." After saying that, he practiced the 1,000 spear techniques again. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no flowing time, great emperor, in cultivation. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai cultivated diligently. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been a time when he was so passionately and single-mindedly devoted to something. Every day, more than 1,000 spear techniques bloomed in his hands with brilliant splendor. Every 2 months, he would make a trip back to Star City. Firstly, he wanted to show his face to deter some rascals. Secondly, he wanted to check on the situation of his subordinates. Their progress was very good. The dozen or so people who had not condensed their Tao seals gradually condensed their own Tao seals. Furthermore, they had all surpassed the limits of what they could achieve. They had also satisfied Yang Kai's previous request. Each of them found Yuhi and took out Tier 4, and even tier 5 heavenly and earthly treasures to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Those who had already condensed their Tao seals and laid down their foundations were also trying their best to obtain the strongest power within the limits of what they could withstand. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing Lang Qingshan. This guy was indeed able to withstand the impact of the 5th grade heavenly treasure on the Tao seal. He had already condensed the power of the wood element. When Yang Kai returned, he gave him a portion of the primordial fire of the sun. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to condense the fire element. With such speed and aptitude, he was considered pretty good even in the Blessed Enclave. The income of Star City was not cheap. Yang Kai took 70% of the profits and naturally made a lot of money. However, these things were just worldly possessions. His own strength was the foundation of his foothold. Therefore, he did not stay for long every time he returned. At most, he would return to Crouching Dragon Mountain after 1 or 2 days to continue his cultivation. What he was worried about did not happen. The heavenly lunar demon spider did not appear again after wiping out the Sword Pavilion Star City. However, in various parts of the great cosmological realm, the cultivators' strongholds were destroyed by the beast tide from time to time. Some of the strongholds were even massacred with no survivors. Half a year later, on Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's figure was moving freely. When he withdrew his spear, his aura quickly calmed down. He stood in place and pondered. Not far away, Lu Shui was slightly stunned. She muttered, 1035 types. When she first observed Yang Kai's eyelid spear technique, he had used a total of 1,134 types. But now there were only 1,035 types left. He had lost almost 100 types of spear techniques. This change had gradually appeared in the past half a year. In other words, Yang Kai was gradually forgetting the spear techniques he had practiced. He had embarked on the same path as her old friend. Lu Shui laughed in her heart. In the end, he still had the temperament of a young man. He said that he had his own path, and she had her own path. It turned out that he was just being stubborn. In the end, he was still imitating others. However, to be able to forget 100 types in such a short time really shocked Lu Shui. Her old friend had spent decades on this. The aptitude and comprehension of this young man in front of her was something that her old friend could never catch up to. Thinking about it, he had already comprehended the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm, looking at the trichiliocosm and billions of living beings. How many people could do it? The subsequent progress made Lu Shui even more shocked. Yang Kai had spent half a year forgetting 100 types of spear techniques. After another half a year, he had already forgotten 600 types of spear techniques. The remaining 500 or so were also showing signs of mastery. Almost every day, there would be dozens or even dozens of types of spear techniques disappearing from Yang Kai's practice. The speed of disappearing was getting faster and faster. 2 months later, Yang Kai no longer had any traces of spear techniques when he attacked. There were only the simplest stabs, flicks, slashes, and sweeps. It was like a person who had just learned how to use a spear. He was clumsily waving a spear around without any power. Moreover, every strike of his seemed to be extremely difficult. The muscles on his arms were bulging and his aura was boiling. It was as if there was a huge invisible resistance that was blocking the spear in his hand, making it impossible for him to use it freely. This kind of attack could be easily avoided by anyone. Lu Shui couldn't understand, but instinctively, she felt that every spear strike had a terrifying power. This was the realm of simplicity. It seemed to be a simple movement, but it contained infinite changes. If she rushed up to Yang Kai at this moment, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist the power of his spear. This state lasted for a full year. For a year, he didn't rest, and didn't rest. Lu Shui watched every day in fear. fearing that Yang Kai would become the demon race. She wanted to go back to Red Star to report to Yu-He, but she was afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident if she left, so she could only accompany him. After more than 2 years, her injuries had already healed, and she had returned to her peak state. Even so, her mental state was always tense, making her feel a little tired. One day, the seemingly muddle-headed Kai Yang, whose eyes had always been lifeless, suddenly moved his eyes. The spear in his hands, which had been repeating the most simple movements, suddenly began to move. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, smooth and smooth. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the dragon pressure filled the air, enveloping the world. Lu Shui was shocked. When she looked up, it was as if she saw a giant dragon coiling between the heavens and earth, looking down on her, making her heart tremble. The sky was shrouded in spear shadows, and there was no trace of Yang Kai. In her field of vision, there was only the spear light that pierced through the heavens and earth, not limited to action, not limited to appearance, not limited to one state, not limited to one, not only thunder and wind, but also rain and wind, transcending the heavens and earth, 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 transcending the heavens and earth. My spear is free, my heart is free, laughing wildly to the heavens, shaking the heavens and earth, startling the birds and insects. When Lu Shui's vision recovered, she saw Yang Kai's black hair fluttering in the air, holding the spear with one arm, his pair of black eyes shining brightly. The surrounding void was filled with a brand of spear scars, and under the effect of the heavens and earth principles, they were slowly restored. What a terrifying spear technique! Lu Shui's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the spear scars that were gradually mending. She knew that this young man's strength had soared greatly after this transformation. However, he was walking the same path as that old friend of hers. After forgetting more than 1,000 spear techniques, shouldn't he have cultivated a sure-kill spear technique? Why was the final result so different? Just now, at the last moment, the spear technique Yang Kai displayed was indescribable. It seemed to be even stronger than that sure-kill spear technique. And although the sure-kill spear technique was fierce, it had been completely fixed, and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, Yang Kai's spear technique had endless possibilities. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Was it really like what he said, that he had his Tao and she had her own path? Master, what kind of spear is that? Lu Shui asked curiously. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before grinning. Unrestrained spear? Unrestrained spear. Lu Shui murmured before nodding seriously. Endless variations, endless power, not limited to any technique, free from the will of the heart, worthy of its name. Pursing her lips, she smiled. But unrestrained spear doesn't sound very pleasing to the ear. Why don't we call it the Great Unrestrained Spear? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although it was only a single word, the meaning was completely different. Laughing, he said, "Good, we'll do as you say. The Great Unrestrained Spear." Holding the spear in his hand, Yang Kai was filled with pride. After 2 years of hard work, he had cultivated the Great Unrestrained Spear, which could be said to be a great achievement. With this spear technique in hand, although he didn't dare say that the Black Dragon Spear's full power would be unleashed, it would at least be much better than before. If the mantis head didn't die and Yang Kai fought him again, he was confident that he could kill him within 10 breaths. The mantis head saber technique was natural, but Yang Kai's spear technique was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, it had been reborn. Now that he had mastered his spear technique, there was no need to cultivate here anymore. So he instructed Lu Shui, "Pack up and come back with me." Lu Shui responded, feeling a little nervous. After all, her identity was a bit sensitive, and she didn't know if she would be mocked or ridiculed by others. However, since she had chosen to follow Yang Kai, she could only endure even if others rolled their eyes at her. as long as she could leave the great cosmological realm safely. It didn't matter if she suffered some grievances. Taking out his communication bead, Yang Kai learned that Yuhi had contacted him many times. Previously, he would return to Star City every 3 months, but in the past year, he had reached a critical juncture and hadn't shown up. Yuhi was probably worried about him. At this moment, another message came from his communication bead. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and said in surprise, "Little fatty, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Don't even think about leaving this time." Yuhi's message actually said that little fatty Sujin had come to find him and had been waiting for him for 2 months. This little fatty came from the divine cauldron cave heaven and was an expert in artifact refining. He was even more proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted him to help arrange a spirit array in Star City, but unfortunately he didn't know where he was. He didn't expect to receive news of him at this time. In a few steps, Yang Kai walked to Lu Shue's side, grabbed her arm, and urged the power of the space spirit bead to instantly disappear. Chapter 4059. In the mansion, in front of Yang Kai's room, a charmingly naive, fair, and clean little fatty stood side by side with Yuhi, waiting anxiously. The little fatty was Su Zhen from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Back then, he had left after refining the origin magnet divine gourd, most likely to have condensed the power of the metal element. Since he had appeared now, it meant that he had succeeded. After all, he was a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven and had extraordinary talent. Since he dared to ask Yang Kai for a grade 6 origin magnet divine stone, he naturally had the confidence to refine it. "Senior, when will Brother Yang come out of seclusion?" Sujin turned to look at Yuhi. "I don't know either." Yuhi slowly shook her head. In the past, young master would come out of seclusion once every 2 months or so. I don't know why this time, but there has been no news from him for a year. Sujin's eyes turned, and he said worriedly, "Brother Yang wouldn't have become the demon race, right?" Yuhi's expression changed slightly. "How is that possible? Young master is a genius. It's impossible for him to become the demon race. Moreover, he hasn't reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. So his seclusion this time shouldn't be so dangerous." The little fatty shook his head. "That's hard to say. The path of cultivation is full of dangers, and if one is not careful, the consequences will be unpredictable." Yuhi was flustered by his words, and she was a little uncertain. Sujin struck while the iron was hot. "Why don't I break this restriction and see what happens? Don't even think about it." Yuhi glared at him. She had seen this little fatty's ability and knew that if he really wanted to break the restriction, it wouldn't take much effort. However, once he did so, he would definitely disturb Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, even if he didn't become the demon race, he would become the demon race. Sujin smiled. "I'm just saying, Senior, don't be angry. What a pity. I wanted to give Brother Yang another good fortune, but it seems he's coming out." The restriction of the room in front of him suddenly closed, and with a soft squeak, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked out. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? Yuhi revealed a smile, and her heart finally relaxed. She walked forward with a smile, but after taking 2 steps, she saw the person behind Yang Kai, and the smile on her face suddenly stiffened, and she stared at him in a daze. Sujin was also somewhat dumbfounded. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he said, "Senior, didn't you say that Brother Yang is in close seclusion? How could someone bring a woman into seclusion? Moreover, this woman was the leader of Sword Pavilion. It was said that Yang Kai had spent a year in seclusion this time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just what had happened during this year." Sujin looked at Lu Shui and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He felt envious of Yang Kai's luck with women. "What are you two doing here?" Yang Kai raised his head and saw Su Jun and Yuhi. He was puzzled. Little Fatty had a sly smile on his face, but Yuhi's face was ashen. Her delicate body was trembling, and her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at something behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lu Shue's face was red and her head was lowered. He suddenly understood and said, "I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. The space spirit bead was in his bedroom." After returning from Crouching Dragon Mountain, he naturally went straight to his bedroom. It wouldn't have been a big deal if no one had seen it, but now that he was caught red-handed, it really made people think of some things they shouldn't. What a big misunderstanding. Yuhi sneered, turned around, and left. Wherever she went, a chill would envelop her, causing Guizian to tremble in fear. He quickly moved to the side lest he be implicated. Su Jun smiled slyly and said, "Brother Yang, there's a fire in the backyard. Go put out the fire first, I'll talk to you later." Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Brother Su, you've really misunderstood. It's not what you think it is." Su Jun said, "It's useless to explain it to me." Yang Kai looked at Lu Shui, then looked at him and shook his head. He had no intention of explaining anything. He called Guizian and said, "Miss Lu Shui can be considered one of us now. Take her down and find a room for her to stay." "One of us." Guizian's heart trembled. He faintly felt that Yang Kai's words had a deeper meaning. He quickly replied, "Yes." Lu Shui excused herself and left with Guizian. Along the way, Guizian was very respectful, as if he wanted to worship her as his mistress. This made Lu Shui feel more and more ashamed. In the guest hall, Chinyu served tea and respectfully left. Yang Kai and Su Jun sat across from each other. Only then did Su Jun reveal the purpose of his visit. "Brother Yang, I have another great opportunity to give you." Last time, he said this, and then refined the origin magnet divine gourd for Yang Kai. This time he would say it again. Yang Kai was naturally interested and asked curiously, "Brother Su, please speak." Su Jun said, "Brother Yang is a peerless genius. He should have condensed 7th grade fire element power, right?" Yes, there was no way to hide this. Yuhi had already told him. When the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine technique appeared, it was tantamount to announcing this point to the world. Su Jun slowly said, "A 7th grade Golden Crow True Fire can only be suppressed by a 7th grade wood element power, so Brother Yang should also have a 7th grade wood element power. In the battle 2 years ago, Brother Yang also used the Earth Attribute Divine technique to form a shield. From what I can see, that divine technique is exceptionally sturdy and extraordinary, so it should also be a 7th grade one. In other words, Brother Yang has condensed at least 3 7th grade elements: wood, fire, and earth. In the Origin Magnet Mountains, Brother Yang risked universal condemnation and did not hesitate to make thousands of people his enemy. In the end, he even sealed off the passage and inspected everyone's space rings, all for the sake of obtaining a 7th grade divine Origin Magnet Stone. Speaking of this, Su Jun slowly shook his head. What a pity, although the Origin Magnet Mountains were abundant. No 7th grade divine Origin Magnet Stone appeared. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Yang." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Brother Su, have you ever heard of a saying?" "What saying?" Su Jun asked curiously. "Smart people generally don't live long." This little fatty had only met him twice, and their interactions were not deep, yet he was able to deduce so many things, almost exposing Yang Kai's background, causing Yang Kai to feel a chill run down his spine. Su Jun quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm just speaking casually. Brother Yang, please don't take it to heart." However, Brother Yang's ambition to reach the 7th grade and open the heavens should be correct. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor angry. The reason I came to you this time is related to a seventh-grade rare treasure. Sujin suddenly lowered his voice. Yang Kai's expression changed. A seventh-grade rare treasure? What attribute is it? If it was wood, fire, or earth, it would not be of much value to him, but if it was any other attribute, he would have to fight for it. Since entering the great cosmological realm until now, he had only found an earth dragon pearl, and it was obtained by chance. Even the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove, was so difficult to find, let alone the outside world. The last time the Golden Crow's corpse appeared, it caused various forces to fight over it, and even several high-rank heaven splitters were dispatched. Even if a seventh-grade rare treasure really appeared in the 3,000 worlds, it would not be Yang Kai's turn to fight for it. For him, the great cosmological realm was the most suitable place to display his strength. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the water element. Water element. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. After the metal element was the water element, which was also useful to him. Even if he could not refine it now, it would be good to collect it first. However, he was not blinded by this temptation, but looked at Su Zhen suspiciously. Brother Su, since there is a seventh-grade water element, you can go and get it yourself. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me there are two treasures of the water element. How precious are seventh-grade rare treasures. It's good enough to have one. How can there be two? Su Zhen laughed and shook his head. It's just that this trip may be a little dangerous. Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary, so I pulled you along to boost my courage. Yang Kai naturally did not believe this. The little fatty was a disciple from the divine cauldron heaven, and although he had not seen him fight, his strength was definitely not bad. If he said it was dangerous, then that place was really dangerous. Pulling Yang Kai along was probably to increase his combat strength. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, it's not just the two of us going. That place was discovered by a friend of mine, and there are about 5 or 6 people going together this time. 5 or 6 people. Yang Kai was amazed, and he even mentioned friends. Those who could be called friends by him most likely had extraordinary backgrounds and strength, and were probably the elite disciples of some blessed enclave. He chuckled. There's only one seventh-grade rare treasure, but there are 5 or 6 people. How do we split it? Su Zhen grinned and said, we travel together. When we reach the place, life, death, wealth, and riches are up to fate. Interesting. Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. It had been a long time since he had such an adventurous experience. Just hearing Su Zhen's words made his blood boil, and he wanted nothing more than to set off immediately. Then Brother Yang agrees? Su Zhen looked at him and asked, there's one more question. Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Brother Su asked me for a 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone last time, so what you condensed should be a 6th-grade rare treasure. So why are you coveting a 7th-grade rare treasure? Su Zhen said seriously, among the 5 elements, the wood and water elements are the most gentle and have the least impact on the Tao seal. Although I aim to be a 6th-grade rare treasure, condensing a 7th-grade wood and water element should not be a problem. Brother Yang, didn't your teacher tell you? Yang Kai suddenly realized Su Zhen's method was the same as the suggestion he had made to his dozen or so subordinates. Although their foundation was already set, they could use this foundation to obtain greater strength. If he guessed correctly, this little fatty should be condensing a 7th-grade wood element, but the others were all 6th-grade rare treasures. So in the end, he could only reach the 6th grade, splitting the heavens. How could Yang Kai have any teacher to tell him this? Although the lady boss had been good to him in the first inn, she did not expect his ambition to be so great, so she did not think to tell him this at all. Most of the common knowledge was obtained from Yu He. Chuckling, Yang Kai then said, right, there's one more thing I want to ask Brother Su for help with. Su Zhen asked, what is it? I want to ask Su Zhen to lay down a spirit array in this star market and increase the defensive power of this spirit array. Sujin could not help feeling a little speechless. This star market is Red Star Star Market. Brother Yang, you're just a consecrated in name. Why are you so concerned? It's useful. It might be useful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sujin could not refuse, so he could only say, how about this? I'll do it when we come back, but there's not enough time now. I made an agreement with those people before, and there are only 5 days left until the deadline. We have to set off tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be too late. Chapter 4060. The next morning, Yang Kai and Sujin set off, and everyone came to send them off. Yuhi hid behind the crowd with an ugly expression on her face. According to Guizian, this woman threw a huge tantrum last night and smashed the things in her room into pieces. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Kai looked at Guizian and said, this trip shouldn't take long. When I'm not around, carefully supervise their cultivation. If you need any supplies, just look for Yueha. Guizian replied, yes. Yueha curled her lips. Ha! Yang Kai glanced at her and said, Yueha, if you encounter any irresistible danger, you know what to do. Yueha tilted her head to the other side. Ha ha! Lu Shui felt guilty and stepped forward. Master, do you need this concubine to follow you? No need. You stay and assist Yueha in managing the star market. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Shui retreated helplessly and quietly glanced at Yueha, only to see this woman looking at her with a smile. That smile made her hair stand on end. She knew that if this misunderstanding was not resolved, she would not have a good life in the future. Let's go back, Brother Su. Yang Kai called out to Sujin and soared into the sky. Sujin followed closely behind. After the two left, the smile on Yueha's face gradually disappeared. She angrily lifted her dress, turned around, and walked in. Lu Shui hurriedly followed and said, Sister Yueha, I have something to tell you. Yuhi immediately smiled sweetly and said, What a coincidence. I also have some things that I want to discuss with little sister. Let's go to my room. As she said this, she intimately held Lu Shui's arm and walked away with a smile. Behind them, Guizian and the others couldn't help but shudder. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the great cosmological abyss, so it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Kai did not know which direction he was flying in. He followed Sujin for 3 days. During these 3 days, they passed by many cultivator strongholds, which made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder. These strongholds varied in size. Some were grand, while others were extremely hidden. The large ones could accommodate tens of thousands of people, while the small ones could only accommodate a few hundred people. They struggled to survive in the strange environment of the great cosmological realm. There were also some dilapidated strongholds that had been destroyed by the beast tide. There were many rotting corpses lying on the ground. It was a horrible sight. When the great cosmological realm opened, the entire star city was swallowed up, and at least millions of people were swallowed in. Now that several years had passed, less than half of them were still alive. Just in the Sword Pavilion's star market alone, tens of thousands of people had died or were injured. One could imagine how terrifying the loss rate of those who had entered the great cosmological realm during this period was. 3 days later, the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. There was also a salty smell in the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. There's a sea in the great cosmological realm? Sujin said solemnly, the great cosmological realm is vast and boundless. What we know is just a corner of the sea. What's so strange about there being a sea here? After a while, the turbulent sea came into view. The waves slammed against the table, rolling up waves that were hundreds of feet high. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Sujin said that this time they were looking for a grade 7 water element treasure. There was plenty of water power in the sea, so it was not surprising that it could breed a grade 7 water element treasure. After rushing into the sea and flying forward for another 3 hours, Sujin suddenly said, "We've arrived." At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed a few unfamiliar auras. Looking over, he saw several figures standing on a small island with a radius of only a few miles. One of them stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. He had a stalwart figure and was dressed in black. When he looked up, his eyes were like an eagle's, piercing straight into one's heart. Not far away, a young girl was sitting on a rock with her head down, busying herself with something. Her hair covered her shoulders, making it impossible to see her face. Another young man was sitting cross-legged on a treetop, 1,000 feet behind the young girl, silently circulating his chi. His figure rose and fell with the wind, his aura mysterious. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Although these 3 people were not heaven-opening cultivators, each of them gave him a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. Were these the friends that Sujin was talking about? He didn't know which heavenly paradise they came from, but each of them had an extraordinary background. Yang Kai and Sujin landed, and the black-clothed young man standing with his hands behind his back said coldly, "Fatty, you're late?" Sujin smiled and said, "Not at all. There's still more than a day before the deadline." After a pause, he added, "By the way, Brother Lin Feng, don't call me Fatty again, or I'll fall out with you." Even though he said that, he still smiled without the slightest anger. Lin Feng coldly snorted and turned to look at Yang Kai, raising his chin slightly. "You made us wait for so long just for this guy? Which heavenly paradise did he come from? How come I've never seen him before?" Sujin said, "I've never asked." He turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you come from?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It's neither a paradise nor a heavenly paradise. It's insignificant, not worth mentioning." Sujin was stunned. He had seen that Yang Kai could even comprehend something like the aspect divine technique, and was even determined to reach the 7th level of heaven opening. He also had a 5th level heaven opening cultivator like Yui following him and calling him young master. He had really thought that he was from some heavenly paradise, but now that he heard Yang Kai say this, it turned out that he wasn't. Without a heavenly paradise's deep background and huge material support, how could he cultivate to such a level? "Brother Yang, you're joking," said Sujin, shaking his head. He didn't believe him, but since Yang Kai didn't want to say, he didn't want to ask anymore. The young man in black grunted coldly, "Fatty, this guy is neither a heavenly paradise's disciple nor a paradise's disciple. You just casually asked him to join forces with us?" Sujin said solemnly, "Brother Lin, I've seen Brother Yang fight. In terms of strength, you're not as good as him." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Really?" As soon as his words fell, his fighting spirit soared, and his aura soared to the limit. He stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, as if he wanted to fight him here and now. Obviously, he was not convinced by Sujin's words. He was a heavenly paradise's disciple, and although he hadn't broken through to the sky-opening layer yet, he could still fight against a low-level heaven-opening cultivator. How strong was this guy in front of him? "Don't make trouble." Sujin looked at him speechlessly. "You'll see later." He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This guy is called Lin Feng, a disciple of Zhenwu Cave Heaven." Yang Kai cupped his hands politely and said, "Greetings, Brother Lin." When he saw Sujin and the guy surnamed Yin, Yang Kai thought that there might be other heavenly paradise's disciples in the Great Void Realm, but he didn't expect to see them today, and more than one at that. He didn't know why they were also in the star market at that time, but they ended up suffering an unexpected disaster. However, the Great Void Realm had both dangers and opportunities. For these proud sons of heaven, being involved in it was not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Feng snorted coldly and raised his nose to the sky. "This is Gu Pan from Lengya Paradise." Su Zhen pointed to the girl, who was sitting on a stone with her head down. The girl hurriedly got up, her cheeks puffed up, and said softly, "Greetings, Brother Yang." Her voice was very soft, just like a cat's. It was obvious that she was a gentle woman. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was greatly shocked. This girl named Gu Pan was actually from Lengya Paradise. That was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Zhang Ruoxi had awakened her Tianxing bloodline and inherited a part of her ancestors' memories. When she left the star boundary, she planned to go to Lengya Paradise, but she was swallowed by the thousand joints insect halfway and was separated from Yang Kai. Later, Yang Kai was stranded in the Chiqiao land, and Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai guessed that she should have gone to Lengya Paradise. After all, it was her ancestors' homeland. If she went there, it would be equivalent to returning home in glory. Yang Kai wanted to go to Lengya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi after he opened the heavens, but who knew that he would meet a disciple of Lengya Paradise here? He was surprised and happy, and almost wanted to ask about Zhang Ruoxi's situation, but he held back. There was no need to rush this matter. He would first see what Gu Pan's character was like before making any plans. "Greetings, Junior Sister Gu." Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned the greeting. The girl sat back down again and lowered her head to busy herself. "That one over there is Ningdao Ran from Carefree Paradise." Su Zhen pointed to the young man sitting cross-legged on the treetops, moving up and down with the wind. Although this young man was not old, he had an elegant temperament. This kind of aura could only be possessed by those old men with immortal temperament. If one didn't look at him and only felt this aura, they would think that he was a flowing time great emperor. Ningdao Ran did not get up, but raised a palm to Yang Kai from afar and said, "Greetings, brother." "Brother Ning." Yang Kai returned the greeting. Su Zhen looked around and scratched his head. Where did that seductress Chu Huashang go? When the voice just fell, a figure came out of the sea behind him. The figure was graceful and covered with gauze. When it came out of the water vapor lingered around the body, causing infinite reverie. Yang Kai looked at it and saw an enchanting and charming woman standing behind Su Zhen. She was half a head higher than him. She leaned over and breathed in Su Zhen's ear, "Little fatty, who are you calling a seductress?" Su Zhen looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart. He gave a thumbs up and pointed back. "This evil spirit is from Yin Yang Wonderland, called Chu Huashang. Yang Xiong should be careful. She is the best at seducing men. Don't let her kill you." "Oh, why are you twisting my ear? Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I will fight with you. What is seducing men? What is sucking yang qi?" Chu Huashang gnashed her teeth and twisted Su Zhen's ears. "My Yin Yang Wonderland is on the way of Yin and Yang integration. It is not the way of those dirty tricks. You don't slander me in front of outsiders." Su Zhen's face was distorted with pain, but he dutifully stared at Yang Kai and said, "Anyway, Brother Yang, be careful of this woman." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Su is serious. Alone Yin is not born, alone Yang is not long. Yin and Yang are mixed. It is the way of heaven and earth. It is not as serious as you say." Chapter 4061. He has also received the benefits of Yin and Yang fusion. Naturally, he knows that the orthodox fusion method is not comparable to those bad methods, but he has some right to speak. Chu Huashang's heart went to the bottom of her heart, and she didn't bother to find trouble with Su Zhen. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. It's still this little brother who is sensible. "Little brother, if you have time, we can discuss the art of union cultivation." "Well, there's a chance." Yang Kai kept nodding. Su Zhen was stunned. Yang Kai came up with Chu Huashang, this seductress. What a scandal! He regretted looking for Yang Kai. He couldn't see that this guy was a pervert. Lin Feng's eyes flashed a trace of contempt, and he said coldly, "Fatty, you came to find people. If you die on the way back, don't blame anyone." Yang Kai said with a smile, "If I die, it's my own fault. I can't blame others." "It sounds like a man." Lin Feng looked up and down at Yang Kai, as if to re-examine him. Suzhen said, "Don't talk nonsense. Now that everyone is here, Lin Feng, it's time to talk about the water treasure. Let's go and talk about it so as not to waste time." Lin Feng said, "All right." Suzhen agreed. Gu Pan stood up and Ning Dao Ran floated down from the treetop. He twirled his fingers and a willow leaf suddenly appeared. The willow leaf grew in the wind, and with a bang, it transformed into a small boat. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This willow leaf didn't have the aura of a secret treasure. It was like an ordinary willow leaf. He didn't know what wonderful method Ning Dao Ran had used. It had such an amazing change. A group of people jumped on the willow leaf boat. Ning Dao Ran stood at the bow of the boat and controlled the boat to break through the air. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on it. He found that the boat was very strong. Even if he hit it with his hand, he might not be able to destroy it. The disciples of the blessed enclave really had unique skills. The little fatty Suzhen was like this, and Ning Dao Ran was like this. He was afraid that Lin Feng, Gu Pan, and Chu Huashang were not soft persimmons. He could not help but feel a little envious. It was good to have a backer. No matter what he learned, there would be someone to teach him, and there would be no need to worry about cultivation resources. Unlike him, no matter where he went, he had to start from scratch and fight with his life on the line. No one loved him or loved him. Even his cultivation had to be done step by step. Lin Feng had already started talking about the water element treasure. Several disciples of the blessed enclave gathered in the star market at that time. Enclave. There must be many secret records in their respective sections. Even the elders in their sects came out of the great void realm. They have more or less seen some information about the great void realm. After arriving here, they immediately separated and went to find their own opportunities. In the past few years, everyone has gained something. Needless to say, Suzhen refined the divine magnetic gourd and found Yang Kai in exchange for a 6th-level divine magnetic stone. It can be said that he made a lot of money, although he was a disciple of Shinding Tian. Even in Shinding Tian, it took a lot of time and energy to get a 6th-level metal treasure. After all, 6th-level treasures were not cabbages that could be picked up everywhere. Several others also had similar gains. Lin Feng traveled around and came to the sea by chance. He felt the rich water element qi on an island. The water element qi was rich and mellow, far beyond any water element treasure he had seen before. That is definitely a 7th level or even an 8th level water element treasure. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Everyone's breath couldn't help being short. How precious is a 7th or 8th level water element treasure? It can suppress the fortune of a land outside. It may not appear in thousands of years, but it can be found in the great void realm. I'm afraid it's not so easy to get it, Chu Huashang said with a smile. If you can get it easily, you, Lin Feng, will not call us to help together. Lin Feng said, naturally, it's not easy to get it. On the island, there are many strange sea clans, and the water element treasure seems to be very important to those sea clans. The closer to the island, the stricter the defense is. I have been forced to retreat 4 times. Sea clan? Everyone was surprised. Suzhen said, is there a master among the sea clans? Lin Feng shook his head slowly. It's not very powerful. It's not my opponent in a one-on-one fight. What's worse is that there are too many of them. Lin's 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Have you seen the water element treasure? Chu Huashang asked. What is that? Lin Feng blushed. I haven't seen it. Seeing everyone looking at him with a strange expression, he couldn't help but be angry. Although I haven't seen it, I can be sure that it is definitely a 7th or 8th level treasure. If you don't want to go, I have to get that thing by myself. Ew. Su Jun hurriedly said, Go, go. It's rare to have this opportunity. How can we not go and see? Chu Huashang also nodded and said, Yes. Ning Daoran has been standing at the bow of the boat, not saying a word, as if nothing is in his heart, and Gu Pan is busy with his head down. These two people don't express any opinions at all, which is very strange. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Yang Kai. All right. But let's get this straight first. There are 6 of us, but there's only one water element treasure. When the time comes, don't blame this Lin for not showing mercy. Chu Huashang said with a smile, People also mean this. Brother Lin, if you are killed by others, don't blame others. Lin Feng snorted. You have this ability to kill me. Suddenly turned to Yang Kai. I know all of your abilities and you are qualified to join forces with Lin, but this one, Yang Kai's smile. Brother Lin, do you want to see it? If you are not qualified, I will kill you now, so as not to drag us down. Chu Huashang frowned and said, this person, often kill this, kill that, can you be a little more gentle? You look at senior brother Ning, although she met Yang Kai for the first time. It was the first time she met someone who did not reject the combination of yin and yang, and was even willing to speak for this way of cultivation. Naturally, she had some good feelings for him. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai raised his hand. Brother Lin, it's normal to have this concern, but I don't know how Brother Lin wants to verify whether I am qualified. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. If you take 3 of my palms and don't die, it means that you have this qualification. Ning Dao ran, who had been standing still, slowly turned back. The boat will break. Lin Feng was furious. Who cares about your broken boats? Ning Dao Ran was silent for a moment and no longer said anything. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Lin, and I first met, it hurt the harmony, but since Brother Lin wants to see my ability, I will let you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped backward and fell straight into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng's face was stunned. Chu Huashang was stunned on the spot. Gu Pan suddenly coughed, as if choked by something, and kept beating his chest with his small hand. In the perception of the divine sense, Yang Kai quickly went away, and soon was out of their perception range. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes twitched, ran away. He glared at Su Jun. This is the helper you found. Your eyes grow in the ass? Dare to bring a cat or a dog here. Su Jun scratched his head. No. Yang Kai alone faced thousands of people, and his face didn't change. How could he be afraid of competing with Lin Feng? But if he wasn't afraid, why did he run away? Su Jun was puzzled. Chu Huashang also shook his head and sighed. I thought it was a good boy. It turned out to be just a silver spearhead. Something is coming. Su Jun's face suddenly changed. When the words fell, everyone was aware of it. Lin Feng shouted, I forgot to tell you, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. There are many sea monsters in the sea. All of them are extraordinary, and fighting in this sea is very advantageous for them. It's very difficult for us to kill them. Be careful. It's coming. The willow leaf boat suddenly jumped up 100 feet and then drifted nimbly, avoiding the attack from under the sea. Looking down, he saw a huge thing under the sea rising into the sky. Wow, what a big octopus! Chu Huashang put her hand over her eyes and exclaimed. As far as the eye could see, a huge octopus rushed out of the sea. The tentacles with suckers were more than 100 feet long. They were dancing with great momentum, as if there was a mountain in front of them that could be swept away. It's this evil creature again. The last time I crossed the sea, I met this thing. I fought with it for a long time and almost killed it. Unfortunately, I let it escape in the end. Well, This time it dares to come out. Don't think of going back alive. Lin Feng stepped forward, his face full of murderous intent. This fish. Su Zhan was stunned as he looked at the octopus with a strange expression. This was because at this moment, the octopus's two round eyes were filled with shock and fear. Moreover, looking at its flustered appearance, it didn't seem like it had taken the initiative to rush out of the sea to attack them. Instead, it seemed like it had been struck by some kind of attack. With a crash, a figure suddenly broke out of the sea and rushed straight to the octopus. It rushed to the octopus in a flash. As if feeling the crisis, the octopus waved its claws and swept down. The figure took a deep breath, raised a fist, and slammed out, hitting the soft abdomen of the octopus. The sound of the explosion rang out, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out. The octopus's 8 claws were stiff, and its 2 round eyes were bulging. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the mountain-like octopus exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered down. On the sea, within a radius of dozens of miles, pieces of flesh and blood floated everywhere, attracting the dancing sharks. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 4062. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed back on the willow boat. Smiling as he looked at Lin Feng, "Senior brother Lin, I don't know if that punch of mine still caught your eye." Lin Feng's eyes kept twitching. After a while, he said coldly, "It's just a brute force. It's really extraordinary to be able to throw such a huge octopus out of the sea. It's not something he can match. Moreover, that punch can smash the octopus into pieces. It can be seen that the strength is strong. But the foundation of the cultivator is not only brute force, but also the depth of his own strength, the cultivation of the secret techniques, the sacrificial treasures, and other comprehensive evaluations. It's just that he just said that the last time he met the octopus, he couldn't do anything to the other side. However, he was killed by Yang Kai with a punch, which was somewhat embarrassing. That's qualified." Yang Kai looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng snorted and said nothing more. "Little brother Yang is really strong." Chu Huashang's eyes were shining. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's arm. "This muscle is really strong. I have stronger muscles in other places. Sister Chu, do you want to touch it?" Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang glanced at him and said, "Bad embryo." Kai Yang laughed heartily. Lin Feng bit his teeth and said, "Adulterer." Little fatty Su Zhan couldn't help but sigh and reach for his forehead. All the way, the willow boat broke through the air. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang sat side by side on the side of the boat. Their heads were together and whispered. They didn't know what they were talking about. It was so good to talk about it. From time to time, Chu Huashang also stretched out her fist and punched Yang Kai. She laughed again and again. It looked like two people were flirting. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. There are many dangers in the sea. Many huge sea monsters are crisscrossed. They feel the breath of strangers and rush out from time to block the road. However, all these people on board have extraordinary backgrounds. Although these sea monsters are fierce, they can't do anything to them. They are often killed before they get close. Where the willow boat passed, there was a bloody rain. Yang Kai was also lucky to see the means of several other disciples of the blessed enclave. They were all extraordinary, especially the divine technique that these people comprehended with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, which really opened his eyes. Traveling with these people, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel as if he had just jumped out of a clump of dirt and seen the world. He wanted to say a few words to Gu Pan and pull the relationship closer so that he could find an opportunity to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. Unfortunately, Chu Huashang kept pestering him and discussing the mystery of the yin and yang. Yang Kai was also helpless and could only give up. But then again, the yin and yang fairyland is really amazing. Only after a long talk with Chu Huasheng, Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot. It's a pity that Su Yan is not around, otherwise he would have to try it. Chu Huasheng obviously also got some inspiration from Yang Kai. The more they talked, the more congenial they became. 3 days later, the willow leaf boat suddenly descended and landed on a lonely reef. Ning Daoran took the willow leaf, and everyone looked around. Lin Feng pointed in one direction and said, "See the island over there? The water element treasure is on that island. This island is not small. When I came last time, I tried to get it several times, but I didn't succeed. This time, there are 6 of us. We must get the treasure." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw an island in the depths of the sea. Looking from this position, the island was not too big, but it was 1,000 miles away from the island. It didn't look big from here, but it was definitely not small when they got closer. Su Zhen looked at Yang Kai and said, "It's like this, Brother Yang. We have discussed it before. We have a total of 6 people, so we will divide into 3 groups. 2 people will go together and land on the island from different directions. The rest will depend on our own ability. If anyone can get it, others won't have any complaints." They originally only had 5 people, so if they were to split up into 3 groups, there would be 1 less person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked for Kai Yang's help. He had also seen Kai Yang's ability, so he naturally knew that by asking for Kai Yang's help, they would be much safer. "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's divide into groups." Su Zhen saw that Yang Kai had no objection and immediately proposed. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Huasheng stepped forward and took Yang Kai's arm and wanted to tie up with him. "I'll be in a group with little brother Yang." She and Yang Kai have been talking happily on the ship for 3 days. Naturally, she wants to act with him. "No." Su Zhen and Lin Feng said in unison. "Why not?" Chu Huasheng's face was black. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "You 2 dog men and women are so close to each other on the ship. If I give you a group, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if you live or die. What if you implicate us?" Chu Huasheng said angrily, "Who are you calling a dog man and woman? Say it again." "What about you?" Lin Feng did not show weakness. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out even before the groups had been decided, Su Zhen too quickly interjected, all right, let's not talk too much. Although Brother Lin's words aren't pleasant to hear, I also have the same opinion. Enchantress Chu, you absolutely cannot be in the same group as Brother Yang." Chu Huasheng said with a sneer, "Then who do you want me to be in a group with?" Su Zhen looked at the others and pointed out, "Let's be in a group with Brother Ning." Chu Huasheng immediately jumped up and said, "You want me to be in a group with this wood? Little fatty, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Ning Dao Ran's heart is natural, and everything is not in her heart. It is incompatible with her aura. She is naturally very unhappy. "Then we'll go first." Ning Dao Ran didn't seem to hear it. After saying a word, his figure flickered, and he went up to the island step by step. Chu Huasheng was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. Seeing Ning Dao Ran going farther and farther, she could only helplessly say, "Little brother Yang, let's have a good talk after we go back. I can't wait to try it with you." Yang Kai patted her arm and said, "Be careful." "Well, wait for me." Chu Huasheng couldn't help nodding, and her body flickered and chased after Ning Dao Ran. Seeing her leave, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Zhen gratefully. If he stayed with Chu Huasheng, he couldn't stand this passionate woman. As for Brother Yang, Su Zhen looked at Yang Kai, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He said, "Brother Yang, you and Gu Shimi are in a group. The remaining 4 people, Yang Kai and Lin Feng, are not easy to deal with. Naturally, they can't act together. Otherwise, they are looking for trouble." He wanted to be in a group with Yang Kai. After all, Yong Kai is strong. If he encounters any danger, he can turn it into safety with his ability. But after thinking about it, he gave this opportunity to Gu Pan. If he and Lin Feng join forces, they may not be worse than the group of Yong Kai and Gu Pan. Lin Feng naturally had no opinion. Seeing that Su Zhen had finished the grouping, he urged, "In that case, let's go. We can't let Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang get the opportunity." With a step, he was already 1,000 feet away. Su Zhen hurriedly whispered to Yong Kai, "Brother Yang, Gu Shimi is the true disciple of Langya Blessed Land. She has a very high status in Langya Blessed Land. You can't mess with her, or you will be hunted down by Langya Blessed Land." Yong Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Su Zhen cast a suspicious look. She secretly cursed herself for having made such a mistake. Back in Yong Kai's mansion, when she saw him and Lu Shui come out of the secret room together, she should have realized that he was a pervert. She couldn't help worrying. Was it really a good idea to hand Gu Pan over to him? Yong Kai said, "I am not that kind of person." Su Zhen sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "You're on your own now." Having said that, he chased after Lin Feng. The four left, leaving Yong Kai and Gu Pan on the reef. Yong Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to be alone with this girl, but Su Zhen's arrangement was like a pillow sent to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. First, he needed to feel out the details of this Gu Pan. Turning his head, Gu Pan was still busy with her head down. She had been like this since he first saw her, and he didn't know what she was busy with. "Junior sister Gu." Yong Kai greeted with a harmless smile. Gu Pan covered her mouth with her hand and quickly chewed for a while before swallowing something into her stomach. She then looked up and whispered, "Brother?" Yong Kai stared at the corner of her mouth and reached out to touch the same part of his mouth. "Junior sister, there's something here." Gu Pan raised her hand and removed the thing from her mouth. Then, under the stare of Yong Kai, she stuffed it into her mouth, sucked on her fingers, and licked her lips. Yong Kai was a little dumbfounded. When he saw this girl with her head down and busying herself before, he thought she was cultivating some kind of secret art. But now it seemed that she was actually quietly eating. He didn't know what was so delicious that it made her eat without stopping, but what was even more bizarre was that she didn't seem to be eating at all. Taking a deep breath, Yong Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister, let's go." And Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two immediately set off from the reef and headed towards the island. It was a distance of 1,000 miles, so even if they were stealthily moving forward, it only took them a little over 2 hours to reach their destination. Looking up, the island was indeed ridiculously large, its length and width unknown. The four people who had left before were also nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they had gone. "Brother, don't we need to take a detour?" Gu Pan saw Yong Kai moving in the same direction and suddenly asked. Yong Kai said, "No need. They must have taken a detour. We're already slower than them, so we can save some time." "Good." Gu Pan nodded. "Right, junior sister, do you have a method to conceal your aura and figure?" Gu Pan said, "Concealing one's aura can be done, but concealing one's figure is a bit difficult. Then let's use my artifact. Junior sister, come closer." Gu Pan didn't suspect anything and stuck close to Yong Kai. Yong Kai raised his hand and summoned the shadowless gauze, directly covering the two of them. In an instant, the two figures disappeared into the void, and even if someone tried to investigate carefully, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of them. Chapter 4063. The Shadowless Veil was something that Yong Kai obtained in the Qiqiao land. It was originally bestowed to his disciple Du Rufeng by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Venerable Duan Hai. Since Du Rufeng was killed by Yong Kai, the shadowless veil naturally became Yang Kai's spoils of war. Duan Hai had a 4th grade heaven-opening cultivation, and the shadowless veil was of extraordinary quality. Once activated, it had the effect of concealing one's aura and figure. A lower-grade heaven-opening cultivator would find it difficult to detect one's whereabouts, so it could be considered a rare treasure. Back on the Sun Star, Yang Kai had used this treasure to avoid the detection of many lower-grade heaven-opening cultivators before finally approaching the Golden Crow's corpse and snatching it by chance. Later on, in the first inn, the shadowless veil was taken away by the lady boss and asked a grandmaster to refine it, raising the shadowless veil's effect to another level. The lady boss said that a lower-grade heaven-opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts, and even a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts if they did not pay attention. In the great cosmological realm, as long as the power of heaven-opening did not appear, the shadowless veil could be said to be a rare treasure. Gu Pan's eyesight was not bad, and after being shrouded by the shadowless veil, she could see the extraordinariness of this thing and praised, "Brother, this treasure is really good." Yang Kai chuckled. Junior sister comes from Lengya-blessed land and is a disciple of a great sect. How could this thing enter junior sister's eyes? Gu Pan said, "Seriously, this is my first time going out for experience." Yang Kai was stunned. "Then junior sister is really unlucky." Gu Pan lowered her head. "A little sad. Master, brother, and senior sister must be worried. She looked like a little girl." Yang Kai could not bear to see this and comforted her. "Don't worry, there will be a day when you go out. At that time, you can reunite again." "Brother is right," Gu Pan nodded repeatedly. "Shoo." Yang Kai raised a finger. "Don't talk for now, we're going to land on the island." There seemed to be a lot of sea race people there. There were indeed many members of the sea tribe stationed on the coast. There were bonfires on the beach, and there were palm leaf houses next to the bonfires. Many members of the sea tribe were walking in and out of the houses. Some food was being roasted on the bonfires, emitting an enticing aroma. Yang Kai quietly glanced over and couldn't help but frown. He found that these sea race creatures were just as Lin Feng had said before. Some had fish heads, some had fish gills, some had fish skin on their feet, and some had fish scales all over their bodies. These members of the sea race all had humanoid forms, but none of them looked like humans. They all retained most of the characteristics of the sea race. This reminded him of the mantis head he had encountered in the Sword Pavilion Star Market. That guy was the same. He had a human form, but he had the head of a praying mantis. Even his 2 arms looked like blades. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Void realm were not the same as in the outside world. It should be extremely difficult for a monster beast to transform. It was not as simple as in the outside world. Many sea clan cultivators had gathered together and were speaking in a strange language that Yang Kai couldn't understand. But when he saw that they all seemed to be in harmony, he knew that his guess was right. Lin Feng and the others should have taken a detour and not come ashore here. Otherwise, there would have been a great battle. The members of the sea race on the beach were all miscellaneous soldiers. They looked vulnerable. Yang Kai was not afraid, but since he was going to sneak in, it was naturally better not to alert the enemy. However, Gu Pan's aura suddenly became chaotic. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Gu Pan's face was slightly pale, her cheeks were bulging, and there was a slight and strange sound coming from her throat. Yang Kai was surprised. "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Gu Pan wanted to cry. "Brother, I want to vomit." As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her hand. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they are a little ugly, they don't make you so disgusted. Don't vomit, or we'll be in trouble." Gu Pan nodded quickly, her big eyes full of mist. She lowered her head and did not look at the members of the sea race. Suddenly there was a voice. talking about the incident a few months ago. The reason why the sea race had arranged their troops here was to prevent that person from coming again. Yang Kai understood that they should be talking about Lin Feng. When he turned his head to look, he saw two people who looked different from the other members of the Sea tribe standing in front of a bonfire. They were chatting animatedly. The chi of these two members of the Sea race was extremely strong, and they were dressed very well. It seemed that their status in the Sea race was not low. One of the fish heads suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a suspicious look. "What's wrong?" the other member of the Sea race asked. The fish head said, "It's nothing. Someone just looked at me." Ignoring him, he continued chatting with his companion. Under the shadowless gauze, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, his heart trembling. This shadowless gauze was good, but when using it, he still had to pay attention to his eyes. The fish monster just now wasn't very strong, and Yang Kai had only glanced at it for a moment before it sensed his presence. If they really encountered a strong master, they might be able to see through him. Moving forward quietly, avoiding the campfires and groups of Sea race soldiers, it was not until 2 hours later that Yang Kai brought Gu Pan to a certain part of the jungle. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no signs of life around, and this place was extremely remote. Yang Kai put away the shadowless gauze and said, "Let's rest first." After all, the shadowless gauze was a heaven-opening boundary artifact, and Yang Kai consumed a lot of energy to use it. In this damned place, who knew when a great battle would break out? Naturally, he had to maintain his energy at all times. Gu Pan's face was still pale as she groped around for a stone and sat down, taking out something from her space ring and staring at it with a bitter expression. Yang Kai stared at it, somewhat speechless. What Gu Pan was holding in her hand was a small piece of dried fish, about 1/2 foot long and golden yellow in color. It should have been cooked by her. Thinking of the thing at the corner of her mouth just now, Yang Kai suddenly understood. This woman had been busy with her head down all this time because she had been eating dried fish. However, at this moment, the usually delicious dried fish in her eyes was transforming into the strange appearances of those fish monsters from time to time, causing Gu Pan's face to go pale, and she began retching. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that her vomiting was not because she was frightened, but because she had thought of his dried fish, so he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Junior sister, this thing has nothing to do with those fish monsters. Don't think too much about it." Gu Pan raised her head, her eyes hazy with tears. "Really?" Yang Kai was startled and nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's true. Those fish monsters are fishy and smelly. How could they be compared to this dried fish? This is the world's #1 delicacy." Gu Pan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brother also thinks so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It seems you also think so." Gu Pan nodded again. "Dried fish is the most delicious. Unfortunately, Master doesn't allow me to eat it." "Master isn't here." Yang Kai winked at her. "Second senior sister also says so." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Every time. It's second senior sister who secretly makes me a lot of dried fish." Saying so, she mustered up her courage, grabbed the dried fish, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The next moment, she narrowed her eyes and chewed. All the previous haze in her heart swept away. She ate quietly, chewing slowly, but her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, a small dried fish entered her stomach, and she took out another one. After eating more than a dozen, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking up at Kai Yang, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior brother, do you want to eat?" While speaking, he handed the half-eaten piece of dried fish to Kai Yang. Yang Kai took it with a smile. "I also want to try your second senior sister's cooking." After eating, regardless of whether it was delicious or not, he kept praising it, making Gu Pan nod repeatedly in agreement. After this contact, Yang Kai could see that this girl wasn't scheming. She should have been raised in a greenhouse since childhood. and she herself said that this was the first time she came out to experience the world and was involved in the great cosmological boundary. Since she wasn't scheming, Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with her anymore. Just as he was about to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly summoned the shadowless veil to cover the two of them. Brother? Gu Pan was puzzled. Someone's coming, Yang Kai shushed her. A moment later, accompanied by a rustling sound, a team of fish demons came from the other end of the woods. The leader was less than 3 feet tall and carried a steel fork in his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fish demon he was, but he had a round body without a neck. His head was attached to his body, making him look like a meatball, which was very funny. This should be a team of patrolling fish demons, shuttling through the jungle. Suddenly, the leading fish demon stopped in its tracks. Its nose twitched, as if it had discovered something. The fish demon's sense of smell should be good. While twitching his nose, he approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan, followed by a group of subordinates behind him. Yang Kai looked down at Gu Pan, speechless. He saw the remnants of dried fish on the corner of Gu Pan's mouth. Gu Pan also seemed to notice it and reached out to touch it, then blushed. A moment later, the fish demon was already 3 feet away from Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and he was still sniffing. His hideous and disgusting appearance made people feel nauseous, and a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. Brother, I can't take it anymore, Gu Pan whispered. She suddenly raised her hand, and a brush appeared in her hand. She drew in the air, and an yin-yang tai chi diagram came crashing down. The yin-yang energy rotated, enveloping all the fish demons. Miserable screams rang out as the fish demons were ground to dust. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the leading fish demon, saving him in an instant. With the two's action, the shadowless veil lost its effect, completely exposing their whereabouts. The fish demon was still in a state of shock after escaping from death. He raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Gu Pan and became furious. You two have guts. How dare you sneak attack the great Wu-la-la? Wu-la-la? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. The fish demon raised his hand and pointed behind him, saying arrogantly, I am the great Wu-la-la. Let me go quickly or you'll die. With a bang, Yang Kai punched him in the eye, and the great Wu-la-la's eyes rolled back, and he fainted without a sound. Chapter 4064. Gu Pan said with disdain, Brother, why did you save him? If not for Yang Kai's timely intervention, this great Wu-la would have been killed by the yin-yang tai chi diagram. Yang Kai said, We are deep behind enemy lines and are unfamiliar with this place. We have to find someone to ask about the strength of the sea race here. Gu Pan nodded. Brother, you are very considerate. They couldn't stay here any longer. A group of fish demons were killed by Gu Pan. Although they were very fast, there was still some noise. Yang Kai hurriedly destroyed the corpses to hide the traces of the battle. Gu Pan watched from the side and saw that Yang Kai's movements were swift and skillful. After a while, he couldn't see any abnormalities. He couldn't help but admire him, thinking that brother really knew a lot. When the fish demon Wu-la woke up, he found that he was tied up. He quietly opened his eyes and found that he was in a cave. There were flames jumping around and crackling sounds coming out. There was also a strange fragrance. You're awake? A face came over and stuck in front of him. Wu-la was shocked. He looked up and saw the face of the person who had knocked him out. He was furious. How dare you sneak attack the great Wu-la? I will kill all of you. Wu-la-la-la-la. Yang Kai punched him in the head. A 3 to 4 inches high bump appeared on Wu-la's head. It looked like a tumor grew on his head. This guy was useless, but he had a bad temper. Wu-la was in pain, and he kept screaming. Yang Kai said gloomily, Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I will kill you right now. Wu-la immediately stopped screaming. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Wu La La is not afraid of death. Yang Kai sneered. If you are not afraid of death, then scream. This guy was obviously very scared, but he was very stubborn. He pointed to the side. Do you see that girl over there? Wu La turned his head and saw a bonfire burning there. A young girl was sitting next to the bonfire, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai said, that girl likes to eat dried fish. If you want to die, it's easy. I'll hand you over to her. She'll cut you into pieces and roast you slowly. Wu La was shocked. She looked carefully and saw that the young girl was roasting a few small dried fish over the bonfire. The fish was golden and shiny, and oil dripped down, making a sizzling sound. Woolala, it's fishy and smelly. It's not tasty. The fish demon cried out loudly. It was so scared that its liver and gallbladder were splitting apart. She's not picky. As long as it's fish, she can eat it. Yang Kai smiled. Gu Pan also looked at the fish demon with a smile. She grabbed a small dried fish and put it in her mouth to chew. Wu La's face was extremely pale as she begged for mercy. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Wu La doesn't want to die. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. If you want to live, it's even easier. Open your mind and let me plant the divine soul brand in you. Become my servant, and you will live. Wu La was angry again. How dare you? You want the great Wu La to munch, munch. The sound of Gu Pan eating dried fish came from the side. As she ate, she looked at the fish demon with her big eyes, as if she wanted to taste which part of the fish was the most delicious. The fish demon shivered and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Can I really live if I become your servant? Don't worry, you can definitely live. Wu La struggled for a moment and said dejectedly, Wu La agrees. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore. Immediately, his divine thought surged and rushed into the fish demon's mind. This fish demon wasn't very strong. Even if he tried his best to resist, Yang Kai could still break the defense of his mind. However, if he didn't cooperate, his divine thought would be damaged, and he would become mentally retarded. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill him and save the trouble. After a short while, Yang Kai planted the divine soul brand in Wu La's mind. His divine thought surged and searched through the fish demon's memory. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Wu La speechlessly. Then he withdrew his divine thought. This fish demon was very arrogant. He kept calling himself the Great Wu La. In fact, he didn't have a high status in the sea race. He was just a small captain of a patrol team. Therefore, he didn't know much. He knew a little about the water element treasure, but he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it was a sacred relic of the Sea tribe. Only the highest members of the Sea tribe were qualified to get close to the sacred relic and pray to it to obtain great power. However, a few months ago, a guy broke into this place and tried to get his hands on the sacred relic. The Sea tribe was furious and fought with him several times, forcing him to retreat. Recently, the place where the sacred relic was located was much more heavily guarded. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Take us to the place where the sacred relic is." Wu La blinked and shook his head. "You can't go there. You look so strange. Obviously, you are different from us. If you are discovered, you will be killed." Yang Kai sneered. "Of course, I have a way to make you take us there." Wu La scratched his head. But Wu La can't get close to the sacred relic. He didn't have a high position in the Sea tribe. How could he be qualified to get close to the sacred relic? Once he got close, he would definitely be expelled or even killed. "We'll go wherever we can." Yang Kai smiled and threw a bag to Wu La later. "Keep this bag carefully. Don't let anyone find it." Yang Kai called Gu Pan. Gu Pan finished the dried fish in 2 or 3 bites. He stood up and walked to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai changed his hand signs, and his soul consciousness surged. He opened the Six Directions Rui pouch and pulled Gu Pan into it. Wu La was shocked when he saw this. He was born in this place and had never been to the outside world. He had never seen such a strange method. He was amazed when he saw two people get into the pouch in his hand. He was shocked. He didn't know if he could squeeze the people in the pouch to death. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Yang Kai's voice echoed in his head. Don't think about it. I can take your life with a thought. Cooperate with me. After everything is done, I will let you go. Wu La's face was pale, but he kept nodding. Now, hide the pouch. Yang Kai ordered again. Wu La fumbled for a while and hid the pouch under his scales. Then he picked up his steel fork and walked out uneasily. In the Six Directions Rui pouch, Gu Pan said softly, Brother, it's a little crowded. The Six Unity Wish bag was a very mysterious thing. It could be big or small. When Yang Kai had transformed into his 1,000-meter-long dragon form, this thing could also fit inside. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were also fine inside, but no matter how big the things inside were, it would still feel crowded. When the girl exhaled, Yang Kai felt something soft and elastic stick to his back. Gu Pan had never been so close to anyone. She was not used to it. Her body twisted uneasily, which made Yang Kai feel more and more. Junior sister, why don't you turn your back to me? Yang Kai suggested. Oh, Gu Pan turned around with difficulty. Her body rubbed against Yang Kai's back. After much difficulty, she turned around and sighed. Brother, you have so many treasures. First, it was the shadowless veil that concealed his presence and figure. Now, there was this Rui pouch. It was an eye-opener for Gu Pan. Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior sister, your treasures are not bad. Previously, when Gu Pan killed the pair of fish demons, she took out a painting brush. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still feel the extraordinariness of the painting brush. After all, she was a direct disciple of Lang Yabless Land. How could she not have some wealth? Junior sister, you should rest for a while. There might be a big battle. I need to watch this fish demon to prevent him from having any thoughts of betrayal. Okay. Wu La moved all the way to the center of the island. From time to time, she would encounter some sea monsters, but they were all safe. As she moved forward, Yang Kai could clearly feel the chi of the water element treasure getting closer and closer. Before getting close to the island, Yang Kai noticed the chi of the water element treasure. As Lin Feng said, the chi was very rich and pure. It was definitely a treasure of the 7th level or above. No wonder that guy was so enthusiastic about it. Su Zhen had also said that although they aspired to reach the 6th level, the water element was the softest. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on their seals. It didn't matter if they condensed it, but it could increase their strength. That was why they had been persuaded by Lin Feng to join forces to explore the island. They didn't know where they were now, but after all, they were all disciples of Big Sex and had their own methods. Yang Kai guessed that they should also be close to the sacred treasure of the sea race. After a full day, a majestic city suddenly appeared in Wu La's field of vision. Yang Kai was always paying attention to the outside world, so naturally he also saw the city. From Wu La's memories, Yang Kai had already learned that this was the holy city of the sea race. The sacred treasure was in the holy city. A few months ago, Lin Feng had snuck into the holy city several times to covet the water treasure, but unfortunately, he had failed every time. The holy city was heavily guarded, but Wu La herself was a member of the sea race, so naturally, there was no problem for her. After a short time, she entered the city. There were sea monsters everywhere, which surprised Yang Kai. Some of the sea monsters here were extremely strong, and the characteristics of the sea race were extremely rare. On the way, Yang Kai found that the stronger the sea monsters were, the closer they looked to humans. Yang Kai even sensed that a few of them were not inferior to the mantis head. In Jiang's Star City, Yang Kai fought desperately to kill the mantis head, but after practicing the great unrestrained spear, it shouldn't be so difficult. But the holy city of the sea race was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Wu La's heart was pounding. After all, she had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai comforted her in a low voice, but it didn't help. After walking in the city for half an hour, Wu La arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent temple that was the temple of the sea race. Countless members of the sea race worshipped there and asked for the sacred treasure to give them power. The temple was divided into 9 floors. The stronger one was the deeper one could go, and the closer one could come in contact with the sacred treasure. Almost every member of the sea race had come to the temple, and Wu La was no exception. However, with her strength and position in the sea race, she could only go to the 3rd floor at most. She wasn't qualified to go any further, which was why she had said that she couldn't get close to the sacred treasure. Chapter 4065. The temple of the Sea Clan was solemn and sacred. The sound of worship reverberated in the air. The chi of the water element filled the air. From time to time, there would be members of the Sea Clan dancing and laughing wildly, which made their companions envious. Even though Yang Kai was hiding in the Rui bag, he could feel the rich water element chi. It was indeed easy to understand some mysterious divine technique when practicing in such a place. As for the blessing that Wu La had mentioned, it was probably the same thing. If people who practiced water skills came here to practice, they would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this was the hinterland of the Sea Clan where the holy city was located. Who could set foot here? In the middle of the temple, there were layers upon layers. Each layer was hundreds of feet high, and the bottom layer was unknown. Although Wu La's heart was beating violently, he was qualified to enter the 3rd layer after all, so he was safe and sound all the way. However, the members of the Sea Clan on the first 3 layers were some small fries. At most, they were at the same level as Wu La. Yang Kai could kill them all with one slap. After entering the 3rd layer, Wu La didn't want to go any further. There are temple guards there. Wu La is not qualified to go to the 4th layer. If I go near, I will be killed. Wu La curled up into a ball and hid in a corner, looking at the entrance to the 4th layer. Yang Kai was speechless. He had threatened and tempted him, and even tortured him severely, but he couldn't make him move at all. As Yang Kai was thinking about whether to come out with Gu Pan and make a scene, suddenly the ground shook. A violent energy fluctuation came from outside, and then the holy city was in chaos. Su Zhen's flustered and exasperated voice came, "You stupid pig, I told you to stay calm. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, "It's useless to say more. Kill." These 2 people had sneaked into the holy city and exposed their whereabouts, which led to a group of strong Sea Clan cultivators besieging them. Yang Kai hid in the wishful pouch and did not know what was happening outside. He could only feel the shock waves from the battle and hear the screams of the sea folk. Back in the days, Lin Feng had fought alone in the holy city. Now, with the little fatty, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 2 of them joined hands and fought against the strong cultivators of the Sea Clan. Blood flowed like a river. However, although the 2 of them were disciples of a great sect, the sea race's foundation was also extraordinary. It would be difficult for them to forcefully break into the temple to obtain the sacred object. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was delighted. He hurriedly urged Wu La, "Quick, take this opportunity to go down quickly." Lin Feng and Su Zhen's sudden attack attracted a lot of the Sea Clan's attention. Yang Kai clearly saw several tyrannical figures fly out from the bottom of the temple. Obviously, the Sea Clan masters who had been cultivating below were alarmed and had gone to help. This was the time when the temple was defenseless. If they didn't act now, when would they? Wu La looked hesitant. But before he could make a decision, the whole temple suddenly shook. A violent strength hit the temple. Suddenly, a mysterious pattern appeared around the temple, turning into a protective barrier. Many people of the Sea clan who were praying on the third floor did not notice and were blown away. They fell towards the bottom of the temple. They were all dancing and shouting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Jump down." Wu La didn't want to enter the fourth floor through the entrance, but it didn't matter if he fell. After all, at this moment, many people of the Sea clan were blown away. It didn't matter whether he was there or not. He quickly arrived at the edge of the hollow area and pretended to let out a strange cry before falling down. In the air, Wu La's face was pale. He shouted in panic, "Wu La is going to die." He poked the pitchfork in his hand into the wall of the cave, which turned into a spark and gradually slowed down his fall. When he stabilized himself, Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. "You can't do anything right." This fierce fall was very close to the holy object, but this was only the 7th floor. They still had 2 more floors to reach the holy object. He was so angry that he wanted to jump out of the scepter bag and slap this guy to death. "Wu La, I won't jump. I won't jump even if you kill me." The fish climbed up to the 7th floor with a pale face. Yang Kai controlled his anger and said, "Jump one more time. There are only 2 floors left." Wu La shook his head like a rattle drum. I won't jump again." Yang Kai's voice was cold. "You choose or you die." At this point, Yang Kai had lost his patience. Su Zhen and Lin Feng had attracted most of the sea race's attention. Many of the sea race's strong cultivators had flown away. At this moment, if he and Gu Pan came out, they might be able to succeed. Wu La felt Yang Kai's murderous intent and couldn't help but panic. He turned his head and said in surprise, "The guard is gone. Wu La, let's go down." Yang Kai glanced over and saw that the guard leading to the 8th floor had somehow disappeared. Wu La ran towards the entrance and quickly entered the passage. He spiraled down and went directly to the 8th floor. There were many sea monsters on the 8th floor, but at this moment, they were disturbed by the movement outside. They all raised their heads to look. From time to time, some sea monsters would fly up to check the situation. At this point, Wu La's legs and stomach were trembling. He had never come to such a deep place before. Every marine race here was countless times stronger than him. If they saw him here, they might just slap him to death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was surprised because among the many sea monster masters, a big-headed fish monster was walking towards the entrance to the 9th layer. Yang Kai sensed that the fish's chi wasn't very strong. It was almost the same as Wu La's. However, the sea race's strong cultivators ignored him as if they didn't see him. "Follow that fish," Yang Kai ordered. Wu La scrambled to catch up with the big-headed fish monster. Strangely enough, the sea race experts didn't pay any attention to Wu La. They just raised their heads and looked at the sky. The guard leading to the entrance of the 9th floor was still there, but the big-headed fish didn't care. It went straight through the middle of the guards. Wu La followed Yang Kai's urging. He braced himself and followed him. Surprisingly, he passed through easily. As they went down, the big-headed fish seemed to sense something. It turned around and looked at Wu La. Its eyes were full of doubts. Slowly shaking its head, it continued to move forward. Not long after, the 2 fish monsters stepped into the 9th floor. The moment they entered the 9th floor, Wu La's attention was attracted by a ball of light. He murmured, "A holy object." He only knew that there was a holy object under the temple, but he didn't see what it looked like. Today, he finally got what he wanted. The holy object was enshrined on an altar. It was like a full moon, emitting gentle light. The moonlight was like water, full of sacred and mysterious aura. What made Wu La's heart beat faster was that there was no one on the ninth floor at this moment. There were only him and the big-headed fish monster. It seemed that the movement just now had attracted all the sea race's strong cultivators, being cleansed by the holy object's qi. Wu La clearly felt that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. His whole body felt warm. He couldn't help but moan. Innate cardinal treasure. In the Rui pouch, Yang Kai's breathing suddenly quickened. The so-called innate cardinal treasure was a treasure born from the innate heaven and earth. Among all the treasures he had encountered, only the immortal tree was qualified to be called an innate cardinal treasure. Although the soul-warming lotus was also a cardinal treasure, it was still a little inferior and had not reached the innate level. The fist-sized pearl hanging on the altar like a full moon was an innate cardinal treasure. Yang Kai was shocked and delighted. There was an innate cardinal treasure in the great cosmological realm. This moon pearl was obviously in existence of the same level as the immortal tree. It was probably the only one in the world. Kill him. Wu La was blinded by greed. He stared fiercely at the big-headed fish in front of him. There was only him and the big-headed fish monster on the ninth floor. As long as he killed the big-headed fish, he could snatch the holy object. He acted immediately. He was probably blinded by the holy object. The steel fork in his hand stabbed toward the big-headed fish. Seeing that the big-headed fish was about to die on the spot, he suddenly turned around and gently waved his hand at Wu La. Without a sound, Wu La turned into a pile of meat paste. Yang Kai was shocked. He was hiding in the Rui pouch and did not see how the big-headed fish attacked. He also did not expect Wu La to attack the big-headed fish. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the big-headed fish killed Wu La, its figure twisted and turned into the appearance of a young man with an elegant aura, Ning Daoran. Shockingly, the fish demon was Ning Daoran in disguise. No wonder the Oceanic clans turned a blind eye to him all along the way. It wasn't that the Oceanic clans ignored him, but that he should have used some sort of strange technique to conceal himself from the Oceanic clan's perception. Wu La followed behind him and also benefited from it. As soon as Ning Daoran appeared, he walked toward the moon pearl and reached out to grab it. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. The laughter was frivolous, but it shook the people's blood and made people's hearts full of distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a graceful figure should step out of the void, laughing again and again. Thank you, Brother Ning, for leading the way. This little sister will accept it. Ning Daoran smiled slightly. Junior Sister Apprentice Chu is really mysterious. I didn't know when you were following me. The tone was light, as if Chu Huashang didn't mind using him to explore the way, but the movement of the hand was not slow at all. The hand made a gesture and pointed at Chu Huashang. The mysterious power burst out without the slightest breath of smoke and attacked Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang would not show weakness. She bent her fingers and played as if she was playing some instrument. There was a decadent sound in the dark. The two disciples of the blessed enclave rushed toward the moon pearl while fighting, and their speed was not worse. For a while, the void shook, and the sound of the explosion sounded. After 3 breaths, 2 hands grabbed the hazy moon pearl at the same time. Chapter 4066. At the moment of the tentacle, Ning Daoran and Chu Huashang's faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly retracted their hands as if they were electrocuted. Looking at it, Chu Huashang's face turned pale, and Ning Daoran frowned. Just because of the moment of contact, there was a force of extreme cold coming out of the moon bead and invading their bodies. The palms of the 2 people were cold at the moment and turned into ice sculptures. The force of extreme cold spread uncontrollably to the arms. Where it passed, the body instantly lost feeling. This moon bead is actually a cold attribute treasure, which is really unexpected. Before everyone felt it clearly from this moon bead, there was a strong water element gas, but when they really touched it, they found that it was not a simple water element, but ice element. Ice element also belongs to water element. Water condenses into ice, which can be regarded as a branch of water element. It can even be said that ice element is better than the ordinary water element. If you can withstand the impact of this ice element on the seal, you can also condense the 5 elements of yin and yang. In your own body, you can open the sky and earth and reach the realm of opening the sky. How is it ice element? Chu Huashang was annoyed. Ning Daoren also shook his head slowly and sighed. They are the elite disciples of fairyland, all aspiring to achieve the 6th grade of opening the sky, and also laid the foundation of the 6th grade. As Su Jin said before with Yang Kai, among the 5 elements of yin and yang, the water element is the softest, and the impact on the seal is the least. So even if their foundation is the 6th grade, it doesn't matter if they condense the 7th grade or 8th grade water element power, but it can improve their own strength. However, what he was referring to was only ordinary water element treasures. There was no way to refine this ice element treasure. The foundation laid in the Taoist seal was simply not enough for them to refine this bone-chilling moon pearl. If they tried to forcefully refine it, it would only damage the Taoist seal. Therefore, after perceiving the real attribute of the moon bead, Chu Huashang will be so annoyed. If you know this, why waste this effort and energy? The cold moon bead is the ice soul treasure. You have no eyes. A mocking voice sounded. Ripples appeared in the void, and a powerful fish demon walked out from the ripples. This fish demon was born with a big waist, up to 3 feet tall, a fierce aura, with a fish face, no legs, a fish tail under the body, covered with blue scales, holding a hammer-like thing in his hand. A pair of fierce eyes coldly looked at Chu Huashang and Ning Daoren. Another Tenjiang tall marine race member followed closely behind. He held a giant anchor in his hand, and the blood in his body flowed like a surging ocean. The third one that walked out was a fat big fish. It was about 50 to 60 feet long. Its eyes were rolled up, and it looked insufferably arrogant. There was a 3-inch demon standing on its head. It put its hands on its waist and laughed loudly. The high priest is indeed wise and powerful. He knew that these guys would create a diversion and told us to ambush here. As soon as this was said, Chu Huashang and Ning Daoren both frowned and realized that this was probably a trap. No wonder they could walk to the sacred object so easily. Even if there is Su Jun and Lin Feng outside, the defense of the temple seems too empty. It turned out that people had arranged it for a long time. Are these 2 guys the so-called human beings? The 4th sea monster came out. It looked nothing special, but the breath was extremely strong. He looked at Chu Huashang, and Ning Daoren seriously and shook his head. It's really ugly. Chu Huashang was furious. You are ugly. You are all ugly monsters. As a woman, she was even more of a beauty who could bring disaster to a country. She was extremely confident in her own appearance. When had she ever been called ugly by others? The fish demon laughed. Human beings are really interesting. They don't have any self-awareness. I will catch you and see how I deal with you. Well, don't talk nonsense. Take them down. Don't break the plan of the ancestor. Another majestic voice sounded. On the altar, a figure appeared like a ghost. He reached out on the altar, and a scepter was held in his hand. On the scepter, the cold moon bead was shining. The cold moon bead was inlaid on this scepter, not as they had seen before, enshrined on the altar. Follow the high priest's orders. The 4 powerful sea monsters bowed together. Chu Huashang and Ning Daoren's hearts only sank, and they looked at the high priest who finally appeared. The 4 sea monsters who appeared in front of them were powerful, but they were not afraid of them. If they really fought, they could escape even if they couldn't beat them. But the high priest of the sea race who appeared at the end gave them a great sense of crisis. The strength of the high priest was absolutely unfathomable, and the cold moon bead was inlaid on his scepter and held in his hand. The high priest could obviously use the power of the cold moon bead. How can this be played? The number of people is less than the other side. There is also the threat of treasure on the sea race side. This time, it is really bad for Lin Feng. What's more, what kind of character is the ancestor mentioned by the high priest? How can the sea race have such a terrible background? Go out and meet with Brother Lin and Brother Su. Ning Dao Ran glanced at Chu Huashang and whispered. Chu Huashang nodded slightly. She also meant that only by joining with others could it be possible to escape. Otherwise, with only the strength of the two of them, they were not opponents of the sea race at all. As soon as their spiritual senses met, they immediately moved like thunder. Ning Dao Ran raised his hand, and a willow branch appeared in his hand. The willow branch purified thousands of light and shadow, turned into thousands of sword chi, and shone on the 4 sea race people. In a flash, the underground space was only left with the sword light all over the sky, and there was no other color. The disciples of the blessed land, when they make a move, they show their extraordinary background. At the same time, Chu Huashang held a pipa, and 10 fingers gently played. The sound came out, turning into an invisible killing intent, and attacked the souls of the sea race people. The two worked together and took the upper hand in a face-to-face confrontation. The 4 sea race people were shocked by the impact of Chu Huashang's divine technique, and in an instant, they were hit by thousands of sword chi. However, all of these sea race people have rough skin and thick flesh, and the scales on their skin are very strong. Even if they look embarrassed, it is not a big problem. Roar. The big fish under the 3-inch demon suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The continuous sound of the pipa suddenly stopped, and the power was greatly reduced. Several sea race people shook their heads and stabilized their souls. The sea race person with the hammer swayed his tail, and his figure turned into a blue light. In an instant, he rushed to the front of Ning Dao Ran and smashed down. Another sea monster with an ordinary appearance opened its mouth and spat out a thick water vapor from the mouth, turning into a sky curtain to cover Ning Dao Ran. Ning Dao Ran's expression did not change, and the willow branch in his hand turned into thousands of illusions. He fought the 2 sea race people alone, and the fight was in full swing. On the other side, the 3-inch demon drove the big fish under him to rush toward Chu Huashang. The big fish opened its mouth like a black hole, swallowing everything, and there was a strange sound coming out of the mouth competing with the sound of the pipa. The last sea monster holding the anchor also stepped forward and grabbed Chu Huashang. The big hand was terrible. If it was caught, it would definitely squeeze Chu Huashang to death. The demon spirit did not change her face. With a shake of her head, the red ribbon wrapped in the hair flew out, turned into a silk thread, and disappeared into the void. The next moment, with the sound of the sea monster's pain, the big hand retracted. When he looked down, he saw that there were many wounds on his hand. One by one, it was very small, and it was bleeding. He suddenly screamed, and the anchor was lifted high. In the void, a red silk thread emerged and wrapped around the anchor, making him unable to smash it down. The sea monster was furious. The disciples of the 2 blessed and heavenly lands, in the depths of the earth, fought bravely against the 4 sea race cultivators. Not only did they not fall into any disadvantage, but also took the initiative. After all, they are the disciples of the big sections. They have an extraordinary background and a deep foundation. Moreover, the strength of these sea monsters is not too strong. The general cultivator may not be as strong, but it is a little worse than them. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been able to kill 4 people in the holy city. If there is enough time, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran can kill the 4C race people here, but they want to break through and join Lin Feng and Suzhen. Naturally, they can't stay here for a long time. What's more, there is a high priest with a scepter next to them. The high priest stood on the altar, and from beginning to end, he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he was seriously paying attention to this battle, and his focus was on the two humans. Not only was he not angry, but from time to time, he would show some praise, which was really confusing. Go! Ning Dao Ran suddenly shouted and found the right opportunity. He waved his willow branch and forced back the 2C race cultivators who besieged him. At the same time, the sound of Chu Huashang's pipa changed, and the invisible sound wave shocked her opponent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two of them moved their bodies in unison, wanting to fly up. The high priest, who has been watching coldly, put his scepter on the ground slightly, and the cold moon pearl flashed a moonlight-like light, sweeping over the figures of Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran. The freezing cold came, whether it was Chu Huashang or Ning Dao Ran. All of them were breathing stagnant, and the body stopped. This moment of delay made them lose the opportunity to escape. The 4C race cultivators reorganized their formation and came over, entangling them again. The two were angry and could only fight again. Brother, what happened outside? In the Rui bag, Gu Pan twisted uncomfortably and asked softly. She vaguely felt that there was a power fluctuation outside, but she was not the owner of the Rui bag. She was in the bag, and there was no way to explore the situation. It's a fight. Yang Kai returned. Gu Pan was surprised. Who is fighting with who? Yang Kai briefly explained the situation he saw. Gu Pan was in a hurry. Then should we help a bunch of Sister Chu and Brother Ning? Don't worry. Yang Kai comforted her. Your Sister Chu and Brother Ning are strong, and there is no danger to their lives for the time being. Today's thing is a bit strange. Chapter 40:67. Yang Kai hides and hides, not to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, trying to reap the benefits of the fishermen, but really feeling that something is wrong. Not to mention that these Sea Tribe people have long been prepared, set an ambush in the deepest part of the temple, and lead people into the trap, say the high priest with the icy cold moon bead scepter. If he is willing to fight, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran should be in trouble. Just now, Yang Kai also saw that the high priest could activate the power of the icy cold moon bead. I just don't know why he didn't do this, but has been observing Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang. What's even more strange is that Yang Kai didn't feel any murderous intent from him. As if to feel, the high priest suddenly turned his head and glanced at the body of Wu La, but soon recovered his gaze and seriously focused on the battle in the field. The 4C tribe experts and the two Enclave disciples fought fiercely, but they were not the opponents of Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran. In less than half an incense time, they were not strong enough. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran broke out again. The high priest waved his scepter again, and the breath of the icy cold moon bead came out, forcing Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran to stay. It's not over. Chu Huashang's nose was almost crooked, and after landing, she glared at the high priest. The high priest is calm, and his face is motionless. After a while, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran joined forces to force back the 4C tribe experts, but instead of breaking through, they rushed to the high priest. The high priest chuckled and said, "Go back." With a wave of the scepter, the breath of the ice world filled the air again. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran suffered losses twice, and all of them were discolored and took the initiative to retreat. Their hearts sank as they realized that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. With the despicable high priest guarding this place with the scepter, the two of them could forget about leaving unless they killed him. However, the power of the scepter was unfathomable. How could they kill the high priest? At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared like ghosts, and no one found where they came from, as if they appeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked. Chu Huashang turned his head and saw that one of the figures was like a dragon out of the sea, rushing straight to the high priest, while the other figure rushed towards himself, and Ning Dao ran. It was Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Chu Huashang was surprised and happy. She quickly shouted, "Brother Yang, help me kill him." She has suffered losses in the hands of the high priest several times. Naturally, she hates it. On the altar, the high priest's expression changed slightly, but he soon calmed down and sneered, "There are two more." "Very good, very good. The ancestor will like you very much." As he spoke, he gently waved the scepter in his hand. Along with this movement, the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl emitted a circle of gentle light. It looked like the moonlight was like water, but in fact, it was bone-chilling cold. It covered Yang Kai's head. Chu Huashang shouted, "Brother Yang, be careful. This is the innate ice element treasure." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the power of this treasure, and quickly reminded him. Before the voice fell, Yang Kai had plunged into the moonlight, and the forward figure suddenly stagnated. Before seeing this high priest, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran were forced back. Yang Kai didn't have an intuitive understanding of the power of this Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. Now, when he was the first to bear the brunt, he felt it deeply. The power is really great. When the cold is coming, his blood is almost frozen, and even the power in the seal is not flowing well. This high priest definitely did not play the full power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. Otherwise, it is not so simple to delay his figure. It is very likely that he will be frozen into an ice sculpture directly. Chu Huashang's face was desperate. He thought that Yang Kai's appearance could kill the high priest by surprise. Who knows that he was also caught? Sure enough, men are unreliable. When I was thinking about this, I heard a dragon's roar clear and loud, and the dragon's power spread. Yang Kai's figure broke through the cover of the moonlight, and the blood in his body rushed like a group of dragons, rushing to the high priest at a faster speed than before. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes stared and flashed a strange light. The high priest was also surprised. It was the first time that he had encountered an existence that could resist the power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but he had been in a high position for many years. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. There was a complicated and obscure language in his mouth. On the scepter, the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl flashed, and the more intense cold covered Yang Kai. "Open!" Yang Kai rushed in the attack, a low voice. Behind him, a round sun suddenly emerged. The round sun hung high like a real sun, emitting a dazzling light. In a moment, the depths of the underground temple were illuminated by the golden brilliance. In the round sun, the golden crow dances and screams. Divine technique manifestation. Ning Dao Ran was shocked, and his Dao heart, which had never been affected by anything, was slightly shaken. The power of the great sun and the moonlight were equal, and the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl was also shining brightly. This was not the initiative of the high priest, but the instinctive response of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. The erosion of the moonlight was 10 times stronger than the previous activation of the high priest. Sun and moonshine, world vision, the power of scorching heat and ice intertwined in the depths of the temple, making everyone feel uncomfortable and have to resist with all their strength. Under the panicked gaze of the high priest, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him, one hand grabbing the scepter, the other clenched into a fist, and punched towards the high priest's face. The high priest wanted to dodge, but the power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl bloomed, making him a little unable to bear it. His whole body froze in place, watching the fist rapidly expand in his field of vision. With a bang, the high priest flew backward. Yang Kai grabbed the scepter and threw it into the small sealed world. The moonlight dissipated, and the great sun disappeared. Yang Kai took back his Dharma idol and called out to everyone, "Retreat!" With the treasure in hand, it was naturally better to retreat quickly. Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran were also decisive. Under the guidance of Gu Pan, they immediately forced their opponents back. In a flash, four figures rushed up, broke through the top of the temple, and rushed into the holy city. At this moment, the holy city was also in chaos. Su Yuanqi's magnetic light was sweeping, Lin Feng's dual blades were crossing, and a group of Sea clan cultivators were fighting fiercely. Below the temple, the high priest hurriedly got up, pale and trembling with anger, and shouted, "Follow me! Wake up the old ancestor!" The four Sea clan cultivators did not dare to neglect. They came to the altar, sat down in four directions, and chanted a strange tune, cooperating with the high priest to use a magical technique to transmit to an unknown place through the altar. In the city, Su Zhen and Lin Feng were shocked to see Yang Kai and others rushing out of the temple. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard Chu Huashang shout, "Let's go! Let's go!" "Did you succeed?" Su Zhen asked in amazement. Chu Huashang nodded. Su Zhen didn't hesitate anymore. The magnetic light rolled up, dragging the figures of several Sea clan cultivators, and rushed straight out of the holy city. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. 6 figures fled in a hurry, followed by a large number of Sea clan cultivators. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from the sea. The aura was strong and pure, as if a sleeping dragon had just woken up. Yang Kai and others' faces changed greatly. No one expected the Sea tribe to have such a terrifying foundation. Although the Sea tribe experts and the high priest were powerful enough, they were not a match for them. However, at this moment, the revived aura made them feel that it was difficult to resist. If the aura alone was so powerful, how powerful was the owner of the aura? On this island, all the Sea clan cultivators who felt this chi all prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted, "Welcome the old ancestor!" Even the experts of the Sea tribe, who were chasing after the 6 of them, stopped at this moment and knelt in midair, motionless. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai shuddered and quickly stopped, calling out to everyone, "Everyone, come here!" He didn't want to expose too much, but at the moment he couldn't care less. If he wanted to escape, he could only rely on the space divine technique. Gu Pan immediately ran to his side. Chu Huashang and Su Zhen also hurried over. Ning Daoran hesitated for a moment and quickly joined several people. Only Lin Feng snorted coldly. His figure turned into a stream of light and rushed in the other direction. Obviously, he didn't intend to escape with everyone. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and didn't care about him. He raised his hand and took out a space spirit bead and was about to use the space law to leave here. At this moment, a huge monster rose quickly from the sea, quickly covering the world. It was thousands of feet long, with a terrible chi, casting a large shadow on the sea. "What a big shark!" Gu Pan exclaimed. "It's a holy spirit." Chu Huashang changed color. "Holy spirit, Kuan shark." Su Zhen shivered. "How can there be a holy spirit here? Is this the ancestor of the Sea clan?" There was a deep cry in the heart. There was a holy spirit here. Today, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. "Don't resist," Yang Kai shouted, and without hesitation, he quickly urged the power of the space spirit bead, and the space law instantly enveloped everyone, connecting hundreds of thousands of Red Star City. At this moment, the Kuan shark opened its mouth and bit down on the place where everyone was. The power of this bite seems to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. The people who have been wrapped in the power of the space spirit bead are shuttling through the void. They only feel that the space around them is chaotic, and the void is unstable. It seems that it will break at any time. Yang Kai shouted, "The situation is not good. The void is disturbed. I can't locate the destination. Everyone be careful. Before his voice fell, he saw a void crack appear around him. And before Yang Kai could react, the void crack had swallowed everyone and disappeared around him. Yang Kai himself was the same. He fell into a void crack, and the space around him was turbulent. His body was out of control, and he secretly complained in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have left the moment he grabbed the ice soul cold moon bead. But at that time, he considered that everyone came together, so naturally they should retreat together. Now Lin Feng must be in trouble, and he didn't know whether the others were alive or dead. In the end, he didn't have time to ask Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. Chapter 4068. The void shook and Yang Kai's vision changed. When the space turbulence surged, he had returned to the great void realm. Looking up, he was no longer in the sea. His figure was falling rapidly, and he quickly urged his power to stabilize himself. The blood in his chest was surging, and he spat out a blood mist. His face was slightly pale. Just now, when he activated the power of the space spirit bead to travel through the void, he was blocked by the Kuan shark. He was also injured, but the injury was not serious. He only needed to rest for a day or two to recover. Looking around, he saw a forest of giant trees. The trees were thousands of feet tall and thousands of feet tall. Their canopies were continuous. He had no idea where he was. He couldn't help but have some lingering fear. Although he knew that the great void realm was not as simple as he thought before, and there were holy spirits here, he didn't expect that there would be holy spirits in the Sea Clan. Kuan Shark. This thing had the blood of Kuan Peng and Sea Shark, and Kuan Peng was the enemy of the dragon race. Yang Kai estimated that if he fell into the hands of the Kuan Shark, he would definitely die miserably. Others couldn't detect the blood in his body, but the Kuan Shark must be able to feel it. The strength of the Kuan Shark was also extremely tyrannical. It could even interrupt the transmission of the space spirit bead, causing him to fail to locate it. The others were lost in the void crack and swallowed by it. He didn't know how they were doing now, because he wanted to ask Suzhen to set up a great array in Star City. Yang Kai exchanged contact information with Suzhen before. Yang Kai quickly took out the communication bead and contacted Suzhen. After a while, Suzhen sent a message saying that he was still safe, but he didn't know where he was. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved and asked him to inquire about the situation of the others. Suzhen agreed. After looking around for a while, he landed on the ground and found a tree hole to hide in. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for news. After about half an hour, Suzhen sent a message saying that Chu Huashan, Gu Pan, and Ning Daoran were still alive, but like them, after being swallowed by the void crack, they randomly came to somewhere in the great void realm. At this moment, they didn't know where they were. Only Lin Feng couldn't be contacted, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Hearing that Gu Pan was still alive, Yang Kai felt relieved. After a brief exchange with Suzhen and agreeing to meet in Red Star City, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and began healing his wounds while also checking his gains this time. Immersing his consciousness into the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering, feeling that the small sealed world had never been so cold before. Looking up, he saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a cold light. Master, something big has happened. There's suddenly a new moon here. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flapped their little wings and ran over, crying out in panic. The two of them had been staying in the sealed world bead, taking care of the precious herbs in the medicine garden. They could be considered Yang Kai's only companions from the star boundary. Previously, they were taking care of the medicinal garden when they suddenly saw a round moon slowly rise and hang high in the sky. They were all shocked. Yes, that's not the moon, Yang Kai replied. In his heart, he was also very puzzled. Why did the ice soul-chilling moon bead suddenly turn into a full moon here? It could be seen that even if the ice soul-cold moon bead wasn't the moon, it was likely related to it. The two wood spirits flew to his shoulders, one on each side. Mu Lu curiously asked, "If it's not the moon, what is it?" "I don't know what it is." Yang Kai shook his head. He had never seen this thing before, and even the disciples from the blessed and heavenly cave couldn't tell its origin. Perhaps he could ask the lady boss later to figure it out. Mu Zhu was more calm and frowned. "Whether it's the moon or not, it's too cold. If you don't think of a way, everything in the medicine garden will freeze to death. Lulu, and I will also freeze to death." Mu Lu burst into tears. "I don't want to freeze to death." Yang Kai turned his head and saw that there was indeed something wrong with the herbs in the medicine garden. They were all withered, and some herbs were even covered in frost, losing a lot of their medicinal properties. He was the master of the small sealed world, so he could dominate everything here. Many of the barriers in the medicine garden in the small sealed world were created by him with the power of the entire world, so it was difficult for ordinary forces to erode them. The fact that the moonlight could affect the things in the medicine garden showed how amazing its power was. "Don't worry, I'll just reinforce the barriers in the medicine garden." Yang Kai did as he thought, connecting his mind and body with the small sealed world and using the power of the world to reinforce the barriers, restoring the medicine garden to its original state. But in next to no time, he frowned because he was able to clearly sense that the numerous restrictions he'd set up were still being slowly corroded by the moonlight, and they would probably be broken open in less than a year or so. "Call me once every 6 months. The barriers here must be reinforced often." Mu Zhu nodded. "I'll remember." Yang Kai looked up at the full moon again, shook his head slowly, and left the small sealed world. At the same time, above the sea, Lin Feng's figure turned into a stream of light, fleeing 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye, cutting through the waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to a stop and looked in front of him in horror. 1,000 kilometers in front of him, a powerful figure was standing in midair, looking at him with a cold face. His eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning, piercing into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's face paled, and he retreated without thinking. "You think you can run away?" The man snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed at Lin Feng. Even though there was a distance of 1,000 li between them, Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. He sensed a gigantic cyan hand grab him. When he looked again, the man was already in front of him, looking at him with a grim smile. "How do you want to die?" "Kun Sha." Lin Feng's face paled. He didn't know that this was the Holy Spirit from before. He was different from all the other members of the Sea clan he had seen on the island. This Kun Sha had completely transformed into a human. He didn't look any different from a monster beast, either. "That's me." The Kun Sha smiled, showing his sharp teeth. "A few little insects dared steal my clan's treasure." "You're audacious." "I don't have it. Killing me is useless." Lin Feng swallowed. The Kun Sha smiled ferociously. "I've been waiting for you for so many years. How could I bear to kill you? You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment." He opened his mouth and swallowed Lin Feng. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he opened his mouth again and spat Lin Feng out. But at this moment, the disciple of the true martial fairyland looked dazed, as if he had just experienced a great terror. He couldn't help but tremble. "Where is the one who stole the moon essence? Take me to him," the Kun Sha said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded involuntarily and led the Kun Shark to Red Star City. On the way, they arrived at some human strongholds. The Kun Sha opened his mouth and swallowed all the humans. He chewed them all, and blood flowed out of his mouth. People screamed miserably, but he looked satisfied. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He resisted many times, but the Kun Sha pressed him. It was strange, though, because even though the Kuan Sha didn't treat him well, he didn't intend to kill him. Lin Feng thought about what the Kuan Sha had said before. He couldn't help but guess. When they arrived at another stronghold, the Kuan Sha did the same thing. He appeared in the sky above the stronghold, and his body blotted out the sky. That stronghold wasn't big. There were only a few thousand people there. When they saw such a gigantic creature, they all turned pale with fright. They all used their treasures and skills to attack. But how could they injure the Kuan Sha? The Kuan Sha opened his mouth, and a terrifying strength emerged. The thousands of people in the stronghold, no matter how strong they were, couldn't help but be sucked in. At that moment, Lin Feng shouted, "Kuan Sha, look here!" As he spoke, he raised his two blades, one to his neck and the other to his heart. The two blades dazzled the sky and earth. He attacked mercilessly. He wanted to kill himself here. The moment before Lin Feng died, the Kuan Sha appeared in front of him. He flicked his fingers, and the two blades flew away. The Kuan Sha raised his hand and lifted Lin Feng up. He looked at him grimly and said, "Little boy, what are you doing?" Lin Feng looked pitiful, but he burst into laughter and said, "So that's how it is. The ancient records are true. You're looking for a vessel. I'm your vessel, right?" The Kuan Sha snorted, "You know a lot. What else do you know?" "I know a lot," Lin Feng said proudly. "I know you won't let me die. If I die, you'll have to find someone else. But there aren't many people who can meet your requirements. I might as well tell you that I am a disciple of the Zhen Wu Cave Heaven. In the Great Void Realm, there are no more than 5 people who can match me. If I die, I'm afraid you'll have a headache. So you are a disciple of the Zhen Wu Fairyland. No wonder you know about the vessel. Is this information left by your ancestors?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly. Lin Feng said, "The 27th headmaster of the Zhen Wu Fairyland came to the Great Void Realm and left some records about this place." The Kuan Sha nodded. "Since you know, cooperate obediently. You will be rewarded." Lin Feng said proudly, Lin Feng, have been relying on myself all my life. I don't need others to give me benefits." The Kuan Sha narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at him fearlessly. After a long time, the Kuan Sha grunted icily and threw him away. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Since you know about the vessel, you should cooperate with me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. I might as well tell you that my target is not you, but the little boy who stole the essence of the moon. He is much stronger than you." Lin Feng was angry. Su Zhen had said that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, and now the Kuan Sha had said the same thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to be stronger. But it wasn't the time to care about that. Lin Feng scratched his neck and said, "I can cooperate with you, but you can't absorb my strength again. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't take you to him." Chapter 4069. You dare threaten me? Kuan Sha stared at Lin Feng icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, but he tried his best to look fearless. After a long time, Kuan Sha grunted coldly. "All right, I agree." He smiled coldly. "When I find the boy who stole the moon essence, I'll eat you first." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with relief. He had to inform Yang Kai as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Kuan Sha arrived, they wouldn't have much strength to fight back. Unfortunately, Kuan Sha was so strong. How could he have a chance to send a message? Fortunately, he didn't know where Yang Kai was now, and where would he go after escaping from the Sea Clan? He could delay Kuan Sha for a while, and then act according to the situation. When Lin Feng told Kuan Sha this, Kuan Sha frowned. He thought that Lin Feng and Yang Kai must have known each other for a long time. Who would have thought the situation would be like this? After thinking for a while, Kuan Sha said, that young man's strength is extraordinary, and he must be famous. You should go down and find someone to ask about him." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The great void realm was so big, and millions of cultivators were scattered everywhere. Who would know the name of Yang Kai? However, since Kun Sha had made a request, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he just casually asked and flew down, shouting loudly, "Have any of you heard of Yang Kai? Where is he now?" Thousands of people in the Star Market had seen Kun Sha's body before, and they were all frightened. When they saw Lin Feng come down and ask, they didn't know what the relationship between him and Kun Sha was. Nobody answered. On the other side, Kun Sha snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a young man in the Star City. The young man was so scared that his face turned pale. He was terrified and said, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Kun Sha approached him and shouted, "Do you know Yang Kai?" The young man shouted, "I don't know him. I've never seen him." "Liar!" Kun Sha grunted coldly. "When you heard this name, your heart beat faster. You know him. How dare you lie in front of me? I won't forgive you." He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the young man into his mouth, swallowing him whole. "Kun Sha, how dare you break your promise?" Lin Feng was furious. Kun Sha had promised him that he wouldn't eat human beings, and now he had stuffed one into his stomach. Kun Sha said calmly, "He dared lie with me. I will punish him." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed another elderly man, asking the same question, "Do you know Kai Yang?" The old man was scared out of his wits and stammered, "You should have seen what happens to those who lie. Just now, your heart beat faster too." Kun Sha grinned. "I know him. With me with him." Sha Xing. The Kun shark raised his brows. The old man hurriedly said, "He killed thousands of Thunderlight sex people, and even annihilated Sword Pavilion's Star Market. More than 100,000 people died in his hands. He is a killing star." "Good little boy. I like you. Ha ha." Kun Sha's eyes twinkled. He killed thousands of people from Lei Guang, destroyed Jiang'a, and killed 100,000 people? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Was that for real? That didn't sound right. But that old man didn't dare lie in front of Kun Sha. Someone said nervously, "It's true. I saw him kill thousands of people from Lei Guang. He also killed tens of thousands of people from Jiang'a." Lin Feng turned his head and asked, "You saw him too?" That person shook his head and said, "I didn't see him, but I heard that he brought back tens of thousands of empty space rings from Jiang'a. If he hadn't killed so many people, how could he have gotten so many empty space rings?" Lin Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Tens of thousands of empty space rings meant tens of thousands of lives. But Lin Feng had been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days. He didn't look like a murderous person. What's more, he really hadn't expected that after casually inquiring about this human race stronghold, which only had a few thousand people, he would actually find news about Yang Kai. Was that guy really that famous? Lin Feng had been traveling all the time, so he didn't know much about this place. Otherwise, he would have known where Yang Kai was. The one who spoke, and the two who were captured by Kun Sha were originally disciples of Crimson Star. Previously, a wave of disciples from Crimson Star had fled, and these two were part of the group that escaped. They had come here to eke out an ignoble existence, but they had not expected to be implicated by Yang Kai. Kun Sha was extremely happy. He thought that Yang Kai was a good person. He laughed loudly and said, "Old man, do you know where Yang Kai lives?" The old man hastily said, "He's one of Qi Xing's officials. He's in their stronghold." "Take me there," said Kun Sha. The old man didn't dare disobey. He hastily led the way. Kun Sha followed him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng hastily followed him. After a short while, Kun Sha frowned and said, "You're too slow. How long will it take? Old man, show me the way." As he spoke, he grabbed the two of them in each hand, and his figure turned into a stream of light, disappearing at lightning speed. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and felt much better. Only then did he activate the empty spirit bead and return to his mansion. This time, he had broken into the holy land of the Sea Clan and attracted a holy spirit. This was no joke. He didn't know if the Holy Spirit would retaliate. After all, he had stolen the Holy Spirit of the Sea Clan. If the Holy Spirit really chased him, Star City wouldn't be able to resist. His only hope now was little fatty Sujun. He had to hurry back and set up a great deployment spell. Yang Kai urged Sujun over and over again. Sujun was speechless. He didn't have a convenient method like Yang Kai. He couldn't travel through space. He didn't even know where he was now. If he wanted to go back to Qixing City, it would take him at least 1 or 2 months. A day later, there was no reply from Sujun's side. Yang Kai was anxious. He thought that Sujun was annoyed with him and tried to appease him, but he couldn't contact him again. Yang Kai immediately realized that something must have happened to Sujun that prevented him from contacting him. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he secretly wondered if little Fatty had been caught by Kuan Sha. If that was the case, little Fatty was likely dead. Walking out of his room in a daze, Yang Kai was greeted by a warm and fragrant body. He subconsciously supported her and looked up, asking in surprise, "You are?" The person in front of him was a young girl with picturesque features and a graceful figure. As she stood in front of him, a strange fragrance wafted into his nose. This young girl was extremely beautiful, her face delicate and pretty, but her pair of eyes had the ability to captivate one's soul. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Looking carefully, he saw that her eyes were as clear as water, as if everything he had seen just now had been an illusion. The key was that he had never seen this young girl before. "She's my new servant. What? Are you interested in her? If you are, then take her." Yuhi's voice came from behind him. Yang Kai looked back and knew that she was still a little concerned about Lu Shui, so he laughed and said, "Why did you suddenly think of taking someone in?" Yuhi snorted. "This young lady is too lazy to serve you. Can't I take in some people to serve you?" "Fine, fine, fine." Yang Kai nodded. "Do what you want." The young girl next to them saw them arguing, but she wasn't afraid and simply looked around with interest. Yuhi glared at her and said, "Why aren't you working yet? What are you looking at?" The young girl ignored her and just stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking over, looking back every 3 steps with a smile on her face. Yuhi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she cursed in her heart, "Little wench, I'll drive you out when I get back." Yang Kai looked at the young girl's back in confusion, feeling that the young girl's smile had a deep meaning, but in his perception, there was nothing strange about the young girl, making him a little puzzled. "Do you want to dig out your eyeballs and stick them on her bodies?" Yuhi turned her head and saw Yang Kai in a daze, her nose almost crooked from anger. Yang Kai sighed. "Yuhi, I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Which girl did you harm this time?" Yuhi glanced at him. "Moreover, didn't you go out with that little fatty? Why did you come back alone? Where are they?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We were separated. I went overseas with them and provoked a sea-race divine spirit." "What happened?" Yuhi's expression changed. "What kind of divine spirit did you provoke?" Speaking of business, she no longer had the mood to be jealous and instead began to worry about Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to tell Yuhi about his encounter this time when suddenly his expression changed, and he turned to look in a certain direction, exclaiming, "He caught up so quickly." At the same time, the young girl who had stepped into another corridor also turned her head and looked in that direction. "Kuan Sha? What is he doing here? Does he want to snatch people from this queen? How bold!" Yuhi was puzzled. "What do you mean he caught up?" Yang Kai had no time to explain too much and hurriedly said, "Quick, summon all the people in the mansion. We have to run away quickly." Yang Kai was puzzled. How did Kun Sha find this place so quickly? He should know where he lived. Was he tracking the aura of the Ice Soul Cold Moon bead? But that couldn't be right. The Ice Soul Cold Moon bead was sent into the mysterious small world by him. So no matter how strong Kun Sha was, it was impossible for him to sense it across worlds. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's heart sank, and he sighed. It's too late. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared above Star City. It paused and revealed Kun Sha's face. In each of his hands was a person. Yang Kai looked at them and realized one of them was Lin Feng. The other was an old man he didn't know. Lin Feng had been captured. That was normal on the island. Yang Kai had wanted to take everybody away, but Lin Feng had wanted to escape alone, so he hadn't joined him. In front of a divine spirit, how could a cultivator from the Emperor realm escape? It was only a matter of time before Lin Feng was captured. Yang Kai had never seen the old man, so he didn't know why Kun Sha had captured him. Chapter 4070. They couldn't escape. Yang Kai's heart sank. He hadn't thought that Kun Sha would catch up with him so quickly. It would be extremely difficult to escape now. Yang Kai had already seen how strong Kun Sha was when he was in the ocean. He knew that Kun Sha could break through space. When Kun Sha arrived, his chi filled the air and enveloped Star City. Hundreds of thousands of people felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't breathe, and their faces turned deathly pale. Chun Tianfei flew out of the mansion and shouted in fear, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation!" Rumbling sounds spread as the deployment spell of Star City was activated. Star City had been expanding rapidly, so the deployment spell had been strengthened. Lights dashed to the skies and turned into a curtain of light which enveloped the entire city. Kun Sha lowered his head and smiled coldly. "You think you can stop me with just a curtain of light? You're dreaming." It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. With a cracking sound, a huge hole appeared in the protective array of the Star City. The Kun shark bit down a few more times, and the array was broken in an instant. Chun Tianfei, who had just calmed down, fell down on his butt. His fat was shaking violently. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone that saw this scene turned ashen. How could they not know that the Kun Sha was so formidable that it was invincible? Who was he? How could he be so strong? Yang Kai had fought against the Lei Guang sect and the thousands of people from Jiang'a. The Kun Sha laughed and put Lin Feng and the old man into his mouth. The old man's eyes rolled, and he fainted. Lin Feng was furious. "Kun Sha, what are you doing?" Kun Sha smiled ferociously. "Of course I'm going to eat you. Since we're here, you're useless." Then he put Lin Feng into his mouth and swallowed him, but his stomach kept swelling. Lin Feng was resisting. Kun Sha slapped his stomach, and the swelling disappeared. Everybody was astonished when they saw that. They had never seen such a cruel thing. Kun Sha had eaten someone alive. It was beyond their imagination. "Yang Kai, where are you? Come out and see me." Kun Sha roared majestically as he scanned the entire city. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Pairs of eyes turned towards the direction of Yang Kai's residence. Many people cursed loudly. This murderous star was really up to no good. Just where had he provoked such a terrifying existence? Kun Sha followed their gazes, and soon saw Yang Kai standing in the mansion with a solemn expression. He immediately grinned and said, "Found you?" He bent down and stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The power of the Holy Spirit filled the air, sealing the sky and locking down the earth. Obviously, the Kun Sha had seen him use the Space Divine technique before, so it was targeting him to prevent him from escaping again. Yang Kai felt as if the whole world had been covered by the giant hand. He couldn't see any light in front of him. With a low shout, he activated the power of the Tao seal with all his strength. A round sun jumped out from behind him and rose slowly. Golden Crow casting sun. As soon as the divine technique Dharma idol appeared, Yang Kai finally broke free from the suppressive force, but before he could resist, he saw a pure white finger pointing at him from the mansion. Silently, the finger collided with the Kuan Sha's palm. The Kuan Sha staggered back, his power instantly broken. Kuan Sha was surprised. He lowered his head, and his eyes fixed on a young woman. His eyes couldn't help narrowing as he asked, "Why are you here?" The young woman giggled. "I also want to ask, why did you come here instead of stirring up trouble in the sea?" Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that not far away, Yuhi's new maidservant had her hands behind her back, standing there with a smile on her face as she looked up at the Kuan Sha. Yuhi was also a little dumbfounded as she stared blankly. This young woman was the one Yang Kai had bumped into before. Just now, he felt that she was a little strange, but now it seemed that it was true. Since she could easily break the Kuan Sha's attack, this young woman's strength was likely on par with the Kuan Sha. "Is this really your servant?" Yang Kai whispered to Yuhi. Yuhi was dumbfounded and nodded unconsciously. "This servant is really scary." Kai Yang swallowed his saliva. In the sky, the Kuan Sha rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Don't you know why I'm here?" The young woman smiled sweetly. "So, you want to snatch him from me?" The Kuan Sha's face sank. "You also have your eyes on that boy." "I had my eyes on him a few years ago." "Kuan Sha, you're too late." The young woman smiled. "That's not necessarily true." The Kuan Sha shook his head. "The winner takes all. Since you and I both have our eyes on this boy, let's see how strong each of us is." The young woman said indifferently, "Kuan Sha, don't humiliate yourself. If we were in the sea, this queen might be wary of you, but on land, you are not this queen's opponent." "How would you know if we haven't fought?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. His strength turned into a huge palm print that covered half of Star City. "You're courting death." The young woman was angry and raised her palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The buildings in Star City collapsed, and the cultivator was also injured or killed. Under this palm, the young woman soared into the sky and went straight for the Kuan Sha. The Kuan Sha's body swayed, and he retreated a few steps, thinking that he was indeed at a disadvantage when fighting this dragon lady on land. However, since he was here, if he did not fight, how could he be willing to leave? The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In Star City, countless cultivators were scrambling to escape for their lives, fearing that they would be affected. Qi Xing and the other heads were also ashen. Who knew which evil god Qi Xing had bumped into? Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, he had been having a bad time. First, he was tormented by Yang Kai to the point that he almost fell apart. After a few years of recuperation, two such terrifying existences appeared. This woman is also a divine spirit. Seeing the young woman fighting with the Kuan Sha, Yang Kai was horrified. Only a divine spirit could be evenly matched with the Kuan Sha and even have a slight advantage. However, he did not know who this woman was and why she was lurking in his residence. At this moment, everyone in the mansion gathered around. Yang Kai shivered and shouted in a low voice, "Go, go, go, go. Hurry up and leave." When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat suffer. No matter who won in the end between the young woman and the Kuan Sha, he would definitely not have a good time. Originally, he wanted to let Su Jin arrange the spirit array just in case, but now that he saw the power of these two divine spirits, Yang Kai knew that no one in the great cosmological realm could stop their power. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to last more than a stick of incense worth of time. There were more people in the mansion. In addition to the three from Great Moon State, Yuhi Lu Shui and Chunyu, there were nearly 40 people including Guizian. In addition, the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon were still outside the city. Yang Kai ordered the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon to flee quickly while putting the cultivator, who had not reached the heaven-opening realm, into the small sealed world. The small sealed world was its own world, so it did not matter if it accommodated the Emperor realm, but heaven-opening realm cultivators also had their own small universe, so it could not accept heaven-opening realm cultivators. After busying himself, only Yuhi Lu Shui and Guizian were left. Yang Kai urged his strength to wrap the three of them before summoning the Space Spirit Bead and activating the power of the Space Spirit Bead, disappearing in an instant. "Smelly brat, you want to run?" The young woman was fighting with the Kuan Sha endlessly, but she still had the leisure to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. She opened her mouth and spat out something that instantly disappeared into the void. After a short while, somewhere in the void, several hundred kilometers away from Star City, a large net suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai, Yuhi Lu Shui, and Guizian were all caught in the net and fell to the ground. Bastard! Yang Kai was furious and shocked. Previously, the Void Shuttle was destroyed by the Kuan Sha, causing him to be separated from Su Zhen and the others. Now, the Void Shuttle was ruined by the young woman. This time, she was even more ruthless as she directly broke through the void and caught them back. What kind of bizarre method was this? The young woman's strength was probably beyond his imagination, but because of the special principles of the Great Void Realm, she was not able to fully display it. He reached out to grab the net and tried to tear it, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai's heart sank. His half-dragon body was terrifyingly strong, yet this net was so tough. Not only that, it was also very sticky. He could not get rid of it once he grabbed it. With a thought, the golden crow true fire emerged and burned the net, but it could not burn it. "What kind of net is this?" Yuhi exclaimed. She was also struggling hard, but there was nothing she could do. Instead, the more she struggled, the tighter the net became. "It looks like a spider web." Lu Shui frowned. "Spider web." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked over at the battlefield. Just as he looked over, he saw Kuan Sha's body sway and transform into his 1,000-foot-long true body. The young woman also turned around, and a terrifying monster as large as a city appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. It was an incomparably huge spider with 8 legs, a silver body, and a crescent moon mark on its back. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Yang Kai exclaimed as he stared fixedly at it. Lu Shui could not help covering her red lips. And Yuhi also gave up struggling, a bitter expression on her face. "So it's her?" Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder the young woman said that she had taken a fancy to him a few years ago. It turned out that her roots were in Sword Pavilion Star Market. In Sword Pavilion Star Market, when Yang Kai was investigating the corpse of Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, he discovered the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's mark on his chest. At that time, the mark had erupted, transforming into the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's appearance and filling Yang Kai's mind, but he had to rely on the divine dragon's power to break it. At that time, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes watching him. Now that he thought about it, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider must have sensed it when he broke the mark. Then it sent Head Mantis to capture him, but in the end, Head Mantis was killed by him. Yang Kai thought that this matter was over, but who would have thought that after more than 2 years he would meet the real deal? But what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider found him, why didn't it attack him? Instead, it hid in his mansion. What did it want? That Kuan Sha came to find him, not just for the Hailstone Cold Moon Pearl, but what were these holy spirits planning? Chapter 4071. The Kuan shark's body was 1,000 john long, and the heavenly moon demon spider wasn't too far off. The two colossal creatures used their respective divine abilities and fought fiercely. The earth shattered, the void trembled, and the world's spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of li became extremely chaotic. The strength of the two divine spirits was similar, and they both lived in the great cosmological boundary, so they should have fought each other more than once. They knew each other very well, and their killing moves were constantly being used, causing everyone to tremble in fear. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai discovered that the Kuan shark was not a match for the heavenly moon demon spider. Just as the heavenly moon demon spider had said before, the Kuan shark was a divine spirit born in the sea after all. If they were in the sea, she might not be a match, but on land, she was stronger. Spider silk sealed the world and gradually weaved into a net. Even with the Kuan shark's strength, it could not escape, and when the net was formed, the Kuan shark would be completely defeated. The Kuan sha obviously realized this as well. It shook its head, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards a weak point. It bit off the tens of thousands of spider threads there, and transformed back into its human form. It rushed out of the gap and fled quickly. A voice came from afar. Juin, you've won today, but don't be complacent. Let's see who has the last laugh in the spirit-seizing battle. Seeing him leave, the heavenly moon demon spider did not stop him. Its giant spider body twisted and transformed back into the innocent young girl, looking around with her hands behind her back. Several hundred kilometers away, in the spider web, Yang Kai and the others watched in horror. The power of the two divine spirits' battle was beyond imagination. Even in the great cosmological realm, they were able to display power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm. This might have something to do with the fact that they were born here, or it might have something to do with the fact that their strength was boundless. But no matter what, the power of the divine spirits was indeed unstoppable. The young girl turned around and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai and the others in a few leaps. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny, like a young girl in love looking at her lover, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He said bitterly, "Senior, how can you teach me?" The girl smiled faintly and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I won't let others kill you either. You are of great use to me, and this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first." With a wave of her hand, she summoned the spider web back. Yang Kai and the others regained their freedom, but in front of such an existence, they didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. They could only obediently follow behind her and head toward Star City, tens of thousands of miles away. Kuan Sha stopped and said angrily, "Bitch, you ruined my plan. This is bad. That kid has been targeted by that lowly servant, Zhu Jiuyin, and I'm afraid I won't be able to snatch him away. I wonder if the other kid has died." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out something. It was none other than the Lin Feng he had swallowed before. You're not dead yet? Good, good, good. At least you have some skills." Kuan Sha's eyes brightened. He found that although Lin Feng's face was pale, he was intact, but there was a layer of light golden protection on the surface of his body, which was corroded by his gastric acid and could be broken at any time. Lin Feng obviously didn't have the ability to resist the corrosion of Kuan Sha's gastric acid. It should be that he used the treasure given by the elders to save his life. Suddenly, Lin Feng was frightened and coughed violently. He hadn't recovered from his shock when he heard the Kuan Sha shout in a dignified manner, "Junior, you've passed my test and can be my vessel. In the next few years, I'll teach you carefully. After a few years, you have to do something for me. If you do it well, I'll spare your life. If you don't, then obediently become my food." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him blankly. The opportunity of escaping from death made his mind confused. He didn't even hear what Kuan Sha was saying. Kuan Sha ignored him, grabbed him by the collar, and carried him to the sea. In the main hall of Yang Kai's mansion, the young woman was walking back and forth. She was touching this thing, touching that thing, as if everything was new to her. Yang Kai and the others were standing in front of the hall. They didn't dare take a deep breath, even though the celestial moon demon spider had said that she wouldn't kill him. Who knew if the dragon lady would change her mind? If she really wanted to fight, no one would be able to withstand more than 3 of her moves. Suddenly, Chinyu ran in from outside and said in a low voice, "Master, Qi Xing and the others want to see you." When the celestial moon demon spider took Yang Kai and the others back to Xing City, everybody saw it. How could Chen Tianfei and the others sit still when the celestial moon demon spider suddenly appeared in Xing City? Of course, they quickly came to pay a visit. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the celestial moon demon spider. The young woman waved her hand and said, "Tell them to get lost." She looked extremely impatient. Chinyu shrank back and bowed respectfully. The young woman finally stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai, smiling as she asked, "Where is elder brother's body?" "Elder brother?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What elder brother? Which elder brother? Did you kill him?" the young woman asked. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly raised his hand, tossing out a headless corpse. It was the mantis-headed monster he had killed in Sword Pavilion Star City more than 2 years ago. But this guy's head had been pierced by the blue dragon spear, leaving only the lower half of his body. Because this monster race man's strength was quite good, and his 2 sharp blades were good materials for forging artifacts, Yang Kai had always kept his body. Elder brother has followed me for many years, and I was the one who enlightened him and opened his sentience. Although he is now dead, I want to take back his body. Do you have any objections? The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head obediently, not daring to say a word at this time. The young woman nodded, raised her hand, and put away the mantis-headed monster's body before turning around and sitting down in the seat that originally belonged to Yang Kai. Crossing her legs and resting her cheek on her palm, she said somewhat lazily, "This queen is Zhu Jiuyin. You have all seen what my true body is. Greetings, Senior Zhu." Yang Kai quickly saluted while winking at Lu Shui, Yu He, and the others, thinking to himself, "Is this woman a heavenly moon demon spider? So her surname is Xu?" The young woman giggled as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "This queen came out of seclusion this time, specifically to find you." As soon as this statement came out, Yu He immediately turned to look at Yang Kai, a vigilant look on her face. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Does Senior know me?" "I didn't know you before, but now I do." Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, why are you looking for me? If you want to avenge Dalong, Senior would have already done it." "Of course, it's not to avenge Dalong. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? This queen came here to ask you to do me a favor. If this favor is successful, the enmity of you killing Dalong will be written off. Otherwise, I will properly settle it with you." "Ooh." Yang Kai was speechless and said, "What does Senior want me to do? If she couldn't do it, how could he do it?" "You will naturally know when the time comes. It's useless to know now. What you need to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. The stronger, the better. Before you help me, I will live here, so don't think about running away." Zhu Jiuyin's gaze turned and looked at Yu He and Lu Shui. "You two follow me. This queen needs servants." Yu He was speechless. She was a 5th grade splitter and was actually treated as a servant. However, thinking about Zhu Jiuyin's identity and strength, he was indeed qualified. If this kind of existence went outside, he would at least be equivalent to a high-grade splitter. Zhu Jiuyin really stayed in the mansion and chose the best bedroom, which was originally Yang Kai's residence. He had nothing to do all day, so he led he and Lu Shui to wander around the star market. He bought a lot of random things which made people speechless. She was a sacred spirit, celestial moon demon spider. She had always lived in the depths of the mountains. Even though her strength was tyrannical, she couldn't help but feel some novelty when she saw this lively world. Yang Kai was confused by her. This woman only asked him to do her a favor, but she didn't say how he would help her. She only said that he would know when the time came, which made him confused. However, since it was a request from a sacred spirit, it was definitely not a small matter. Yang Kai could only speed up his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't cook without rice. The power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements in his Tao seal, was stuck on the metal element. Without a suitable metal element power, there was no way to continue condensing the power of his Tao seal. He already had the water element, but without condensing the metal element, there was no way to condense the water element. He could only take the dragon blood pill every day to strengthen his body and purify his bloodline power, and then comprehend the wood and earth divine technique. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly took out a communication bead, immersing his mind into it. Then he was overjoyed and sent a message. "Brother Su, are you okay?" This communication bead was the means of communication with Su Jun. Previously, Su Jun suddenly disappeared, which made Yang Kai quite worried. He didn't know if he was alive or dead, but he didn't expect that Su Jun would take the initiative to send a message today. "Not dead yet, but the situation is not good," Su Jun replied. "What happened? Why was there no news from before? What about the others?" "The others are fine for the time being, but it seems that the days ahead won't be too good. Brother Yang, you have to make plans early. You are too outstanding and will be targeted sooner or later." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "Targeted by who?" Su Jin said, "Brother Yang, have you ever heard of the bearer?" "Never heard of it." Su Jin said, "I only saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors and didn't take it seriously, but now I know that it is true. In the great cosmological realm, there is more than one divine spirit." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "I know this." Su Jin was surprised. "How did you know? Did you encounter one?" Yang Kai said with a headache, "Not only did I encounter one, there is one in my residence now." Su Jin didn't reply for a long time, and Yang Kai thought that something had happened to him again, so he sent a few messages. Su Jin replied, "Brother Yang, you are indeed being targeted. In that case, it is convenient for me to explain it to you. Did the divine spirit on your side ask you to do her a favor?" Yang Kai was surprised. How did Brother Su know this? Su Jin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because I am the same. We are really in the same boat. Chapter 4072. You too? Yang Kai was shocked. "You were also captured by the sacred spirits. The sacred spirit that captured me is called Zhu Yan, and its strength is extraordinary." "Which sacred spirit captured you?" Yang Kai muttered. "Heavenly Moon Demon Spider." After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that Su Jin had been teleported to an unknown place after being separated from him. As a result, he encountered Zhu Yan on the way back and was accidentally captured. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do these sacred spirits want? The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider only said that she wanted me to help her with something, but when I asked again, she didn't say anything. Also, what's with the bearer you mentioned before? Sigh. Su Jun sighed heavily. "This is why I sent you a message. The great cosmological realm is ancient, and there are countless sacred spirits living here. However, these sacred spirits are born here, raised here, and limited here. In the great cosmological realm, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for them to fully display their strength." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were indeed very strange. He previously thought that the great cosmological realm's small universe world was sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog, causing the heaven-splitting cultivators to be unable to display their strength, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Even those sacred spirits were restricted from displaying their strength, let alone a mere lower or middle-grade heaven-splitting cultivator. Although Zhu Jiuyin and Kuan Sha were fighting fiercely before, they were far from displaying the strength that sacred spirits should have. On the sacred spirit list, whether it was the heavenly moon demon spider or Kuan Sha, their rankings were comparable to Miemeng, but how terrifying was Miemeng's power? The power displayed by Zhu Jiuyin and Kuan Sha was only a fraction of its strength, giving people a feeling that they did not live up to their name. This should be the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm, and not simply because of the great cosmological realm's fog. Su Zhen's divine sense came out of the communication bead and transmitted his message. These divine spirits are equivalent to living in a huge cage. Brother Yang, if you were them, would you do this? Yang Kai's heart trembled, and after thinking carefully, he said solemnly, "Of course I would want to jump out of this cage." The almighty figures were definitely unwilling to accept the current situation and would definitely think of ways to change it. And the most convenient way was to leave the great cosmological realm. That's right. The sacred spirits also think the same way. They also want to jump out of this cage, break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm, and restore all their might. But they are living beings of this world. How could it be easy to break free? Is this related to the bear you mentioned before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Su Zhen replied. The sacred spirits can't leave the great cosmological realm on their own. They can only find someone to take them out, and that person is the bearer they are looking for. Find someone to bring them out. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Can the holy spirits of this place be brought out? If that was the case, then wouldn't his 6 directions Rui pouch be a treasure? When he was about to leave, he could just put Zhu Jiuyin into the bag. You can bring them out, but only one at a time. And you need some special opportunities. Su Zhen seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking. I know that Brother Yang has a treasure that can hold living things, but that thing is useless, even if you put the sacred spirits in it. Without that opportunity, you will be stopped by the great cosmological realm when you leave. The reason why the sacred spirits are looking for a bearer is to fight for that opportunity to break free from the shackles of the great cosmological realm. What's that opportunity? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I'm not too sure. I just saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors. Back then, the ancestors of the divine Cauldron Grotto Heaven also fell into the great cosmological realm and competed with the tide of that era, leaving behind some information about this place. He succeeded. He failed. Su Zhen sighed. The glory of that era belonged to a senior of the Xianyuan Grotto Heaven. He took away a sacred spirit from the great cosmological realm, and that sacred spirit became his Tao protector, guarding him for 1,000 years before leaving the Xianyuan Grotto Heaven. Tao protector. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Bodyguard, thug, guard. Anyway, that's what it means. Su Zhen chuckled. We worked hard for those sacred spirits and risked our lives, so we have to get some benefits from them. That senior of the Xianyuan Grotto Heaven was amazing. He negotiated with that sacred spirit to be his Tao protector for 1,000 years, and that sacred spirit had no choice but to agree. Brother Yang, I'm going to have a good talk with this Zhu Yan on my side. TSK, TSK. Think about how awe-inspiring it would be to have a sacred spirit with you when you go out in the future. Yang Kai was speechless. How could such a condition be put forward? If he angered that person, he wouldn't know how to spell the word death. Thank you for telling me, Brother Su. This information is very important to me. Yang Kai replied gratefully. He had been thinking about what Zhu Jiuyin wanted him to do and why he wanted him to improve his strength. Now that he heard Su Zhen's words, he knew the reason. It seemed that the reason why the Kuan shark chased him all the way here was not only because he had stolen the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but also because of the bearer. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the whereabouts of the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl before he left. Anyway, I won't tell you. You will know in the future, but you and I are both bearers, and there will be a time to fight in the future. For the benefit of my divine cauldron, Brother Yang, when the time comes, I will not show mercy. That's how it should be. And Ning Daoran and the others, they probably won't be able to escape either. Those holy spirits have sharp eyes. They haven't made any movements these past few years, probably because they are observing those of us who have fallen into this place and choosing suitable bearers. Now that the Zhuyan and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider have made their moves, the other holy spirits will definitely not be able to sit still. I reckon that Ning Daoran and the others will all be captured by the holy spirits. It's just a matter of time. When the time comes, there will definitely be a confrontation between us. Let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, Su Jun cut off the connection. Yang Kai silently put away the communication bead and digested the news he had received from Su Jun. Bearers, the only opportunity to get rid of the shackles of the Great Void Realm, and protectors. He had never heard of such information, right? There was also Lin Feng. In that case, Lin Feng should not be in danger. He was also a disciple of the Heavenly Cave, and his background was extraordinary. He was definitely one of the candidates for the bearer. The Kuan shark should not kill him. It was estimated that he would be chosen as the bearer. But in this way, some of the doubts in his heart could be solved. Zhu Jiuyin did not kill him, nor did he make things difficult for him. He also wanted him to cultivate well. Obviously, he wanted him to help her snatch the opportunity to leave. The battle of spirit seizing? Yang Kai recalled the harsh words the Kuan shark had left before he left. Although he did not know what the battle of spirit seizing meant, he thought it should be related to the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai stepped into the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Jiuyin was sitting in a chair, while Lu Shui and Yuhi were busy. The ground was full of messy things that the three of them had swept from the star market. Most of them were women's accessories. Yuhi stood in front of Zhu Jiuyin with a mirror. Lu Shui took the accessories for Zhu Jiuyin to wear. She looked left and right in front of the mirror. If she liked it, she kept it. If she didn't like it, she threw it aside. When Yang Kai came in, he saw the scene of Zhu Jiuyin pitying himself in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but be speechless. Yuhi turned her head and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Senior Zhu Jiuyin played with the headdress on his head and didn't raise his eyelids. What are you doing here instead of cultivating? He turned his head sideways and asked Yuhi, how about this? Yuhi said, it looks good. It wasn't flattery. It was indeed beautiful. After all, she was a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. She was beautiful and looked good on anything. It's a bit too gaudy. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. He took off the headdress and threw it aside. Yang Kai took the chance to say, Senior wants me to cultivate. I want to cultivate too. It's a pity that I can't continue. Why? Zhu Jiuyin raised his head and looked at him. Without treasures, I can't condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Yang Kai lowered his head. Nonsense. Zhu Jiuyin curled his lips. You stole the Kuan shark's moon essence. Do you think I don't know? That thing came from the land of elders. It was originally a moon essence core. It's enough for you to refine for a long time. Land of elders? Moon essence core? Yang Kai's body shook. Senior is talking about the Hailstone Cold Moon Pearl? What Hailstone Cold Moon Pearl? Zhu Jiuyin said in disdain. He waved his hand and had Yuhi stand aside. He looked at Yang Kai and said, this great cosmological realm originally had a moon and a sun. However, too much time passed, and the sun was extinguished, the moon crumbled. A piece of moon essence fell into the land of elders. Later, it was taken out by someone and fell into the hands of the Kuan shark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the hailstone cold moon pearl was an innate supreme treasure, he didn't expect it to be a moon essence core. No wonder it emitted light like moonlight but was cold to the touch. As for where the land of elders was, Yang Kai didn't know. However, it should be a secret place in the great cosmological realm. After calming his mind and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Yang Kai said, "That won't do. Senior, I have now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. Next, I need to condense the power of metal element, and then the power of water element." The moon essence should be the power of water element. I still lack a suitable metal element treasure. Without the metal element, there's nothing I can do even if I have the water element. What do you mean? Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with a smile. It would be best if Senior could reward me with a metal element treasure. Senior has been the flowing time great emperor of the great cosmological realm for a long time. The great cosmological realm is rich in treasures, so you should have a lot of metal element treasures. So you're here for benefits? Zhu Jiuyin smiled and rested his cheek on his hand. He looked at Yang Kai lazily and said, "Okay, tell me, what treasure do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. No matter what treasure it is, as long as it's a metal element above the 7th grade. Junior's request is not high." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Zhu Jiuyin's face suddenly darkened. Not high request, anything above the 7th grade. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Was this request too much? He gathered his courage and nodded. Chapter 4073. Zhu Jiuyin said angrily, "And you say your request isn't high. Do you know what it means to be above 7th grade?" "What does it mean?" Yang Kai asked weakly. Zhu Jiuyin snorted and said, "That means you have to kill someone who is at the same level as me and take his inner core." If you really want to do that, I can point you to a good place to go. 1,000,000 miles west from here, there is an annoying guy called Jin Wu. You can kill him and take his inner core. It is at least an 8th tier treasure. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead. "Senior, you're joking. That Jin Wu was also a sacred spirit. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't need to be docile and respectful in front of her. He would have broken through the heavens long ago. Junior doesn't necessarily need the sacred spirit's inner core to obtain the metal element treasure. Is there no other treasure in the great cosmological realm that fits the criteria? There were some in the past." Zhu Jiuyin revealed a look of reminiscence. "But there were none later." "Why?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "You're not the only guests in the great cosmological realm. If there were good things, wouldn't those despicable fellows plunder them? Why would they leave them for you? If you want something above 7th grade, you have to kill those sacred spirits and seize their inner cores." Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It made sense. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, they weren't the only group of guests over the years. How could those seniors be merciful when they came here? If there were good things, they would have collected them long ago. He was able to obtain the Earth Element Dragon Ball because of his bloodline. He was able to obtain the Moon Essence because it was a sacred object of the sea race. With the Kuan shark guarding it, it would be difficult to obtain the metal element. Why do you want something above 7th grade? Zhu Jiuyin looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "I know your cultivation method. You condense a Tao seal in your body and then condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements to achieve heaven opening. If it's 7th grade, wouldn't it be high grade heaven opening?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Junior's ambition is high, and I want to achieve high-grade heaven opening. Zhu Juin blinked and laughed. You're the most ambitious person I've ever met. Yang Kai keenly grasped something. Senior, did you have a bearer before? Zhu Juin was surprised. You know about the bearer? This isn't a secret, is it? Yang Kai smiled and pretended to be profound. Zhu Juin scrutinized him and said, You have an extraordinary background, so it's not strange that you know about this. Since you know about the bearer, you definitely know what I want you to do. Yang Kai nodded, seized the opportunity to escape from this cage. That's why I came here to seek benefits from you. Only when I'm strong will I have a greater chance to compete with the other heroes and take the lead. That's true. Zhu Juin nodded. However, if you want metal elemental treasures of the 7th tier and above, I can't do anything about it. As for the 6th tier, I have quite a number of them. Yang Kai was speechless. He also had a few dozen Divine Essences magnetism stones. The Divine Essences magnetism gourd also contained a lot of Divine Essences magnetism light. If he was willing to use a Divine Essences magnetism stone, why would he need to beg Zhu Juin? How about this? Zhu Juin pondered for a moment and said, Condense the water element first. I'll send someone to scout for the metal elemental treasures. Maybe there are some that I missed. If there are, I'll find them for you. Yang Kai was puzzled. If I don't condense the metal elemental treasures, how can I condense the water element? Zhu Juin sneered. Normal people can only condense according to the 5 elemental treasures. However, I have a wonderful technique that can allow you to ignore this order and condense as you wish. Yang Kai's body shook. There's such a wonderful technique in this world. Yu He and Lu Shui also looked over in surprise. One of them was at the 4th tier, and the other was at the 5th tier, so they were considered knowledgeable. However, they had never heard of such a technique. If there was such a wonderful technique, wouldn't it break the countless years of cultivation system outside the universe? If such a thing appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. Zhu Juin said faintly, Originally, there wasn't such a technique. However, I once had a bearer who was astonishingly talented and created this wonderful technique. His situation was similar to yours at that time. He had an item for the next stage of cultivation in his hands, but he was missing the middle part. He couldn't find it anywhere and had no choice but to cross the stage to cultivate. However, I have to tell you that although this technique is wonderful, it is a little whimsical and has some risks. If your foundation is not enough, it is very likely that the 5 elemental treasures will collapse and your Dao seal will shatter. Do you still want to continue? Do you still want to learn it? Yang Kai quickly nodded his head. No matter how dangerous this technique was, it was always right to learn it first. If he really couldn't do it, he could just not cultivate it. Anyway, he was still young and had a lot of time. There was no need to rush. Zhu Juin nodded his head and gently lifted his finger to tap on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled, and he felt countless information pouring into his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. After a long while, his body suddenly trembled, and he came back to his senses. He had a look of admiration on his face. The person who created this technique is simply gifted by the heavens. This technique was called the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Xian Universe Heart Sutra. If one were to use this technique to condense the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures, there was no need to worry about the order of the 5 elemental treasures. It could be said that one could cultivate it as one wished. However, using this technique to condense the power would have a much greater impact on the Dao seal than normal cultivation. If the Dao seal wasn't firm enough, one wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was the danger that Zhu Juin mentioned. However, correspondingly, using this technique to condense the power of the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures had some benefits. Once one succeeded in splitting open the sky, one's ability would be stronger. This was because the Tao seal would withstand an unimaginable impact, and its foundation would be firm. Naturally, it would be incomparable to others. Yang Kai was full of praise. Zhu Juyin said that this was a technique created by one of her bearers. It could be seen how amazing that bearer was. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the creator was so impressive, why couldn't he bring Zhu Juyin out of the great cosmological realm? As if she saw the doubts in Yang Kai's heart, Zhu Juyin said, "That person is dead. He died in the battle of spirit seizing. If not for that, with his talent, how could I be trapped here?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. "That person died because of this technique? That's not it. This technique was deduced by me and him together. It's considered more complete. He died because he was the tallest tree in the forest. He was besieged by many other bearers and died." Yang Kai nodded. This way, he was relieved. Since someone had successfully cultivated the reverse yin yang 5 elemental Xian universe heart sutra, he would definitely be able to do it too. There was no reason that he couldn't walk the path paved by his predecessor. He couldn't wait to comprehend the mystery of this technique. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhu Juyin anymore. He excused himself and returned to the secret room to meditate. Day after day, month after month, the reverse yin yang 5 elemental Xian universe heart sutra was extensive and profound. Yang Kai comprehended it for half a year before he could be considered to have some understanding. However, even so, he didn't dare to try it. The grade of the moon essence was extremely high. After all, it was a connate cardinal treasure. If he didn't have complete confidence, forcefully condensing it would only damage the Tao seal. If he wanted to try, there were 2 key points. One was that the power of the 5 elements couldn't be harmonized. Under normal circumstances, he should first condense the power of the metal element and then the water element. However, he didn't have a suitable metal element now, so he could only skip this stage. As a result, the power of the 5 elements would definitely be in chaos. This required the reverse yin-yang 5 elemental Xian universe heart sutra to be harmonized. This wasn't a big problem. The reverse yin-yang 5 elemental Xian universe heart sutra was created for this moment. The biggest problem was that the Tao seal wasn't strong enough. Yang Kai was blessed by nature. He first condensed the essence of the immortal tree to form the power of the wood element and laid an incomparably strong foundation. Then he condensed the fire element. With the wood element suppressing it, there was no danger. There was no need to talk about the earth element. The earth dragon pearl came from the same source as him, so there was no danger in condensing it. However, if he wanted to condense the water element now, the strength of the Tao seal was still lacking. Yang Kai had no choice but to come out and consult Zhu Juyin. He believed that the previous bearer had a similar experience. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, he definitely solved this problem. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Zhu Juyin casually threw a jade bottle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it. As he opened the bottle, he asked confusedly, "What is this?" Zhu Juyin said lazily, "I don't know what this is either. That brat once called it Tao, holy water." The brat she was talking about was undoubtedly the bearer who created the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xian Yu Heart Sutra. "Tao, holy water?" Yu He and Lu Shui exclaimed in unison. Their beautiful faces turned pale. Zhu Juyin turned to look at them. Yang Kai also looked at them. Is this thing very famous? She didn't know much about the world outside of the universe. Naturally, she didn't know what Tao, holy water meant. Yu He hurriedly said, "It's good stuff. It's a treasure." Lu Shui also nodded vigorously at the side. She looked at the jade bottle in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze. Yang Kai was enraptured when he heard this. It must be something good given by Senior. But what's the use of this thing? Yuhi said, it's used to strengthen the Tao seal. You also know that a cultivator's aptitude is limited. The fundamental reason is the Tao seal. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 3rd grade. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 6th grade. This is the limit that the Tao seal can withstand. The difference is that the Tao seal is condensed from everyone's own Tao. Once formed, it can't be easily changed. It can be said that when the Tao seal is condensed, this person's future achievements are basically determined. But if there's Tao, holy water, then it's possible to go one step further. Using this holy water to strengthen the Tao seal, one can condense power of a higher grade and surpass one's original limit. Yang Kai finally understood and was wild with joy. That's right. Yuhi nodded. Back then, she achieved the 5th grade to split open the sky. This meant that the limit of her Tao seal was to withstand the impact of the 5th grade. But at that time, if she had the help of the Tao, holy water, achieving the 6th grade would not be a problem. The premise was that she could find enough 6th grade materials. But the Tao, holy water, was extremely rare. In this 3,000 worlds for countless years, there were only a few times. Legend had it that someone had obtained the Tao, holy water. Chapter 4074. This Tao, divine water, was indeed a good thing. Yang Kai put it away happily and asked Zhu Juin about the refining method before returning to the secret room and continuing his seclusion. In the secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and activated the formation to avoid being disturbed. Only then did he carefully take out the jade bottle that contained the Tao, divine water, and open the bottle. There was not much Tao, divine water left in the jade bottle. Only half a bottle. There were only a few dozen drops left, which should have been used by Zhu Juin. However, a drop of Tao, divine water was hard to find, and a few dozen drops were enough for Yang Kai to use. Calming his qi and concentrating, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he reached into the jade bottle and wrapped a drop of Tao, divine water. Inside the jade bottle, there was nothing special about the divine water, but once it was exposed, it emitted an extremely strange fragrance. Yang Kai's nose twitched and his eyes couldn't help but become lax as he muttered to himself, so fragrant, so fragrant. This thing must be very delicious to eat, as he said that. His divine sense wrapped around the drop of Tao, divine water, and sent it to his mouth. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly shook and regained his senses. He quickly closed his mouth and imprinted the drop of Tao, divine water on his glabella. This divine water was not meant to be consumed, but to be refined with the Tao seal, just like refining the power of yin and yang 5 elements. If it was consumed rashly, it would not have the slightest effect. Zhu Juin had also told him that there would be some interference when refining this Tao, divine water, but he did not take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he was a little careless. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, he might have really wasted a drop. It was strange. The Tao, divine water, was clearly a tangible thing, but when it was imprinted on his glabella, it completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that his Tao seal was slightly cold, as if something had invaded it. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in investigating. Under inspection, he saw that his Tao seal was covered with a layer of watery light, and the Tao, divine water, was constantly invading his Tao seal. A strange power spread out and was absorbed by his Tao seal. As time passed, Yang Kai did feel that his Tao seal was becoming stronger. The Tao seal was the manifestation of each cultivator's own Tao. When condensing the Tao seal, all the power of a cultivator would be immersed in the Tao seal. The foundation of a cultivator was directly related to the strength of the Tao seal. If the foundation was good, then the seal would be stronger. Although no one had classified the Tao seal, in fact, the Tao seal of a cultivator could be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Yang Kai's Tao was the void Tao, and he was extremely proficient in the Tao of space. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of so many low-rank and mid-rank heaven opening masters after snatching the Golden Crow's corpse. The Tao of space was one of the 3,000 Taos, and it was an extremely profound Tao. Yang Kai used the Tao of space to condense his Tao seal, so it was naturally incomparable to others. This was also one of the foundations of him being able to condense power above the 7th grade. The other foundation was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. This was also an opportunity. But even so, his Tao seal still had a lot of room for improvement. Fortunately, he had not reached the heaven-opening realm yet. If he had, it would have been completely fixed, and even the Tao-E divine water would have been powerless. When the mysterious Tao-E divine water entered his Tao seal, there was a trace of coldness at first, but then a warm and comfortable feeling came from the Tao seal. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and focused on refining it. However, refining the Tao-E divine water was really difficult. That small drop of water took Yang Kai a whole month to completely refine. Comparing the difference between his Tao seal and the one before, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that the increase was not too great, at most 10%. However, on second thought, his Tao seal was already extraordinary, so the Tao-E divine water could not increase it by too much. If it were someone else's Tao seal, it would not be like this. If a drop of Tao-E divine water could increase it by 10%, wouldn't 10 drops double? Without stopping, he released his divine sense to wrap around a drop of Tao-E divine water and continued to refine it. There were at least a few dozen drops of Tao-E divine water in that jade bottle. This was a rare opportunity, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to increase his Tao seal to its maximum level. As he refined drop after drop of Tao-E divine water, his Tao seal became more and more solid, but as time passed, the benefits of refining the Tao-E divine water gradually decreased. Another year passed, and Yang Kai opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. During this year, he had consumed a dozen drops of Tao-E divine water and raised his Tao seal to its limit. Refining more Tao-E divine water was useless and would only be a waste. Keeping the jade bottle, Yang Kai examined himself and was very satisfied. Now, even if there was a 9th grade material in front of him, he was confident that he could easily refine it. He did not have to worry that his Tao seal could not withstand it. The benefits of this closed-door cultivation were too great. His Tao seal was stable, and not only could it allow him to condense a higher grade of power, in the future, even if he encountered any divine technique that targeted his Tao seal, he did not have to be too afraid. He came out of closed-door cultivation again and went to see Zhu Jiuyin. He saw Zhu Jiuyin in the courtyard giving a lecture to the Scarlet Jiao. He did not know what language she was speaking, and Yang Kai could not understand it at all. He only felt that the voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate, containing the truth of the great Tao, and resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Scarlet Jiao did not notice his arrival at all, and listened attentively. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin smiled. "All right, let's stop here for today. Go back and cultivate properly." The Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon nodded slightly to express their gratitude. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao immediately crawled over and swam around Yang Kai's feet. The Earth Dragon was much more direct. It opened its mouth and wriggled nonstop. Its mucus was thrown everywhere, and there were bursts of scratching sounds coming from the ground. Yang Kai was speechless. He threw 2 dragon blood pills to them and asked them to scram. With a rumble, the 2 big fellows obtained the dragon blood pills and left through the tunnel that was opened up earlier. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior, why are you in the mood to teach them today?" He listened for a while just now. Although he did not know what Zhu Juyin was talking to the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, he faintly felt that he was helping them to open up their intelligence. The reason why the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao could not transform was not because they were not strong enough, but because their intelligence had not been opened. With Zhu Juyin's teaching, their transformation would be much earlier. Zhu Juyin smiled slightly. "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do. However, I was still a little curious as to why their bloodline is so pure. So it's because of you." She clearly saw the origin of the dragon blood pills. Whether it was the Scarlet Jiao or the Earth Dragon, they all had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. It was just that it was very faint. After continuously consuming the dragon blood pills for the past few years, their dragon race bloodline had greatly improved and had already surpassed the limits of their respective races. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhu Juyin asked. Yang Kai said, "I want to ask about the metal element treasure." "There is no clue." Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. The million troops under her had all moved out and searched 3 feet in the entire great cosmological abyss, but they could not find any information about metal element treasures above the 7th grade. Not only the metal element, but the other 5 elements were also not found. Just as she said before, they were not the only batch of guests in the great cosmological abyss. Since ancient times, batches and batches of cultivator had been devoured, and there was no lack of outstanding talents. Many of the precious treasures in the great cosmological abyss had already been plundered clean. Even if the sacred spirits had some collections, they had given them to their respective inheritors to increase their strength so that they could snatch the opportunity to leave during the spirit-seizing battle. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. If Zhu Juyin could not find a metal element treasure above the 7th grade, then he did not have much hope. "Now, there may only be 2 places that have what you need," Zhu Juyin said softly. "Which 2 places?" "One is the Golden Vulture Palace, which is Jin Wu's territory." Yang Kai's face darkened. "Forget about that. A year ago, Zhu Juyin had also mentioned Jin Wu. If he could kill him and seize his inner core, he could satisfy Yang Kai's needs. However, Jin Wu was a sacred spirit after all, and Zhu Juyin might not be his match. The other place is the land of everlastingness. There are more treasures left there." "Where is the land of everlastingness?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The moon essence came from the land of everlastingness. Zhu Juyin had once said that the great cosmological abyss originally had a sun and a moon. However, too much time had passed, and the sun had been extinguished, and the moon had collapsed. A piece of moon essence had fallen into the land of everlastingness and was taken out by someone, landing in the hands of Kuan Sha. The land of everlastingness is where the spirit-seizing battle is, and it has not started yet. Zhu Juyin shook his head slowly. Yang Kai was indignant that it had not started yet. However, the land of everlastingness was where the spirit-seizing battle was. Didn't that mean that he could only go in and search for suitable metal element treasures during the spirit-seizing battle? Zhu Juyin wanted him to improve his strength for the spirit-seizing battle. There was no time at all. "Can't you just make do and use a 6th grade metal element?" Zhu Juyin frowned and looked at him. Yang Kai said solemnly, "This is related to the great Tao. It is my lifelong pursuit." "How can I make do?" Zhu Juyin smiled, thinking that it was not up to him when the time came. He changed the topic and said, "How's the cultivation of the technique?" "Almost there." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra was profound, he had comprehended it for a long time and had gained some insights. Now that his Tao seal had been strengthened to the limit, there should not be any danger if he were to condense the water element. "Then go and condense the water element. I will protect you." Yang Kai was about to refuse when Zhu Jiuyin said, "Your life and death is related to my future. It is not up to you to decide. I might as well tell you that those old fellows have already found their respective inheritors and are nurturing them vigorously. The spirit-seizing battle is bound to be a life and death battle." Then, all right, he could not win against Zhu Jiuyin and could only nod his head in agreement. They agreed to go into seclusion 3 days later to condense the water element. Yang Kai found Yu He and asked about what happened when he was in seclusion. It was not a big deal, now that the divine spirit, the heavenly moon magic spider, was guarding the Star City. Who would dare to invade? Hence, it was peaceful. Chapter 4075. 3 days later, in the secret chamber, Yang Kai and Zhu Jiuyin sat opposite each other. "I have already imparted you the reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra. You need to remember that this sutra consumes a lot of your mind, so you must not let your guard down." Zhu Jiuyin instructed solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry." He grabbed at the void, and a scepter appeared in his hand. On top of the scepter, there was a round bead shining brightly. It was the moon essence. A dense water element, qi, immediately spread out. If Yang Kai had not seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, he would not have thought that there was such a huge danger hidden in this gentle water power. This scepter was also forged with extremely high-grade materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible to embed the moon essence in it. However, Yang Kai only wanted the water element power in the moon essence, so this scepter was useless to him. He reached out and took the moon essence. The moment it touched his hand, Yang Kai could not help but shiver. He felt a bone-chilling coldness spread out from his palm and instantly corroded his mind, as if it was going to freeze his soul. On his palm, a layer of frost spread up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it reached his elbow. With a whoosh, a pitch-black flame burned and dispersed the shocking coldness. The frost gradually melted. Zhu Jiuyin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Golden crow, primordial fire? She was also a sacred spirit, so she was naturally sensitive to the sacred spirit fire. She could not help but nod slightly. This brat in front of her had the golden crow primordial fire, so the danger of refining the moon essence was greatly reduced. Water and fire were incompatible, so it would be able to suppress the coldness of the moon essence to a large extent. "Senior, I will begin," Yang Kai said. He then closed his eyes and immersed his mind. He activated the power of the Tao seal and absorbed the coldness of the moon essence. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice. Even his thoughts became a little sluggish. The coldness of the moon essence that was originally suppressed erupted again and froze his palms. His flesh was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, the moon essence was only emitting coldness instinctively, so he could suppress it with the golden crow primordial fire. Now that he actively absorbed the power of the moon essence, the golden crow primordial fire could not suppress it. The flames burned fiercely, but the coldness showed signs of suppressing the golden crow primordial fire. Zhu Jiuyin's expression changed. She paid close attention to Yang Kai's actions. She was waiting to immediately stop. Yang Kai was her chosen carrier, so she naturally could not watch him die. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find such an outstanding carrier. In other words, if Yang Kai died because of this, she could only wait for the next opening of the Great Void realm to find a vessel to seize opportunities for herself. As far as the eye could see, a layer of green light suddenly emerged from the flesh that was corroded by the cold and was rapidly withering away. That light was filled with exuberant vitality, and even Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. He really couldn't figure out what kind of wood attribute Qi Yongkai had condensed to actually possess such powerful strength. The power of the wood element lingered, the withered flesh healed, and regained its luster. Then it continued to wither and heal under the coldness. The cycle repeated. It looked extremely dangerous, but there was a delicate balance between them. This did not mean that the moon essence's power surpassed the combined power of the immortal tree and the golden crow primordial fire. However, both the immortal tree and the golden crow primordial fire had been condensed in the seal by Yongkai. He was not strong enough, so the power he could unleash was limited. The moon essence, on the other hand, was in his hand. After it was activated, its power was fully displayed. Naturally, he could fight against two. Yongkai and Zhu Jiuyin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The golden crow primordial fire and the power of the immortal tree had finally suppressed the coldness of the moon essence. However, the withering of his flesh naturally brought about unbearable pain. But Yongkai remained motionless like a dried-up well, his mind focused solely on the Tao seal. The ancient seal was originally filled with 3 kinds of power. Now, there was an additional coldness. That was the power of the moon essence. The balance that existed in the seal was instantly broken. The 5 elements were in chaos. Regardless of whether it was the wood element, fire element, or earth element, they were all attacking the seal. Yongkai let out a muffled groan as he felt his soul tremble. The blood qi in his chest surged as he thought to himself, "This kind of condensing is really dangerous. If I didn't use the Tao divine water to strengthen my Tao seal, I'm afraid I really would have died." After all, the power in his seal was of a very high grade. The impact was not small. The seal from before could not hold on for long. However, the seal was different now. It was strengthened by more than 10 drops of Tao divine water. In terms of toughness, it was almost twice as strong as before. It could still withstand the impact. He quickly activated the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xian Yu Heart Sutra to harmonize the 5 elements. As the technique was activated, the chaotic power of the 5 elements gradually restored its order. Yongkai was delighted when he saw that. Although he knew that the technique had such an effect when he comprehended the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xian Yu Heart Sutra, he did not practice it himself. He was a little uneasy. Now that he tried it, the 5 elements immediately returned to their original position. He knew that the technique was indeed effective. It could allow the cultivator to ignore the number of times the 5 elements generated each other to condense power. As such, he did not need to rush to find a suitable metal element treasure. There would always be a chance to come across it in the future. It would not be too late to condense it when he found it. However, Yongkai soon discovered the drawback of the technique. Just as Zhu Jiuyin said, the technique consumed a lot of the mind. It needed to be activated all the time. Once it was interrupted, the 5 elements would be in chaos. The reason why Zhu Jiuyin wanted to protect him was to guard against such danger. With her strength, if she sensed that something was wrong, she could forcibly stop it. She would not let Yongkai suffer any fundamental damage. At this moment, after observing closely, he found that Yongkai was fine and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this little brat's mental strength was quite extraordinary. Although his previous bearer was also quite good, it was still somewhat inferior to Yongkai's. At the very least, his previous bearer hadn't been able to restore the 5 elements in such a short period of time. It had taken a lot of effort. However, she didn't know that Yongkai's mind power was much stronger than a cultivator of the same level. When he obtained the soul-warming lotus, after so many years, the soul-warming lotus nourished Yongkai's mind all the time. No matter what stage he was at, his mind power was much stronger than his peers. Later, when he consummated with you, Ru Meng, he obtained the primordial Yin power that she had cultivated for many years from her. Ru Meng was a succubus demon saint. Among all the demon saint great emperors, her mind power was second to none. The primordial Yin power made Yang Kai's mind power soar again. It almost reached the level of the great emperors. Later, when he became the great emperors of the void, his mind power naturally rose as well. Therefore, to Yang Kai, it wasn't too difficult for him to split his attention to maintain the circulation of the reverse yin-yang 5 elements, Xian Yu Heart Sutra. His physical body was unaffected. The coldness was suppressed by the golden crow primordial fire, and the wood elemental power repaired his damaged physical body. His mind was unaffected. His powerful divine will was enough for Yang Kai to multitask. His Tao seal was unaffected. The Tao seal was strengthened by the Tao E divine water, and it could withstand the impact of the 5 elements. The first step was taken, and the next step was simple. As time passed, the power in the moon essence was continuously refined into the Tao seal by Yang Kai, turning into the water elemental power. The moon essence in Yang Kai's hand gradually dimmed. Zhu Juing suddenly lowered her head and stared at the moon essence in Yang Kai's hand. She didn't pay much attention to it before, as she was fully focused on Yang Kai. Now that she saw that Yang Kai had stabilized, she finally had the time to pay attention to other things. She realized that there seemed to be a trace of spirituality born in the moon essence. When she looked carefully, there was indeed a stream of light circulating within the moon essence. She was slightly surprised. This moon essence was actually sentient? According to what she knew, this moon essence was a treasure brought out by a carrier of the Kuan Sha from the land of elders 10,000 years ago. However, that carrier didn't manage to snatch the opportunity for the Kuan Sha, and the Kuan Sha killed that carrier in anger. After that, it was worshipped as a sacred object by the sea race. 10,000 years had passed, and the spiritual faith of the sea race continued to gather in this moon essence. It was indeed possible for a dead object to gain sentience. If this moon essence hadn't fallen into Yang Kai's hands, this moon essence would have completely gained sentience in another 1,000 years. At that time, it might become an existence that wasn't inferior to any sacred spirit. However, the moon essence's power was absorbed and refined by Yang Kai, and this moon essence's spirit was probably unable to be born. For an existence like her, there was nothing to feel sorry about. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater the chances of him obtaining the opportunity. Not to mention just a trace of spirituality, even if it was truly sentient, she would kill it for Yang Kai. Under her watch, the stream of light within the moon essence gradually dimmed. Clearly, it was being absorbed and refined by Yang Kai. Zhu Juing stood up and left. There was no need for her to pay attention to the rest. Yang Kai had refined the moon essence to this extent, and if there was still an accident, it would mean that he wasn't worth nurturing. Half a year later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that the moon essence in his hand had turned into powder and was falling from his fingers. The energy within the moon essence had been completely refined. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned. He felt that there was a strange voice in his head that seemed to want to tell him something, but when he listened carefully, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know if there was a problem with refining the moon essence this time. Zhu Juing was no longer there, and he didn't know when he left. Yang Kai flashed out of the secret room and saw Yuhi standing outside, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, Yuhi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, "Young master, did you succeed?" Yang Kai subconsciously nodded. "Yes, I succeeded." "Then why did you take so long?" Yuhi saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, refining the water element had indeed taken a long time. Previously, when he was refining the earth element's power in Crouching Dragon Mountain, it only took him 2 months. That was an earth dragon's dragon pearl, but this time it took him half a year. I didn't refine it according to the order of the 5 elements, so it did take me a long time, Yang Kai explained. He lacked the metal element, so refining the water element naturally took him more time. Chapter 4076. That wasn't the main problem. What made Yang Kai speechless was that he had to constantly divert a portion of his attention to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements, Xian Yu Heart Sutra, to maintain the stability of the 4 types of 5 elements in the Tao seal. Otherwise, the 5 elements would be in chaos. This was a bit of a headache. Although this portion of attention wasn't considered much and wouldn't affect his daily life and battle, the harsh thing was that it couldn't be stopped for even a moment. In other words, before he repaired the power in the Tao seal, Yang Kai definitely couldn't faint, or else he would die. Young Master has just condensed the water element and should be in seclusion to consolidate it. Why did you come out? Yuhi looked at him in confusion. There's something I need to ask Senior Zhu. Where is Senior? Yuhi shook her head and didn't know. She had been guarding here for the past half a year and didn't go anywhere else. How would she know where Zhu Jiuyin went? Yang Kai scanned with his divine perception and quickly found Zhu Jiuyin's aura. With a flash, he appeared in front of her. Looking over, Yang Kai was shocked. He saw Zhu Jiuyin lying on the bed lazily. Lu Shui was holding a fan with hidden bitterness and gently fanning her. In front of the bed, a mantis head was half kneeling on the ground with its head lowered. It was unknown what it was reporting to Zhu Jiuyin. This mantis had looked exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai killed previously. Yang Kai thought that the dead had come back to life, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't possible. That Dalong's head was blown up by him. How could he come back to life? This mantis head in front of him was definitely another mantis demon under Zhu Jiuyin. If it was in the past, this kind of thing wouldn't be able to enter Star City. But now that Zhu Jiuyin was overseeing this place, who would dare to stop him from coming in? You may leave. Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand. That mantis head apologized and left. It didn't even look at Yang Kai. After that mantis head left, Yang Kai cupped his hands and greeted. Senior. Zhu Jiuyin raised his eyes and looked at him. He acknowledged, since you have successfully refined it, why aren't you in seclusion to consolidate it? Why did you come out? Yang Kai frowned. I seem to have a problem. What problem? Zhu Jiuyin was slightly shocked. I don't know why, but I keep feeling like there's a voice buzzing in my head. When I listen carefully, I can't hear anything. A voice? Zhu Jiuyin frowned. What kind of voice? I can't say. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He listened carefully for a while and said in horror, it's happening again. Senior, that yin-yang 5 elements black universe heart sutra wouldn't have any problems, right? He had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with this technique that led to the current situation. Zhu Jiuyin said curiously, I have never heard of such a thing happening before. Her previous bearer had also cultivated this technique, but there were no signs like Yang Kai had described. Are you sure you're not imagining things? Yang Kai hesitated. After hearing what she said, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not. Moreover, that faintly discernible voice didn't affect him much. He was just a little worried. If you are not worried, you can release the seal. I will take a look for you, Zhu Jiuyin suggested. Yang Kai shook his head and said, maybe it's my illusion. Zhu Jiuyin chose him as the bearer and had no ill intentions towards him. However, releasing the seal was equivalent to revealing all the secrets in front of her. Yang Kai was naturally unwilling. Zhu Jiuyin didn't force him and nodded. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Yang Kai nodded and changed the topic. Senior, is there still no news about the metal element treasure? No. Erlang came over to report this matter. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find a metal element treasure that meets your requirements. I'm afraid the great cosmological realm is gone. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed and said, Senior, please ask your subordinates to inquire about the whereabouts of the yin-yang treasure. It must also be grade 7 or above. Zhu Jiuyin laughed. That's even more difficult. For the other 5 elements treasures grade 7 and above have more or less appeared in the great cosmological realm. Only the yin-yang treasure has never been heard of. However, there are some below grade 7. Senior knows my ambition. Yang Kai said solemnly. Zhu Jiuyin said, I will send someone to inquire, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you, Senior. Yang Kai bowed and left. After Yang Kai left, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed and murmured, could it be that the spirit of the moon essence hasn't been obliterated? When she heard Yang Kai mention that there was a strange sound in his head, she suddenly remembered the wisp of spirituality she saw in the moon essence. When Yang Kai refined the moon essence, he must have refined and absorbed that wisp of spirituality. If it wasn't obliterated, it might cause trouble in his body. However, telling Yang Kai this kind of thing would only make him worry, so she didn't say anything. Anyway, her purpose was to let Yang Kai snatch that opportunity for her. After leaving the great cosmological realm, whether Yang Kai lived or died had nothing to do with her. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion to consolidate the water element power that he had just refined. The most important thing was to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra and try to make it his instinct. If he could really do this, he wouldn't need to be afraid of suddenly falling into a coma. Instinctively, even if he was in a coma, this method would continue to be activated and wouldn't cause the 5 elements in the Tao seal to become chaotic. Zhu Jiuyin's million-strong army roamed every corner of the great cosmological realm to search for the metal element and yin-yang treasures. However, they didn't find anything after 2 years. Yang Kai had some expectations at first, but he gradually lost hope. After 2 years of cultivation, his strength did not increase by much. However, the water elemental power in the Tao seal had been completely stabilized. He could now use it as he wished. The reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra had basically become his instinct. He also had a lot of contact with the little fatty Su Zhen. That guy was chosen as a bearer by Zhu Yan and naturally received great cultivation from Zhu Yan. According to him, Zhu Yan had countless rare treasures in his hands. In 2 years, he had almost gathered the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang and stepped into the threshold of the heaven-opening realm. However, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were strange. Even if the power in the Tao seal was complete, it couldn't create a small universe in the body, so there was no way to make a breakthrough. However, his strength had definitely increased exponentially. It was incomparable to before. Su Zhen was also in contact with Ning Daoran and the others, so after inquiring about this matter, Yang Kai found that it was indeed, as this little fatty had said before. Each and every one of the disciples from the heavenly cave blessed lands had been chosen as a vessel by a different divine spirit and had entered secluded retreat to cultivate, greatly increasing their strength. Among them, Gu Pan was captured by Kuei Niu, Chu Huashang fell into the hands of Fei, and Ning Daoran was captured by Zhu Jian. For these disciples of the blessed enclave, their strength was both a blessing and a curse. Fortunately, they had the vigorous cultivation of these divine spirits, so each of them had saved hundreds of years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in this spirit-seizing war, They were just pawns in the hands of the divine spirits. If they succeeded, everything would be fine, but if they failed, the consequences would be dire. After the bearers failed, who knew how many of them died at the hands of these divine spirits? Moreover, Sujin also said that there were definitely more divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. There were many who had not shown up, so they must have chosen many bearers to secretly cultivate. These bearers may have been unknown before, but now they must have soared into the sky, waiting to shine in the spirit-seizing war. Yang Kai had no friendship with others. Even Chu Huashang, Yang Kai had only discussed the Yin and Yang Dao with her. Only Gu Pan, who came from the birthplace of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, was safe. Yang Kai was relieved to know that she was safe. He secretly made up his mind that the next time they met, he would ask her about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. On this day, a fluctuation came from the communication bead. Yang Kai immediately picked it up and probed it with his divine sense. Su Zhen's message immediately came. Brother Yang, the spirit-seizing war is about to begin. Yang Kai's heart trembled. How you know? He didn't get any information, and Zhu Jiuyin didn't tell him this. Su Zhen said, Zhu Yan told me. These divine spirits are extremely sensitive to the changes in the great cosmological realm. He said that the land of eternity will open in 1 to 3 years. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, we bearers will have to compete. Yang Kai chuckled. Then Brother Su should be careful. I won't show mercy. When the time comes, Su Zhen said, my strength has improved greatly now, so I may not necessarily be your opponent. Brother Yang should also be careful. Then he changed the topic and said excitedly, we can finally leave this damned place. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Leave? Su Zhen said, Brother Yang, don't you know? After the spirit-seizing war, the great cosmological realm will be closed. At that time, outsiders like us will be sent out. In other words, the opening of the land of eternity is a sign that the great cosmological realm is closed. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Is that so? You can ask the heavenly moon demon spider. It's always been like this for generations. This was good news. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, and he had obtained unimaginable wealth here, even condensing the power of earth and water, the metal element and yin and yang treasures were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the great cosmological realm was gone, so he could only rely on the outside world. Leaving early would also be beneficial to him. And calculating the time, it was almost time for the great cosmological realm to close. It had been 7 or 8 years since they entered. Zhu Yan said that the land of eternity would open and the great cosmological realm would close in 1 to 3 years, which was consistent with the rumors. After chatting with Su Zhen for a while, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and left the secret room to find Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin was a little surprised to see him, but she still nodded and said, You came at the right time. I have something to tell you. As she said, so she suddenly gave a look to her left and right. Yu He and Lu Shui both said with a guilty look, Young master, please excuse us. The moment they finished speaking, the two women made a move together. One of them reached out to touch Yang Kai's forehead, while the other shook out a red caltrop and wrapped it around Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai was baffled, and then he flew into a rage. You're rebelling. His body shook, and raging flames ignited. The two women let out a low cry and took a few steps back together, their faces slightly pale. Before Yang Kai had time to ask, he saw Zhu Jiuyin open her small mouth and spit out a spider web which covered his head. Chapter 4077. The spider web sealed the sky. and locked down the earth. Yang Kai couldn't even activate the law of space and could only watch as the spider web fell. He roared, and a round sun rose behind him, the divine technique of the golden crow casting sun. However, in the next moment, the spider web completely wrapped Yang Kai, and the small sun that had just risen vanished into thin air. The spider web seemed to have a form, but after it landed on his body, it quickly melted into his body and disappeared. Then, Yang Kai felt that there was an extra layer of strong and unknown imprisonment in his body, causing him to be unable to circulate his power properly. Senior, Yang Kai was shocked and furious at the same time. He glared at Zhu Jiuyin. Senior, what are you trying to do? Don't be afraid. Zhu Jiuyin stood up slowly and said softly, You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. You are the carrier that I have chosen. I just want to help you increase your power. Do I need to use such a method to increase my power? Yang Kai sneered. He didn't believe it at all. He felt that the dragon lady had some ulterior motives. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to forcefully increase one's power with the help of others. It might even spoil one's own foundation. However, what he couldn't understand was that he had become an accomplice. He turned to look at her, and Yang Kai was heartbroken. He was obviously guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She only said softly, Young master, I am doing this for your own good. Yang Kai sneered and turned to look at Zhu Jiu. May I know how you want to help me increase my power? Come with me, Zhu Jiu said as he walked out. Although Yang Kai's power was restrained, his movement wasn't restricted. He glared at He and Lu Shui fiercely. The two ladies shrank their necks and followed Zhu Jiuyin's footsteps. Very soon, the four of them came to an underground secret chamber. Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand, and the wall of the secret chamber lit up. The secret chamber was illuminated. Yang Kai stared in astonishment. He didn't know when a secret chamber had appeared beneath his residence. This was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's handiwork. On the floor of the secret chamber, there were grooves, and blood-red liquid flowed within the grooves. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like fresh blood. However, it didn't have the slightest bloody smell. Those grooves covered the ground, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious array diagram. In the center of this indescribable array, a small and exquisite altar stood. Go up. Zhu Jiuyin gestured towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai tilted his head and ignored her. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Until now, he still did not know what Zhu Jiuyin wanted to do. Childish. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. He lifted Yang Kai's collar and threw him onto the altar. The shackles in his body suddenly tightened, and Yang Kai sat on the altar uncontrollably. Yang Kai was furious. He looked at He and Lu Shui and said, You two heartless ladies, are you going to watch him do this to me? Lu Shui blushed and muttered, We are not his match. A hint of struggle flashed past He's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. This is my idea. It's useless to blame them. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Of course I know it's your idea. But now, you should tell me what you want to do. The battle of seizing spirit is about to begin. Zhu Jiuyin sighed. The shortest is 1 year. The longest is 2 to 3 years. The land of elders will open. This was the same information that Su Zhen had told him. It seemed that it was indeed, as Su Zhen had said. These holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were extremely sensitive to the changes in this world. Since Zhu Yan could sense it, Zhu Jiuyin could also sense it. Seeing that Yang Kai was not surprised, Zhu Jiuyin was slightly surprised and continued, Do you know how many holy spirits there are in the great cosmological abyss? Yang Kai said in a neutral tone, How would I know? About 100. Yang Kai trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that there was more than one Holy Spirit in the great cosmological abyss, he didn't expect there to be so many. About 100? Didn't that mean there were hundreds of Holy Spirits? What kind of terrifying number was this? These hundreds of Holy Spirits were all equivalent to high-grade heaven-opening realm. If they all left the great cosmological abyss, even the grotto heavens and blessed lands would not be able to contend against them. Putting aside those guys who have no ambition and are content with their circumstances, there are probably more than half of those old farts who want to leave the great cosmological abyss. She was one of those old farts, so there were at least 60 to 70 of them. Each of these guys has their own bearer. In other words, in the battle of spirit seizing, their goal is the same as yours. They all want to snatch the only opportunity. So what? Yang Kai had an unruly look on his face. Although you're strong, you might not be able to have the last laugh. Zhu Juyin sighed slightly. Her previous bearer was like this. Among all the bearers, his strength was absolutely top-notch, but he still died in the end, so she couldn't leave this place. So you need to become stronger. Yang Kai said solemnly. I also want to become stronger, but your subordinates are useless and can't find what I need. At this point, he suddenly looked shocked, as if he had realized something, and his face turned ashen. Zhu Juyin smiled softly. It seems that you understand. That's much easier. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen metal elemental treasures floated in the air. Each of them exuded a rich metal elemental energy, and each of them was a grade 6 metal elemental treasure. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological abyss are strange, and you can't exert all of your power above heaven-opening realm. There's no difference between condensing a 6th grade and 7th grade, but there's an obvious improvement in your strength. Look, I found so many metal element treasures for you. Which one do you want? Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhu Juyin introduced them. You should also have this divine origin magnetic stone. If you condense it, you can cultivate the divine origin magnetic light divine technique, which is quite powerful. There's also this 10,000-year copper essence, which is also a good choice. This is the illusory star sand. And this, she introduced the metal element treasures one by one with a smile. But in Yang Kai's eyes, she was extremely vicious. She had chosen Yang Kai as her bearer and had indeed been vigorously cultivating Yang Kai in the past few years. She had even imparted the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra to him without reservation. When Yang Kai was refining the water element, she had personally overseen him. However, the root of all this was not for no reason. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater her hope. Now that the battle of spirit seizing was about to begin, there was not much time left. She could no longer indulge Yang Kai like before. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to completely supplement the power of the yin-yang 5 elements in the Tao seal so that Yang Kai could exert more power. That was why the current scene was happening. A moment later, Zhu Juyin said, "Choose one, or I'll help you choose." Yang Kai closed his eyes and tried to activate the power of the Tao seal to break the seal in his body. Zhu Juyin saw this and smiled gently. Then whatever. She raised her hand and grabbed the fantasy-colored star sand. She kept the other things and landed beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her. "I won't cooperate." Zhu Juyin smiled beautifully. "How can I not know that you won't cooperate?" "Don't worry, I don't need you to cooperate. I set up this formation just for today." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He thought that he would be fine if he did not cooperate. After all, it was the power of his Tao seal. However, it seemed that he had underestimated Zhu Juyin's methods. He felt that the formation here was extremely strange, so it was to forcibly condense the metal element power for him. This formation had such an effect. He did not know if Zhu Jiuyin was speaking the truth or not, but he did not have time to find out. Zhu Jiuyin had already sat cross-legged in front of him and was less than a meter away from him. She said with a solemn expression, "There will be some pain. Bear with it for a while. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, just cooperate obediently." After saying that, she made hand seals with one hand and kept changing them. Countless tiny spider silks extended out from the 5 fingers of her other hand. Those spider silks extended into the fantasy-colored star sand and absorbed the metal element power of the fantasy-colored star sand. Zhu Jiuyin waved her hand, and the spider silks suddenly jumped out and landed in the formation. The formation was activated, and after a rumble, the blood-red liquid in the groove flowed into the small altar and gathered on Yang Kai's body. The countless spider silks hidden in the liquid entered Yang Kai's body through his pores. Yang Kai groaned and felt that his body was riddled with holes. He was in so much pain that he almost jumped up. Following that, traces of metal element power entered his body and rushed towards the Tao seal. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He resisted with all his might, but it was to no avail. His mind was immersed. Seeing that the traces of metal element power was about to contaminate his Tao seal, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhu Jiuyin's face. He said with a ferocious expression, "If you dare to do this, I will die here immediately." Zhu Jiuyin's movements paused slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with her bright eyes as though she wanted to see through him. After a while, she laughed softly. "Why are you scaring me? I am not scared." She continued to move her hands. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared, "I swear on my Tao seal." The smile on Zhu Jiuyin's face froze as she looked at him in a daze. "Come on," Yang Kai roared. "If you dare to destroy my Tao seal, I will dare to die in front of you." Zhu Jiuyin's face turned gloomy. "You dare to threaten me? I allowed you to do this once. So don't blame me for doing the same thing 15 times. Yang Kai sneered again and again. "You already knew that my ambition was to reach the 7th grade. But now you're trying to destroy my Tao seal and forcibly condense a 6th grade metal element for me. How can I tolerate this? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Zhu Jiuyin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yang Kai sneered. "The battle of spirit seizing is about to begin. It will take at least 1 year, and at most 2 to 3 years. Where are you going to find a suitable vessel in such a short time? Even if you find one, how much time do you have to nurture him? When the time comes, the battle of spirit seizing will be a crushing defeat. You can forget about jumping out of the cage of the great cosmological realm to see the excitement of the outside world." "Bastard." Zhu Jiuyin was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai sighed. "It is hard to find someone as outstanding as me. I am really worried for you." Chapter 4078. Yang Kai's self-praise made her so angry that she laughed. However, she had to admit that this carrier was indeed outstanding. She was very clear about Dalong's strength. In the entire great cosmological abyss, there were only a few people who could kill Dalong. Furthermore, as Yang Kai had said, there was not much time left. She did not have the time or energy to nurture another carrier. Back then, she had massacred tens of thousands of people in Sword Pavilion Star City because she wanted to find a suitable carrier. Unfortunately, none of them met her requirements. In her anger, blood flowed like a river in the Star City, and tens of thousands of people died. Yang Kai had sworn with his own Tao seal to make it difficult for her to continue. This kind of oath was related to one's Tao heart. Once the oath was made, there was no way to break it. If she really forcefully condensed the 6th grade metal element, even if Yang Kai did not die, His Tao heart and Tao seal would definitely be damaged. At that time, it would be useless. However, how could Zhu Jiuyin not be annoyed by a junior? At this moment, a delicate shout was heard. Yueha attacked from behind. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements fluctuated in her slender palm. It seemed to have transformed into a reincarnation cycle and slapped toward Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin did not even turn his head. He just flicked his hair, which suddenly expanded and whipped Yueha. Yueha flew out with blood spurting out. She crashed into the wall and slowly fell down. Lu Shui was shocked and quickly went forward to support her. Yang Kai turned his head and looked with a gloomy gaze. He did not know why Yueha wanted to help Zhu Jiuyin, but after knowing Zhu Jiuyin's intention, he understood. Yueha did not want him to achieve high-grade split heaven. Previously, she had been encouraging him to refine the 6th grade metal element. However, Yang Kai had never heard of it. Zhu Jiuyin had the means to make Yang Kai forcefully condense the 6th grade metal element, which was exactly what Yueha wanted. Furthermore, she could only cooperate obediently. However, at this moment, it was related to Yang Kai's life. She could not sit still. Even though she knew that she was not Zhu Jiuyin's match, she swore to fight to the death. A lowly servant dares to disobey me. Zhu Jiuyin had a stomach full of anger because of Yang Kai and had nowhere to vent. Yueha's sneak attack had hit the nail on the head. She swung her hair again, and the black strands of hair suddenly turned into sharp blades that pierced towards Yuhi. Yang Kai said anxiously, "If you dare to kill her, I will die in front of you. I swear on my Tao seal." Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales you. Jun looked at Yang Kai. His charming face was filled with anger. "You only know this move?" Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter if it's new, as long as it's useful. Senior, you can try. Let's see if I have the guts to die in front of you." Zhu Jiuyin gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He really wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai said leisurely, "Senior, you should know my abilities. So, what if I can't condense the metal element? Who in the great cosmological abyss is my match?" He said proudly, "Senior, just wait for the good news in the battle of spirit seizing. I will definitely snatch that opportunity for you." Zhu Jiuyin said coldly, "What if you can't snatch it? I'll be at Senior's disposal." Yang Kai puffed out his chest. "I know Senior's abilities. If you really want me to die, I can't resist. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Jiuyin's gloomy face eased a little. He pulled back the hair, and Yuhi immediately groaned. Blood spurted out from her body and dyed her a bloody gourd. Lu Shui hurriedly went forward to suppress her injuries. Zhu Jiuyin got up, flung his sleeves, and walked out. His voice floated over. "Remember what you said today. If you fail, it won't be as simple as death." Looking at her leaving figure, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that today's crisis was over, but he felt it was a pity. He had always been in contact with Su Jun. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity to ask for more benefits for himself. However, after what happened today, he couldn't ask for any benefits to avoid angering Zhu Jiuyin again. The restriction in his body suddenly dissolved, and a spider web left with Zhu Jiuyin. His power began to circulate again. Yang Kai got up and walked towards Yuhi. Yuhi's injuries weren't serious. Although she looked miserable, they were just superficial wounds. With her foundation of opening the heavens at the 5th stage, she would be able to recover in 2 to 3 days. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she didn't dare to raise her head. She felt ashamed to face Yang Kai. She crawled up with difficulty and knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head like a wronged wife and said softly, "Please punish me, young master." As she spoke, tears fell. She regretted cooperating with Zhu Jiuyin. Although without her cooperation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to resist. She still felt like she had betrayed Yang Kai. She blamed herself. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed it on her head. He sighed. "Don't do it again." He gave Lu Shui a look, telling her to take good care of her. Only then did he leave. After Yang Kai left, Yui collapsed on the ground. She looked at Lu Shui and muttered, "Did I do something wrong?" Lu Shui said, "Did you tell the master about the benefits of reaching the 7th stage?" Yui slowly shook her head. "Previously, I wanted to wait until we left here and let someone else tell him and persuade him. However, it seems that his Tao heart is firm. I'm afraid that person won't be able to persuade him." The other person she was talking about was naturally the lady boss. Lu Shui sighed. She knew that Yui was telling the truth. She would rather swear on her Tao seal than condense the power of the 6th stage. She was determined to reach the 7th stage. However, in this era, who would dare to easily reach the 7th stage and split open the sky? This master's future would most likely be bumpy. A month later, the news of the land of everlasting spread throughout the entire great cosmological realm. No one knew who spread the news, but it caused an uproar. Almost everyone had heard about it. The land of everlastings was about to open, and it was the greatest opportunity in the entire great cosmological realm. There were countless rare treasures there, and any one of them could soar to the sky. It was rumored that many almighties of the blessed enclave had also entered the land of everlastings. It was there that they had obtained their current achievements. Countless people were eager to make a move. Countless people were looking forward to it. Every cultivator was eager to enter the land of everlastings and seek their own opportunities. Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion with peace of mind. Since then, Zhu Jiuyin had not forced him to condense the power of the 6th stage. Instead, she had found him many treasures that could improve his strength. Yang Kai did not refuse and accepted all of them. He had made a windfall. After all, they came from the hands of sacred spirits, so their quality could not be bad. Moreover, Zhu Jiuyin had done this for herself, so Yang Kai accepted them with a clear conscience. He had a lot of contact with Su Jin. According to Su Jin, he had reached an agreement with Zhu Yin. If he could snatch the opportunity for him and take him out of the great cosmological realm, then Zhu Yin would have to protect him for 500 years. Others had put forward similar conditions and signed contracts with the various sacred spirits, but the duration of protection varied. The sacred spirits also hoped that the bearers they had chosen would exert their full strength, so they would naturally give some benefits. Protecting these bearers was the biggest benefit. Both sides had their needs and benefits, so it was a fair deal. Yang Kai was envious. He had planned to have a good talk with Zhu Jiuyin, but after the previous incident, he could not find a chance to speak and could only wait for the right time. Days passed by. 1.5 years later, on a certain day, the great cosmological realm suddenly shook slightly. Then, a strange fragrance floated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and could not help but search for the source of this strange fragrance. Soon, the gazes of many cultivators were attracted by a rainbow light in the sky. That light was very far away from everyone, as if it was far away on the horizon. It was like a curtain hanging in the sky, constantly changing. Someone was puzzled. A strange treasure has appeared? Someone's spirit was lifted, and greed appeared in his eyes. The land of elders is about to open. Someone revealed the mystery. For more than a year, news about the land of elders had spread among the various masterclass strongholds. Everyone was waiting. Now that the world had changed, what else could it be other than the opening of the land of elders? I've been waiting for this day for so many years. Ha ha ha! It's time for me to soar into the sky. Someone laughed and soared into the sky from a stronghold, heading straight for the place where the strange phenomenon was. Then, the dense light in the stronghold rose into the sky and rushed in the direction of the land of elders. Hundreds and thousands of people rushed to the land of elders from various human strongholds. In the blink of an eye, these strongholds that had been operating for more than 10 years were empty. In the Crimson Star City, more than half of the 100,000 people had left in the blink of an eye. There was a huge battleship in the sky with the Crimson Star symbol on it. It was the Crimson Star's battleship. Many Crimson Star disciples were led by several masters to board the battleship and head to the land of elders. In Yang Kai's residence, Zhu Juin's voice sounded in the mind of Yang Kai, who was in seclusion. "Kid, it's time to come out. The land of elders is about to open." Yang Kai opened his eyes and pushed the door open. Zhu Juin glanced at him and nodded slightly. He grabbed his collar with one hand and flew into the sky. He noticed the movement and came to investigate. She only saw the two figures turning into a stream of light and disappearing. She hurriedly gathered Guizian and the others and chased after them. In a dense forest, an old bull was crawling under a large tree. It suddenly stood up, looked in a certain direction, and spoke in human language. "Child, the land of the ancients has opened. Let's go." Oh, Gu Pan appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, she sat on the old bull and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandpa Bull." The old bull smiled and said, "Hold on tight, don't fall." His forehooves moved as fast as lightning. In another swamp, a strange snake with a body length of 1,000 feet shuttled forward. Its figure was long, and its speed was like the wind. The strange snake had 2 heads, and its forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, the sound of the wind and the cry of the crane could be heard. With a sweep of its forked tongue, a strange beast hidden under the swamp would be pulled into its mouth and swallowed into its stomach. On the left head of the strange snake, Chu Huachong reached out and touched her forehead with a worried face. "Senior, can we go separately? Why don't you go to the land of elders and wait for me?" You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.